Everyone has those classic high school memories. The cliques, the hallway gossip, the popular crowds that ruled the school, straight out of Mean Girls. In most teen shows, the biggest drama revolves around who's going to kiss whom at a party, or how to hide a failing grade from their parents. But what happens when a friend group's darkest secrets involve hiding a dead body, a sociopathic stalker playing twisted mind games, and anonymous texts that turn their teenage years into a literal horror movie? That is exactly the madness we're diving into today as we talk about Pretty Little Liars, a show that started out as a mystery filled with intrigue, betrayal, and forbidden romance, but quickly escalated into one of the most absurd psychological thrill rides on television. The plot has it all: creepy bunkers, logic-defying plot twists, and that heavy dose of paranoia that keeps you glued to your seat even when the writing goes completely off the rails. The most ironic part of it all, we loved every second of being played for fools by this story. A year has passed since the night Allison De Laurentiis disappeared during a sleepover at Spencer's barn, leaving behind only a scream in the dark. Now, Aria is back in Rosewood after a stint in Iceland, and a lot has changed. Right off the bat, Aria goes to a bar, meets a charming guy named Ezra, and the two end up making out in the bathroom. A classic move. The problem is, the next day, she discovers Ezra is none other than her new English teacher. The tension in the classroom is cut by Aria's phone going off with an anonymous text signed by A, rubbing her family's biggest secret in her face. Her dad is having an affair with another woman. Aria isn't the only one with problems. The old friend group has drifted apart. Hannah, who used to be the ignored, chubby girl, is now the high school's queen bee and has a nasty habit of shoplifting designer clothes. Emily meets the new neighbor Maya, who just moved right into Allison's old house. Meanwhile, Spencer is too busy flirting with Ren, her older sister's British fiancé. The past haunts all of them. One by one, the girls start receiving bizarre messages from A, threatening to expose secrets only Allison knew. The paranoia peaks when the cops knock on Hannah's door over the shoplifting. Her mom, Ashley, handles the problem in the most morally questionable way possible by taking the detective on the case, Wilden, to bed. But the real punch in the gut comes next. A construction crew finds a body buried in Allison's old backyard. At the funeral, with the whole town present, Detective Wilden announces that the case is now a murder investigation. To make matters worse, Jenna, a blind girl from their past, shows up arm in arm with her stepbrother Toby, and right as they leave the church, all four of their phones vibrate at the exact same time. It's A, letting them know they're still around and know everything. Paranoia has already taken over the girls. Gathered at a diner to try and figure out who A is, the mood freezes when Jenna walks in with her cane. The reason for the panic has a name: the Jenna thing. In a flashback, we discover that Allison threw a stink bomb into a garage to prank the creepy Toby, but Jenna was inside and ended up losing her sight. Right then and there, like a good little sociopath, Allison blackmailed Toby into taking the blame alone. At school, the girls are called into the principal's office and interrogated by Detective Wilden, who doesn't hide the fact that he thinks they're all lying. And while they try to avoid going to jail, their personal lives are a disaster. Aria desperately tries to transfer out of her class so she doesn't have to call the guy she kissed Mr. Fitz, but Ezra refuses the transfer. Of course, this doesn't solve anything, and soon the two are making out again in his car during a rainstorm. An almost perfect Nicholas Sparks script if we ignore the penal code. Emily is dealing with the aggression of her boyfriend Ben, while her feelings for Maya become increasingly obvious. The two end up sharing a bed, which earns them another sarcastic text from A. Spencer, who can't escape the competition with her sister, ends up kissing Ren in her own bedroom. The detail is that Melissa sees the whole thing through the hallway mirror. The next day, the engagement is off and Ren moves out. Hannah, meanwhile, has to swallow her pride after being rejected by her boyfriend Sean, who wants to wait for religious reasons. As if that wasn't enough, she comes home to find Detective Wilden acting like a new freeloading stepdad, eating her food while continuing to hover around her mom. Dealing with the pressure of hiding her dad's affair, Aria receives a warning from A about the danger of getting involved with teachers. The walls are closing in, and the tension culminates when Spencer, out for a run, sees something highly suspicious. Jenna, the blind girl, calmly typing a text message on her phone. The girls decide to set up a memorial for Allison in the woods, but they are interrupted by a rustling in the bushes and a text from A declaring open season. The atmosphere in Rosewood is becoming unbearable. At Hannah's house, the situation reaches a new level of absurdity. She goes down to the kitchen and finds a shirtless Detective Wilden acting like he lives there. Ashley tries to justify it since the shoplifting charges haven't been dropped yet, but Hannah doesn't hide her disgust. Later, Wilden snoops through Hannah's purse looking for evidence, which finally makes Ashley kicked the cop out of her house. Arya isn't having a much better day. While having coffee with her parents, her dad's mistress shows up asking for favors with infuriating casualness, and Arya's mom, totally clueless, ends up inviting the woman to her art gallery opening. Spencer has to deal with her sister's hatred after the broken engagement. Spencer's response? Cold revenge. She steals an old college essay of Melissa's, puts her own name on it, and submits it as her own assignment. Ethics definitely aren't this family's strong suit. The big shock in the hallways is the return of Toby, fresh out of juvie. He comes back making an impact right away. When Emily's ex-boyfriend Ben tries to force himself on her in the girls' locker room, Toby appears out of nowhere and slams the guy against the lockers. Emily finally ends things with Ben once and for all.
Stop it! It's done. We're over.
Everything falls apart during a party at Noel's cabin. Emily and Maya use a photo booth to kiss, but someone steals the pictures before they can grab them. Hannah tries once again to seduce Sean in a bedroom, but he rejects her again and calls her desperate, humiliated, angry, and after receiving yet another text from A mocking her weight, Hannah does what any completely unhinged teenager would do. She steals Sean's sports car and crashes it right after. While Arya knocks on Ezra's apartment door seeking emotional comfort, the girls realize the woods aren't the best place to honor Allison. Upon returning to the forest, they find the exact same friendship bracelet Allie wore the night she disappeared. And to prove that no one is safe, we see A peacefully listening to jazz while printing several copies of the photos of Emily and Maya kissing. The girls think they can just ignore their problems. Spencer decides to do a technological cleanse and blocks all unknown numbers on everyone's phones. The plan is to pretend A doesn't exist and focus on the new park bench dedicated to Allison's memory. But a flyer blowing by with the phrase, "Ding dong, the bitch is dead," is proof enough that the peace won't last. Hannah is dealing with the fallout of wrecking Sean's car. She has to work at a dental clinic to pay off her debt and takes a double hit. Her dad comes back to town for dinner, only he brings along his young new fiancée and a future stepsister. It's the definition of an awkward dinner. Meanwhile, Spencer's love life remains a mess. Ren, her British ex-brother-in-law, breaks into her house completely drunk. Spencer tries to be the adult in the situation, calms him down, and drives him to a motel, where the two end up kissing. The creepy detail? Someone was recording the whole thing through the window. For Arya, the tension at home is at its breaking point. She finally works up the courage to tell her mom about her dad's affair, but she's too late. A has already delivered a detailed letter to Ella, revealing not only Byron's betrayal, but that Arya knew about it the whole time. The definitive proof that Spencer's call block was useless comes shortly after. The girls gather at the Hastings house and find the potted plant Ren broke set up like a tombstone. On the mirror, written in Allison's red lipstick, the message is clear. It won't be that easy, bitches. If the message on the mirror wasn't scary enough, the next morning delivers a real nightmare. The girls receive a video on their phones. The footage shows them, from the night before, filmed from inside Spencer's own closet. The feeling of invasion is absolute, and Arya quickly notices that the lipstick used on the mirror is the exact same shade Jenna always wears. With the secret of the affair out in the open, Arya's house turns into a war zone. Ella discovers her husband not only cheated on her, but used their own daughter to cover up the lie. To escape the chaos, Arya goes to support Ezra at a poetry reading, but the romantic vibe is short-lived. An old college buddy of Ezra's shows up and gives him a reality check about the dangers of dating a student. Later, Arya leaves her phone at his place. A sends a very suggestive text about her doing the teacher. Ezra reads it, panics, and cuts ties on the spot.
Who's A? Let's go. Go. Now.
At the dental clinic, Hannah starts doing her own investigating. She spots Jenna going to the psychiatry floor in the same building and, pretending to be just another patient, sneaks into the therapist's office to case the joint. Emily, on the other hand, is growing closer to Toby. The two bond over the feeling of being the town outcasts, but A doesn't leave anyone alone and sends the picture of Emily and Maya kissing straight to Hannah's phone. Spencer, meanwhile, wins a literary award for the essay she stole from her sister. Her dad, instead of giving her a moral lecture, forces her to intentionally throw a tennis match to please an important client. At least she gets a consolation prize. Alex, the country club worker, who sees through the setup and strikes up a conversation. The school's homecoming dance was supposed to be the event of the year, but for this group, it turns into a covert op. For starters, they all receive fortune cookies with the same message from A, RSVPing to the party. Hannah is focused on keeping an eye on Sean, to the point of joining the school's virginity club just to mark her territory. There, she ends up befriending Lucas, the nerdy photographer who is constantly bullied by Mona. When the night of the dance arrives, Hannah ditches her chance to be crowned homecoming queen and hitches a ride with Lucas to the psychiatrist's office to steal Jenna's file. Spencer takes Alex to the dance, but Melissa, bitter as always, makes a point to poison the guy's mind, saying Spencer only invited him to piss off their dad. The plan works, and Alex leaves frustrated, but Spencer has bigger problems. She notices Toby has a tattoo with the date Allison disappeared. Panic sets in because Emily went to the dance specifically with Toby. When Hannah finally manages to open the psychiatrist's folder, the big plot twist happens. The file isn't Jenna's, it's Toby's, and the reason Allison was blackmailing him wasn't the fire, but the fact that he and his stepsister were having a relationship. Thinking Toby is the killer, the girls send a warning to Emily, who was already with him in the chemistry lab. Panicking, Emily runs, shoves Toby into a glass cabinet, and trips over her own dress, hitting her head and passing out on the cold floor. Far from all this chaos, the figure in black gloves strikes again, spray painting the town sign to reduce Rosewood's population by exactly 1. The homecoming panic continues. The girls find Emily's phone tossed in the chemistry lab, surrounded by broken glass and blood. Despair kicks in, but we soon find out the blood belongs to Toby, who actually picked up an injured, unconscious Emily and dropped her off at the ER doors before vanishing into thin air. The next day, Aria and Spencer try to convince Emily that Toby is a psychopath who wanted everyone dead since Allison knew about his secrets with Jenna. But Emily uses basic logic. What kind of killer takes their victim to the hospital? While the police search for Toby, Hannah does the unthinkable. She steals his psychiatric file right out from under the cops' noses. With the file in hand, the paranoia only grows. The problem is that the tension causes a rift in the group. During an argument about what to do with the stolen file, Aria panics and simply chucks the only solid piece of evidence they have straight into the river. The drama isn't limited to the mystery. Aria is stuck in the middle of her parents' divorce, as they now use her as a carrier pigeon. To make matters worse, Ezra has dropped off the map and been replaced by a substitute teacher. Hannah starts getting closer to Lucas, the school nerd, and the two bond over the bullying they suffered from Allison, which ends up sparking a huge fight between her and Sean. Even Jenna decides to show her face. She pays a surprise visit to Emily's bedroom, accompanied by her guide dog and a tray of cookies, dropping a veiled threat to get Toby's file back. It's classic mafia intimidation, but sugar-coated. Emily goes to Toby's house and finds the place swarming with cops, his motorcycle completely destroyed. At that exact moment, her phone buzzes. It's A, thanking her for getting Toby out of the way. And down by the river, a figure wearing black gloves patiently fishes the pages of Toby's file out of the water, because destroyed evidence, apparently, never stays destroyed. The town is now preparing for Allison's memorial, which brings up flashbacks of the girl romanticizing the idea of dying young just to leave a beautiful corpse. Super healthy. Her older brother Jason returns to Rosewood to organize the event. He ditched his teenage goth phase and now looks like a preppy frat boy politician. He immediately drops the news that Jenna asked to speak at the memorial, and he agreed, sending the girls into sheer panic. At the Marin household, the money has run dry. Hannah finds out her credit cards have been declined and, in a rare moment of proactivity, joins forces with Lucas to sell her designer clothes and bags online. Detective Wilden continues to be the worst cop in the state. Desperate for results with Jason back in town, he harasses Hannah for information and drops a bombshell to try and rattle the group. Toby called Allison the night she disappeared, trying to do damage control. Spencer corners Jenna in the library to make sure she doesn't bring up their past on the podium. Instead of backing down, Jenna fires back, saying Allison was with Spencer the night she died. On the day of the memorial, Melissa's ex-fiancé Ian shows up out of nowhere. Jenna takes the stage and, defying all expectations, delivers a beautiful and moving speech, which ironically only makes the girls more paranoid about her true intentions. After the ceremony, Jason hands the group friendship bracelets identical to the ones Allison wore. This makes the girls realize the bracelet found near the body earlier was a cheap knockoff. That night, the piece of the event is short-lived. Someone dressed in black completely vandalizes the newly dedicated memorial. A literal hurricane hits Rosewood, but of course, that isn't reason enough to cancel the SATs. Emily shows up in the morning with her shoes covered in mud, lying about where she spent the night, and soon receives a text from A saying you can't bury everything. The vibe at school is awful. Arya's mom is one of the test proctors, creating a silent tension in the hallways. During the storm, A sends Emily a clue, leading her to the library. There, she finds a passionate letter she had written to Allison. Flashbacks show how the Queen Bee manipulated her friend's feelings, kissing Emily only to laugh it off later and say it was just practice. Cruel, but standard Allison. Arya, trying to get over the teacher, ends up stuck in an empty classroom with Noel Khan. Things heat up, and just as they are about to kiss, Ezra appears out of nowhere. He's back from New York looking remorseful, saying things between them need to change. Arya finally gets tired of the back and forth, tells him they already have, and leaves him talking to himself. Detective Wilden decides to ignore basic laws and corners Emily in the locker room. He rummages through her bag without a warrant and finds the letter along with pieces of the destroyed memorial, accusing the girl of murder right then and there. That's when Spencer's mom goes into ruthless lawyer mode, destroys Wilden for interrogating a minor without her parents present, and makes sure he gets pulled off the case. It is highly satisfying. As the storm passes, the camera focuses on Lucas's shoes, which are completely caked in mud. Suspicious. To top off the day, the Rosewood police receive an anonymous envelope. Inside, there's a video of Allison on the day she disappeared, and the letter is signed by A. Mona is in the school hallway handing out invitations to her exclusive birthday bash, Camp Mona. But A decides to give the event an upgrade and lets the girls know the party is now a creepy scavenger hunt. Meanwhile, adult life comes to collect. Hannah's mom, Ashley, is so suffocated by financial problems that, upon seeing an elderly woman leave her safe deposit box key at the bank, does the unthinkable. She breaks into the box and steals stacks of cash from the client. It's a plan that screams desperation, and she drives home terrified, her purse stuffed with money. At school, the walls are closing in. An FBI agent, surprisingly more polite than the local cops, shows the girls a video of Allison on the day she vanished, flirting with a mystery guy. The panic rises when the police announce an arrest warrant for Toby, since the blood found on a sweater at the crime scene matches his. In the woods at Camp Mona, things spiral out of control. Mona kicks Hannah out of the event over a liposuction rumor spread by A, and, taking advantage of the chaos in the trees, Toby intercepts Emily to swear his innocence. He claims he gave the sweater to Allie because she was cold, but that he saw her alive getting into another guy's car. Hannah, patrolling the area with binoculars, catches something gossip-worthy. Arya making out with Ezra Fitz in his car. Even worse, a mysterious figure walks by and writes, "I see you" on the fogged-up window. Hannah sends a text to her friend saying she knows who A is. However, obeying rule number 1 of thriller movies, the person who discovers the villain's identity doesn't get the chance to tell. She is brutally run over in the parking lot, and the driver speeds off without looking back.
Hannah! Watch out! Hannah, what? Oh my god! Come on.
And that video of Allie flirting, the camera cuts and reveals who was on the other side of the lens, Ian. The post-hit-and-run chaos leaves everyone in shock. Hannah survives but ends up with a broken leg and ankle, plus a stint tied to a hospital bed. Arya puts the pieces together of what she saw in the woods, and remembers Noel Khan was lurking around the party in a black hoodie, which automatically puts him at the top of the suspect list as the guy behind the wheel. In the hospital room, the bomb finally drops. Hannah reveals what she caught in the car, and Arya is cornered, forced to confess her secret romance with Mr. Fitz. They barely have time to judge their friend before Noel shows up in the room with a stuffed animal gift basket, radiating a threatening falseness. Far from there, Emily faces a turning point and tells her dad she's gay. His reaction is genuinely supportive, offering an emotional breather. But Pam, her mom, listens from the stairs and goes into full denial and judgment mode. Back at the hospital, besides dealing with Lucas stealing a kiss on her forehead while she pretends to be asleep, Hannah gets an even more bizarre visit. She wakes up and sees Allison dressed as a candy striper, acting with the casualness of someone who isn't dead. The visit seems like a painkiller-induced hallucination until Hannah notices a lipstick mark on her water glass identical to the color Allie was wearing. Before vanishing, the girl leaves a clear warning. The 4 friends together already know the truth. To add to the paranoia, Spencer finds out her sister, Melissa, just secretly eloped with Ian. Yes, the same Ian who was filming Allie. And since A never misses a chance to have the last word, the girls find a message written in pen right on Hannah's cast. "Sorry about losing my temper." The villain literally signed their work.
What's on there? Sorry about losing my temper, my bad.
Hannah's recovery at home starts off tense. Trying to reach something in a high cabinet, she knocks over a box of lasagna and discovers the thousands of dollars her mom stole. It's an almost mafia-level touch, but in the middle of the suburbs. A doesn't let the moment slide and sends a text threatening to turn them both into the police. At Emily's house, Pam tries to force the modern mom persona and invites Maya over for dinner. The effort lasts exactly 5 minutes. The atmosphere gets so suffocating and full of passive-aggressive comments about the girls' relationship that Pam ends up hiding in the pantry to cry, ruining any chance of peace. Meanwhile, Noel Kahn decides to test his immunity and openly blackmails Ezra into changing his essay grade from a C to an A. It's a pure power move. And speaking of having no boundaries, Jenna confesses to Toby that she was the one who turned him into the cops. The goal? To ensure he'd get an ankle monitor and be trapped at home right near her. When he rejects her again, her answer is a slap to the face. Spencer also suffers the villain's impacts. Her boyfriend, Alex, breaks up with her because A submitted a job application to a tennis camp in Sweden in his name, making the guy believe Spencer was trying to manipulate him behind his back. But the real breakthrough happens when Spencer notices Ian's golf bag. It has a country club tag from South Carolina, the exact same destination printed on Allison's luggage when she supposedly returned from a harmless trip to Georgia. Allie's lies and Ian's footsteps are crossing paths. To cap off the nightmare, Ashley goes looking for the stolen money and discovers it's missing from the pasta box. Hannah then receives the terms of the deal. A promises to give the cash back, as long as she does absolutely everything she's told. In the final scene, we see the bills being methodically stuffed into a clown-shaped piggy bank. The Hastings household has become a true nest of secrets. Spencer overhears Melissa and Ian whispering in the dark, and right off the bat gets a text from A asking if the marriage was for love or an alibi. The next morning, Ian hits her with that forced "we're family now" speech, but Spencer's eyes are glued to his luggage tag, Hilton Head. It's the exact same luxury resort in South Carolina where Allison supposedly went the weekend she disappeared. Meanwhile, A decides to play hardball with Hannah. To get back the money her mom stole, Hannah is forced to sit in public and wolf down a box of pig-themed cupcakes. It's brutal psychological torture, triggering flashbacks to her eating disorder days and Allison's toxic advice, all while high school jocks, including Noel, watch and mock her. Aria notices her friend's despair, steps in with class, and wipes Hannah's face. Hannah finally opens up about what she's going through. The walls are also closing in on Emily. Her mom invades Maya's privacy, finds drugs in her backpack, and gets her sent away to a rehab center called True North. Before a heartbreaking goodbye in Spencer's bedroom, the girls deal with Aria's drama. Noel is blackmailing Ezra over their secret romance, forcing the teacher to plan his resignation. But A decides to play the anti-hero. Before Ezra can leave, school security busts into Noel's locker and finds stolen test papers, guaranteeing the boy's expulsion. A's text arrives shortly after. A is for Allison, not amateur. To cap off the night, the girls open Spencer's laptop and find a hidden video. It's footage of Allison's last night, but with a few extra seconds. Ian appears, smiling at the camera, before the angle drops to show Allison's hand grasping at the dirt until she goes limp. The shock of the video still hangs in the air when Ian himself calmly strolls into the kitchen to make a snack, acting as if absolutely nothing is wrong. The girls freeze. With such damning evidence in hand, they decide it's time to take it to the cops and try to clear Toby's name. The only problem? Spencer's laptop magically vanishes from her bag in the locker room, swapped out for a random notebook. Without the computer, the focus shifts to the school dance-a-thon. Hannah, desperate for cash, gets a terrible new mission from A: break Lucas's heart. Every dance with the guy is worth hundreds of dollars. The plan works so well that Sean, pissed off by the attention Hannah is giving Lucas, dumps her on the spot. Hannah finishes the task, cries on Lucas's shoulder, and then leaves him standing there alone, later finding a thick wad of cash in her coat pocket. Aria gets no peace on the dance floor either. Her former babysitter, Simone, is visiting town and has off-the-charts chemistry with Ezra. They share stories of European travels that leave Aria seething with jealousy until Ezra assures her in the parking lot that he only has eyes for her. Mid-party, Spencer manages to swipe the keys from Ian's coat and breaks into his office to search for the laptop, only to get caught by Caleb, who decides to just sit back and watch the chaos. Emily, devastated after a cold phone call with with Maya, ends up drinking from Hannah's stolen flask, and nearly confronts Ian in front of everyone, forcing Spencer to do damage control. Back at the Hastings house, the laptop reappears on the coffee table. The incriminating video of Ian has been completely wiped. In its place, A left a photo of Allison from the night she vanished, walking through Spencer's backyard with a mysterious shadow following close behind. Spencer stares at the image, and her expression makes it crystal clear that she knows exactly whose shadow that is. Arya spends the early morning hours analyzing the photo of Allison and figures out the shot was taken from Jason DeLaurentis' house. Spencer goes after him, and Jason confirms the photo looks real, dropping the bombshell that Ian was part of his crew, a group of friends who spent the whole summer getting high and hiding secrets. Over at the Marin house, Ashley is on the verge of being exposed and losing everything. Mistress Potter, the owner of the stolen money, has scheduled a bank visit, but in one of those macabre miracles that only happen in Rosewood, the elderly woman suffers a massive heart attack before the meeting. The universe really does play favorites, and Ashley breathes a sigh of relief. At school, things get tense at the pool. Emily is shattering every record, which sparks Paige's fury. The rivalry crosses the line of good sportsmanship when Paige makes homophobic remarks in the locker room and later literally tries to drown Emily in the pool. Meanwhile, A tries to force Hannah to hand over a museum ticket to Ella Montgomery, which would bust Arya and Ezra on their first real out-of-town date. But Hannah chooses friendship. With the help of Caleb, who sabotages Ella's car engine, A's plan is foiled, and Arya enjoys her romantic day with her teacher, completely oblivious. The search for answers leads Spencer to the bead vendor who makes the town's name bracelets. The woman reveals that someone ordered fake versions of the jewelry using the name Spencer Hastings. This triggers a flashback to the night Allison disappeared. Spencer confesses to her friends. She is the shadow in the photo. The two had a terrible fight. Spencer screamed that Allison was dead to her, and she marched after her friend into the dark. Guilt eats her alive, but the girls comfort her. The peace is short-lived. Looking out the window, they find Jason staring them down from his house. And somewhere in town, the bracelet vendor pours tea for a black-gloved figure, complimenting her customers' interesting eyes and promising she did exactly as asked. Toby's mailbox gets completely smashed right off the bat. The whole town seems to hate the guy, which finally makes Spencer's guilty conscience kick in for doubting him. And since Rosewood's favorite sport is prying into other people's lives, she comes up with the perfect excuse to get close. She becomes his French tutor. Meanwhile, Arya finds a museum ticket in her dad's coat and panics, thinking she's been caught red-handed with Ezra. But the situation is way weirder. Byron starts acting shady, making up excuses about blind dates. Arya ropes Hannah into a late-night school espionage mission, expecting to catch her dad with a mistress. Instead, they find Arya's own parents, Byron and Ella, making out in the library, a classic case of intramarital cheating. In that same library, Hannah discovers someone living in the air vents. After a chase straight out of a horror movie, the squatter is revealed, Caleb. The guy is living at school because he has nowhere else to go. Hannah, who can't see a problem without trying to fix it, hides him in her own basement, praying her mom doesn't find out. At the pool, the rivalry between Emily and Paige hits its breaking point. Paige gets aggressive, but later shows up drenched in rain at Emily's door to apologize.
Sorry, Emily.
The two end up sharing a highly vulnerable moment, and Emily helps her rediscover the joy of swimming just for fun. The atmosphere gets really heavy at the Hastings house. Spencer confronts her sister about Ian's lies, but Melissa hits back with game-changing news. She's pregnant with his baby. As if that weren't enough, Toby shuts Spencer out on her front porch, but hands back his French book with a hidden note. He warns her that he found a message in Jenna's room and that Spencer was right. They are being watched. And of course, A is already practicing French while caressing a bizarre arsenal of tools. The tension among the girls is still thick, but they manage to decode the Braille message. B-A-D, straight to the point. Arya finally forgives Hannah, realizing that A is actively trying to destroy their friendship. Hannah has bigger problems. Hiding a teenage boy in the basement is no easy task, especially with her mom sniffing around the house. Speaking of Ashley Marin, she tries to return the stolen money to Mistress Potter's safety deposit box, but runs into the deceased woman's supposed nephew, a mystery Mr. Leland, who's there for the inheritance. Caleb puts his hacker skills to work and finds out the real Leland died years ago. The guy is a con artist. This ends up saving Ashley's skin, as the imposter bails before noticing the money is missing from the box. In the school cafeteria, Paige's dad causes a massive scene, demanding to know if Emily is only on the swim team because she's gay. Ezra goes into hero mode and escorts the guy out before things escalate. But the best moment comes later. Pam, Emily's mom, who up until now had been full of reservations, marches right up to Paige's dad and puts him in his place. You can't help but cheer at her fierce defense. And the drama with Paige doesn't stop there. After the whole ordeal, she hops into Emily's car, totally panicked, steals a kiss from her, and bolts with a frantic, "Don't tell anyone." For Toby, things are finally starting to look up. The evidence against him has been compromised, and the murder charges are dropped. He is free from house arrest. Spencer gives him a ride to celebrate his freedom, and on the way, the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Toby didn't know what 214 meant, but as they drive, they pass a roadside motel. The camera zooms in on one of the doors, room 214. The school decides to put on a play called The Bad Seed, which is basically about a little girl terrorizing her town. Subtle irony, right? Ezra is directing, Aria becomes the stage manager to be close to him, and the rest of the girls join the cast. Hannah and Caleb's basement cohabitation reaches a new level of awkwardness when they run into each other in the shower. Hannah panics, steps into the water fully clothed, and covers his mouth so her mom doesn't hear. The vibe is weird, but what was glaringly obvious finally happens later. The two acknowledge the tension and share their first kiss. Meanwhile, Ian keeps giving off major creep vibes. He's packing up old boxes and casually drops that Allison was a psycho stalker. To make matters worse, Emily and Spencer catch Ian handing a suspicious bag to Jenna. During play rehearsals, lines about purely evil characters trigger memories for the girls. They recall a frat party where a girl fell down the stairs. And who was standing at the top, looking down with cold indifference? Ian. Paranoia peaks when Spencer digs through a box of theater props and finds a golf trophy with Ian's name on it, supposedly from the weekend Allison vanished. The worst part, the base is covered in dried blood. Convinced they've found the murder weapon, the girls rush to the police station and hand it over. But underestimating A is always a fatal mistake. The detective informs them that the trophy is a fake. The blood isn't human, it's rat blood, and the golf tournament never even happened. A text from A chimes in right after, warning that rats who squeak get bloodied. In the final scene, the warning gets quite literal. A is keeping cages of white rats, each labeled with one of the girls' names. Spencer's cage? It's empty. Instead of busting Ian, the investigators now have their sights set on them, especially Spencer. And to make matters worse, Garrett Reynolds, a former neighbor turned cop, joins the case. Melissa and Ian play dirty, painting Spencer as the crazy, jealous little sister. Desperate to prove her innocence, Spencer teams up with Toby, forming the town's most unexpected and highly functional alliance. They rent the motel room right next to Jenna's and play detective. There's even a classic romantic tension moment featuring a board game and Spencer falling asleep clutching him. But the next morning brings a reality check. They realize A tricked them with a tape recorder playing the flute and a bag full of ice. A literal cold trail. Caleb's basement hideout goes down the drain when Hannah's mom notices the toilet seat left up and an absurd amount of food missing. She kicks him out, but Hannah goes after him. The two camp out in the woods, open up about their rough pasts with social workers, and share their first real kiss. Meanwhile, Paige takes Emily to a dive bar karaoke spot in the middle of nowhere just so she can sing Pink and kiss her in the parking lot without being seen. Emily enjoys it, but when Paige refuses to be seen with her in public the next day, Emily puts her foot down and warns her that she's not going back into the closet for anyone. Aria gets her moment of bravery too. After stalling for a while, she finally tells Ezra the truth about the prank that blinded Jenna, the Jenna thing. Surprisingly, he is incredibly understanding. The tide turns completely against Spencer when she comes home to find the police waiting. Melissa drops the bomb that the infamous Hilton Head weekend with Ian was actually to get an abortion, but she lost the baby beforehand. Garrett announces that Spencer is now an official person of interest in the murder investigation, and A, comfortably seated in an armchair, watches a video loop of the girl's despair from the front row. With the cops rummaging through every last drawer in Spencer's bedroom, the walls are closing in. Toby provides the kind of moral support only the town's former public enemy number one could, teaching Spencer how to keep her composure and not show fear. But things take a dark turn when Spencer's mom reveals they found fibers from Toby's sweater on Allison's bracelet, suggesting Spencer herself took it off the corpse. A theory worthy of a bad horror movie. Arya, on the other hand, discovers her parents are secretly hooking up again. The family dynamic seems to be improving until she writes a steamy text to Ezra and sends it to the wrong person, straight to her mom. To prevent the police from finding evidence of her forbidden romance if her house gets searched, she stashes her mementos of her teacher in Emily's bag. Hannah and Caleb's camping romance is incredibly short-lived. The girls overhear the guy talking on the phone and quickly figure out he's been spying on Hannah for Jenna, trading fake intel for cash. The ironic detail? The blackmail payment came in the form of a flash drive disguised as an owl pendant he'd been carrying around. Hannah doesn't take this lying down. She delivers an epic slap to Jenna's face right in the middle of the school bathroom, breaks into Caleb's locker, and completely shuts him out of her life, while Emily deals with Paige playing straight and going out with Sean just to keep up appearances. Spencer finds Ian lurking in the dark at her house, cynically suggesting she skip town before she gets arrested. She remembers running away at age 7 and how no one even noticed she was gone. In the end, a heartbroken Hannah breaks down crying in the shower, and A, never missing a beat, sends her a shattered glass heart. A not so subtle message that things can always break a little more. The annual Rosewood Founders Festival arrives, proving once again that public events in this town are just magnets for disaster. Spencer's family wants to use her as the poster girl for the church booth for some PR damage control, demanding she stay away from Toby. Spoiler alert, it doesn't work. Caleb decides to leave town and writes a passionate letter confessing his love for Hannah. He makes the amateur mistake of asking Mona to deliver it. True to character, Mona crumbles it up, tosses it in the trash, and spills a drink on it. Hannah watches Caleb's bus drive away without knowing he tried to say goodbye, and the two share nothing but a frustrated final look. Emily also closes a chapter. She officially gives up on Paige, who keeps throwing closeted tantrums and being rude to Samara, a girl from an LGBTQ+ support group who has more chemistry with Emily in 5 minutes than Paige had all season. Arya snoops on Ezra's computer and discovers he has an ex-fiancé. Instead of making a fake profile to stalk the woman, she asks him point blank, and he swears it's ancient history. The problem is that Detective Garrett knocks on the teacher's door right after their romantic rendezvous, sniffing around the apartment for traces of a female presence. At the festival, Spencer catches Ian in a lie about the hotel rooms in Hilton Head. Shortly after, she gets lured into the funhouse hall of mirrors by a fake text and is locked inside by A. When she finally gets out, she bumps into Ian holding a crowbar. Amidst the panic, and right in front of her shocked family, she throws the rules out the window and kisses Toby in front of the entire town. The big reveal hits when Emily remembers a snow globe Allison gave her. Inside it, a key. The girls track down a storage unit and find a flash drive loaded with creepy voyeur videos of their most intimate moments, plus footage of Jenna herself seducing Toby. Allison knew everything. The spying game has been going on way longer than they ever imagined. The girls are in shock reviewing Allison's flash drive. Spencer, always the group strategist, decides the best move is to confront Jenna before going to the cops. The rest of the group thinks it's a terrible idea, but once Spencer makes up her mind, there's no stopping her. Arya, meanwhile, nearly has a heart attack. First, because Ezra warns her the police were asking questions at school, and second, because she finds out his new college job comes with a special bonus. Jackie, his ex-fiancée. Nothing like some romantic drama in the middle of a murder investigation. When the girls finally corner Jenna with the compromising video, the narrative flips upside down. Turns out, Allison used that video to blackmail Jenna, threatening to bury her alive if she ever returned to town. Jenna seems strangely sincere, and the pieces begin to fall into place. Riding the momentum, the four set up a Mission Impossible-style trap. They use a burner phone to blackmail Ian, demanding 10 grand for the video. But of course, plans in Rosewood never go smoothly. After a minor car crash involving Melissa, Spencer goes back to the church alone to grab her sister's phone. That's when the terror really sets in. Ian corners Spencer, revealing his plan to kill her and stage a suicide to frame her for Allie's murder. The fight in the bell tower is brutal, and just as Ian is about to throw Spencer off the edge, a mysterious figure in a black hoodie appears out of nowhere and shoves the villain. Ian is left dangling from the bell ropes, apparently Spencer survives, and her friends arrive with the cops. But here comes the real gut punch. The tower is empty. Ian's body has simply vanished. And like clockwork, A texts their phones, warning them that it's not over until A says it's over. The church rescue has barely ended when Officer Garrett proves whose side he's really on. On the way to the precinct, he stops his squad car and tells the girls to clean up their story, demanding they leave the blackmail and the money out of their statements. The worst part is that Jenna is standing nearby in the shadows, listening to every single detail. The next morning, the four face a literal trial at home. None of the parents buy the murder and stalker story. In the adults' minds, the girls are just traumatized and obsessed with Ian, which earns them all a one-way ticket to group therapy. At Dr. Sullivan's office, the silence is deafening. The girls actually want to open up, but their phones start buzzing with threats from A. The paranoia reaches such an absurd level that when they finally gather the courage to speak, Spencer notices Ezra's college degree hanging on the therapist's wall. The message is clear. A sees and hears everything. They back down, and the frustrated psychologist recommends to the parents that the girls be separated. No hanging out, no friendship. Meanwhile, the town is buzzing. The local paper reports that Ian fled, since the blackmail money was found near his abandoned car. But that theory flies out the window when Melissa gets a text from a blocked number signed by him, apologizing and saying it isn't safe to come back yet. Even though they're banned from seeing each other, the friends sneak out in the middle of the night to an abandoned greenhouse to discuss the grim possibility that Ian is still alive. They test the messenger by asking the name they picked for Melissa's baby, and the answer is spot on. But their relief evaporates instantly when they realize they aren't alone. Someone is watching their every move from the greenhouse roof. The vibe in the greenhouse goes from zero to horror movie in seconds. Someone starts throwing rocks at the glass roof, proving that the girl's secret hideout is already public knowledge to A. They sprint out into the night, and on their way, run straight into Jason DeLaurentis, back at the old house, tossing the tributes from Allison's memorial into the trash. The next day, the punishment of isolation starts to weigh on them. At school, the friends sit at separate tables in the cafeteria, exchanging sad glances while A sends texts mocking their loneliness. But if the parents thought a grounding would stop this squad from investigating, they clearly don't know their daughters. Arya is still trapped in that torturous back and forth with Ezra. Frustrated by his delays, she leaves a breakup letter at his apartment and tries to move on, but old habits die hard. After a farewell speech loaded with subtext from him in class, Arya chases down the teacher's car, and the two surrender to a dramatic kiss in the parking lot. The danger, however, takes no breaks for romance. Arya goes to Spencer's house and finds a broken window. Before she can even process it, a hooded figure shoves her hard against the cabinets and bolts out the front door. Spencer arrives shortly after, and panic sets in. Was it A, or worse, Ian looking for revenge? That suspicion gains traction by the end of the day. Spencer notices Melissa's boots are covered in fresh mud. She gathers her friends on the street to warn them that her sister might have met up with Ian in the woods. Mid-conversation, Jason pops up again, explaining that the freshly dug dirt in his yard is for a new fence. But as the street empties and night falls, someone wearing black leather gloves pets a dog on the neighbor's lawn. The walls are closing in. Spencer wakes up from a nightmare about a hooded figure straight into the reality of having a flashlight shined in her face. It's Melissa, hunting for her wedding ring, which she took off due to pregnancy swelling. Spencer uses the distraction to try and snoop on her sister's phone for clues about Ian, but Melissa shuts that down immediately and hides the device. At school, the girls continue to meet in secret in the bathrooms. In true teen Mission Impossible style, the focus soon shifts to Arya, who decided to take an extension course at Hollis College to be close to Ezra. They finally kiss on campus, believing they are acting like normal adults, but Ezra's ex, Jackie, catches it all from afar, and as if the universe wanted to test Arya, she ends up in the same pottery class as Jenna. In a pure panic move, Arya pretends to be a student named Anita. The disguise holds up for a while, with Jenna opening up emotionally about how much she misses the sunlight on the water, but the facade crumbles when Jenna recognizes Arya's voice, completely snaps, and furiously kicks her out.
Jenna, blow it out!
Meanwhile, Spencer remains obsessed with the idea that Jason is hiding Ian at his house. When Toby gets a carpentry job there, Spencer panics. Her solution? Take her sister's lost ring, pawn it, and buy the truck Toby wanted so badly to ensure his independence. At least the impulsive plan results in the couple's first "I love you." Hannah is also busy playing Cupid for Lucas and secretly deletes a text from her dad's fiancé, trying to force a reconciliation between him and Ashley. Emily almost forges a letter from the Danby swim scout to convince her mom not to move to Texas. She reconsiders and throws it in the trash, but A fishes it out, sends it to her mom, and leaves a clear warning: Emily isn't going anywhere. That night, the girls follow Melissa and discover her secret supplier is Ren, who hands her a bag of heavy painkillers. Ian is definitely alive, and to make Spencer's life even worse, we see a black-gloved figure buying Melissa's ring at the pawn shop. Spencer's 48-hour deadline at the pawn shop ends in disaster. When she returns with the cash, the owner pretends he's never seen her before and instead of the diamond ring, hands her a rusty horseshoe matching the receipt number. It doesn't take long for her phone to ping, "Got the ring," and Melissa continues to tear the house apart, desperate for the jewelry and Ian's passport. At school, Aria's life gets even more suffocating with her mom, Ella, taking over as her new literature teacher. But the real family problem is her brother Mike. Aria discovers he's been skipping school, and worse, he's the intruder who has been breaking into Spencer's and Emily's houses lately. Mike plays dirty and blackmails her. If she tells their parents, he'll tell them she's still hanging out with her friends. Hannah is forced by her mother into a solo therapy session with Dr. Sullivan. At first, she puts up an impenetrable wall, but later returns on her own. She does an exercise where she imagines Allison in the empty chair and lets it all out, stating she no longer needs her and is over her former friend's toxicity. It seems like a healing moment until Dr. Sullivan finds her office completely trashed that night with the message "Nosy bitches die" written in blood on the wall. The tension fully explodes when Spencer discovers a suitcase in the barn containing her sister's underwear, the painkillers, and Ian's passport. With Ren's help, she convinces Melissa that Ian needs urgent medical attention, forcing her sister to take them to the hideout. The other girls follow them. When they arrive at an old barn out in the middle of nowhere, Melissa lets out a blood-curdling scream. Ian is dead on the floor, with a gunshot to the head and a suicide note confessing to Allison's murder. The scene feels like the definitive end to a nightmare, until Spencer notices something on the wall, the perfect outline of a horseshoe that had been removed. And, amidst the chaos, a black-gloved hand silently slips Ian's phone into Spencer's purse. The theory that the nightmare is over crumbles the second Officer Garrett releases the autopsy report. Ian had been dead for at least a week. In other words, the texts Melissa had been receiving weren't from him. Taking on the role of investigator, Emily analyzes the suicide note left in the barn and notices a sinister pattern. The text is made up of identical phrases, always used in their messages to the girls. The confession was forged. Emily also tracks down Logan, the delivery boy who dropped off Ian's hush money weeks ago. He confesses he was hired over the phone by a woman. What Emily doesn't know is that Garrett intercepts the kid shortly after, paying him to leave town and calling Jenna to confirm the problem is handled. Corruption in Rosewood operates in broad daylight. Far from criminal investigations, Hannah decides to solve Caleb's problems. Outraged that his foster mother is pocketing government checks while ignoring him, Hannah corners the woman at school and threatens to sue her using her mother's name. The intimidation tactic works perfectly. The money is handed over to Caleb, and the move earns Hannah a well-deserved kiss. Meanwhile, Aria tries to find common ground with Jason after he catches Mike trying to break into his house again. In a vulnerable moment, Jason confesses he spent months thinking he had killed Allison himself during an alcohol-induced blackout, all because of an anonymous note that read, "I know what you did." Ian's funeral brings a brief moment of peace. Melissa finally lowers her guard and cries, apologizing for not believing her sister. The moment is genuine and sisterly, until Ian's phone, planted by A, starts ringing loudly inside Spencer's purse. Melissa instantly snaps, convinced Spencer has been sending the fake texts and torturing her this whole time. Their relationship is reduced to ashes once again. That same night, a text sends the girls to the cemetery. At Allison's grave, a projector plays the rest of the kissing rock footage the police never found. The video shows Allison falling to the ground, but soon after, she gets up laughing. Ian grabs his jacket, kisses her, and walks away. Allison was alive when he left. Ian isn't the killer, and as the girls process the shock, a hooded figure steals the projector under the cover of night. The girls are at Emily's house folding programs for the Rosewood charity fashion show. Of course, Spencer missed the committee meetings, so it falls on the group to try and save her skin. The mood shifts when Jessica De Laurentiis invites them all to lunch and drops a bombshell. style. She wants the girls to model Allison's old dresses in the show as a tribute. The bizarre factor is sky high, but out of pity for the grieving mother, they agree. Meanwhile, family dramas are in full swing. Hannah gives her dad the cold shoulder, thinking he's about to skip town, but ends up discovering he decided to stay for a very specific reason. He still has feelings for Ashley. Things heat up when the two dance together at the event, confirming all of Hannah's suspicions. Back at the fashion show, Mona has usurped Spencer's throne on the committee, and even hired Noel Kahn as the DJ. The girls hit the runway looking stunning in their dead friends' dresses, with a massive photo of Allison smiling on the big screen. But the tribute turns into a nightmare worthy of Carrie. The image on the screen is altered, turning Allison into a demonic figure with black eyes and flames, while a voice screams that the bitch is back, and the words "evil bitch monster" flash for the entire audience to see. Jessica runs out in terror, and Spencer has to rip the cords out of Noel's equipment to stop the projection. Amidst the chaos, Jason tries to play the hero and breaks a suspicious disc Noel was trying to hand to Arya, which only makes Allison's brother even more enigmatic. And to top off the night, a macabre detail the girls don't even notice. The candles at the event were perfectly aligned to form the letter A. Somewhere out there, our mysterious black-gloved figure relaxes by shopping for a pair of boots online, because apparently, terrorizing teenagers doesn't stop anyone from indulging in some retail therapy. The girls' new dynamic takes an ironic turn when Emily moves into Hannah's house. A doesn't miss a beat and sends a welcome basket to prove they now have two targets under the same roof. Emily, trying to be the perfect guest, prepares a flawless breakfast and starts a heavy training routine, using a muscle rub that, given who it's from, is definitely going to cause trouble. The Montgomerys decide to throw a fancy dinner to celebrate Ella moving back home, and Byron has the brilliant idea to invite Ezra. After all, he's no longer Arya's teacher, so there's absolutely no problem, right? The awkwardness reaches absurd levels when Jason also shows up to dinner with flowers for Arya. Putting Ezra and Jason in the same living room turns into a thinly veiled turf war, but the real disaster strikes when the event is interrupted by the police dropping by to say Mike was arrested for breaking into a house. Arya rushes to toss her brother's room and finds a piece of Jenna's pottery. When she accuses Mike of robbing a blind girl, he drops a valuable piece of info. He took it from Officer Garrett's apartment, not Jenna's. The dark connection between the cop and the girl everyone fears begins to take shape. In the Hastings backyard, Toby digs up a broken piece of a field hockey stick with the family name on it. Spencer's dad reacts incredibly suspiciously, snatching the stick and later burning the evidence in the fireplace. Spencer connects the dots to the night Allison disappeared. She remembers Allie wanting to learn field hockey to impress Ian, and Jason threatening his sister with that exact type of stick. The paranoia reaches its peak, and Spencer starts to believe her own father is covering up the murder. To top it all off, Spencer gets into Garrett's cruiser trying to extract information about the murder weapon, right as she receives a text from Arya saying the cop can't be trusted. Being trapped in the car of a possible accomplice has never been so tense. The suspicion surrounding Garrett is undeniably confirmed when the girls catch the officer parking at Jenna's house, and the two share a passionate kiss by the window. They aren't just allies, they're having an affair. The next day, Emily's overexertion in swimming takes its toll. She collapses in pain in the school hallway and ends up in the hospital. There, Dr. Wren delivers the devastating news. Tests show high levels of human growth hormone in her blood. The mystery of the muscle cream used frantically at Hannah's house suddenly makes sense. A spiked the cream with steroids, putting Emily's health and scholarship at risk. Meanwhile, the Marin household turns into a battlefield. Ashley discovers the wedding invitation for Tom and his new girlfriend Isabel, scheduled for 6 weeks from now. The audacity of Tom sleeping with his ex-wife while planning a wedding with someone else is too much for Ashley, who decides to kick the guy out. Hannah, on the other hand, deals with her own issues when she notices a man in a black sports car tailing Caleb. In a move straight out of classic cinema, she throws on sunglasses and a headscarf, rescues her boyfriend off the street, and whisks him away to hide out at the Hastings isolated cabin. The obsession for answers drives Arya and Spencer to do the unthinkable. Disguised in striped hospital volunteer uniforms, the two sneak into the morgue morgue to steal Allison's autopsy report. The document reveals dark details. The blow to the head was struck from behind with a curved, blunt object, perfectly matching the Hastings family field hockey stick. Worse yet, there was dirt in Allison's lungs, proving the girl took a breath while buried. She was buried alive in her own backyard. The macabre revelation is interrupted by an alarming detail. Page 5 of the report has simply vanished. And as if being in a morgue investigating a homicide wasn't enough, in the back of the room, under the white sheets of the gurneys, one of the figures begins to sit up. Arya has one of those dreams about Ezra under the covers, but the guy who turns around to kiss her is Jason. She wakes up with a start, the alarm blaring and guilt weighing heavy. At the morgue, Spencer tries to hack the system to find page 5 of Allison's autopsy, but comes up empty-handed. To make matters worse, Jenna shows up smiling and blind, talking about a surgery that might restore her vision. A's psychological terror goes up a notch with Emily. Besides threatening to leak her medical records and destroy her swimming career, A forces her to hit on a girl named Zoe right in front of Samara. The plan works. Samara is furious about the betrayal and ends things, leaving Emily isolated once again. Hannah also suffers a heartbreak, but without A's help. The private investigator hired by Caleb's biological mother finally tracks him down. Given the chance to meet his real family, Caleb decides to fly out to California that very night. The two share a heartbreaking goodbye and an I love you, leaving Hannah devastated.
I love you.
I love you too.
Meanwhile, Spencer and Emily decide to investigate Jason's shed. They break into the place and find a dark room. Hung up everywhere are photos of Arya sleeping. It's the kind of creepy discovery that only makes sense in Rosewood. They have to make a run for it when Jason returns. But Emily drops her flashlight. Jason knows someone was there. Later, he runs into Arya and, in a vulnerable moment, confesses he has feelings for her and goes in for a kiss. Arya backs away and leaves, unaware that Jenna and Garrett are watching the whole thing from a car, and the break-in at the shed didn't go unnoticed. In another dark room, a black-gloved figure unveils a freshly developed photograph. The image shows exactly Spencer and Emily snooping around Jason's secrets. Arya confesses to the kiss with Jason to Emily, who immediately throws a bombshell right back, revealing the dark room full of photos of her sleeping. The tension between the girls only grows, and Emily's breakfast is ruined when the letters in her cereal spell out a direct message from A, calling her the weakest link. Searching for answers in Ian's boxes, Spencer and Toby find his yearbook. His photo caption mentions the NAT Club, a group that included Ian, Jason, and Garrett. Spencer translates the acronym from Latin, "We see all." Suddenly, the idea that Ian acted alone goes out the window. There was a whole fan club of stalkers in town. Dealing with her own issues, Hannah tries to make peace with Kate, her future stepsister. Kate invites her horseback riding, humiliates Hannah for her lack of experience, and leaves her behind. When Hannah finally vents to Mona, calling Kate and her friends bitches, she doesn't realize her microphone is still on, broadcasting her insults to the entire country club. A's level of invasion hits a new peak of weirdness. Emily gets a massage gift certificate and fully relaxes on the spa table. What she doesn't know is that the real massage therapist was running late, and the one rubbing her shoulders in the dark room was none other than A. It's a silent, deeply disturbing violation. Jason hands the photos over to Arya, swearing he found the roll of film hidden in Allie's things and just developed the pictures. Spencer, thinking Arya is in danger, tells Ezra about Jason's kiss. Ezra's territorial instinct kicks in and he decides it's time to go public with their relationship. The only problem is that Ella sees Ezra and Spencer talking in his car and jumps to the obvious conclusion. The teacher is having an affair with Spencer. Emily's breaking point finally arrives. She rushes to Dr. Sullivan's office at the crack of dawn, and the other girls soon join her. For the first time, they spill everything. They open up about A, the blackmail, and the stalking that started even before Allison's funeral. The therapist is appalled to realize the burden these teenagers have been carrying on their own. Outside, Rosewood's secrets keep leaking. Toby catches Garrett and Jenna kissing in a car, confirming that their relationship goes way beyond favors. At the wedding rehearsal dinner, Kate puts her revenge plan against Hannah into motion. Acting like the best friend in the world, she offers Hannah a bottle of water spiked with vodka and pretends to drink along with her. Hannah, already vulnerable, gets completely drunk and ends up throwing up on Isabel's wedding dress. Hannah's dad explodes in anger and kicks her out of the hotel. Grandma Regina even catches on to Kate's unspiked water bottle setup, but the damage is already done. Spencer presses her dad until she gets the truth about Allison's grandmother's will. Peter confesses confesses he illegally altered the document to include Jason because the De Laurentiis family blackmailed him. They knew a dark secret of his and used it to ensure Jason wouldn't look like a suspect who murdered his sister for money. Dr. Sullivan starts being harassed by A with creepy phone calls playing recordings of her own voice. She tries to go to the police for help but bumps into Garrett and realizes she can't trust anyone. Digging through her office files, she puts the pieces together. The notes from a specific patient, who always referred to a group of girls as nosy bitches, perfectly match A's texts. She calls the girls saying she has uncovered the stalker's identity and tells them all to come to her office. But when they arrive, the room is empty. A got there first. Spencer, Hannah, and Arya are in an interrogation room, covered in dirt, as Detective Wilden hurls the heaviest accusation yet: homicide.
Homicide is a capital offense in the state of Pennsylvania, and you girls are going down.
12 hours earlier, chaos was brewing. Dr. Sullivan has vanished without a trace, and A delivers a macabre gift to Spencer's house: a box full of creepy dolls with ransom instructions. Arya needs to get rid of Jackie, Hannah has to stop her own father's wedding, and Spencer must keep Toby safe. As Spencer aptly notes, A is acting as the ultimate frenemy, forcing the girls to do what they secretly already wanted to do, but ensuring their worlds come crashing down in the process. Arya uses Jackie's plagiarized articles to blackmail her into leaving Hollis. Hannah crashes her dad's ceremony and drops the bombshell that he recently slept with his ex-wife, destroying the wedding in front of everyone. Spencer does the dirty work and breaks Toby's heart, pushing him away for good to protect him. But Emily's task is the worst. Guided by a car GPS to an isolated barn, she is locked inside with a running car engine. Barely able to breathe, Emily is dragged out by a mysterious figure and has a vision, or a hallucination, of Allison. Allie says she knows who A is, kisses her, and disappears.
Do you know who Ray is? Of course I do.
When the other girls find the coordinates left at the barn, they rush into the woods and start digging, thinking they're going to save the therapist. Instead, they unearth a creepy mannequin. The sound of a helicopter and police surrounding the area confirm it. It was all a perfectly orchestrated trap. Behind the scenes at the police station, Garrett and Jenna celebrate. After all, they were the ones who forged the missing autopsy page and manipulated Jason. And Dr. Sullivan, alive, sipping coffee at a roadside diner, receiving an envelope from A themselves after completing her part in the plan. Flashing back to Halloween 2008 proves that Rosewood has always been a minefield of secrets. Allison still rules the clique with an iron fist, dictating the rules and flaunting her natural talent for manipulation. The festive mood quickly sours. Arya catches her dad, Byron, making out with his student Meredith in the car. Instead of owning up to his mistake, Byron puts the weight of the world on his daughter's shoulders, asking her to lie to her mom. Meanwhile, Spencer is freaking out over the class president election, terrified of disappointing her parents and losing to the perfect shadow of her sister, Melissa. Allison, helpful in her own twisted way, rigs the votes and secures her friend's victory. It's when the new girl Jenna arrives in town that the dynamic shifts. Allison tries to tame her right off the bat, but Jenna declines the invitation to be just another blind follower. The result? They both show up at Noel Kahn's party dressed as Lady Gaga. An instant rivalry is born. During the party, Allison receives a mysterious text and lures the girls to a super creepy abandoned house. Inside, she is attacked by a masked guy with a knife. The girls panic and flee with her, only for Allison to start laughing moments later. It was all a sick prank to test their loyalty. But Allison's smile quickly fades. She discovers that Noel, the guy she paid to scare them, never even left the party, meaning whoever attacked her in the abandoned house was someone else, possibly Lucas, who spent the whole day being humiliated by her and was wearing an identical costume. At the end of the night, the girls find a smashed pumpkin on the porch with a threatening note. The signature is unmistakable. Long before tormenting the four friends, A was already hunting Allison. Doing community service picking up trash isn't exactly the ideal scenario, but the vibe between the girls seems even worse. They trade barbs, shove each other's school supplies, and act as if they're about to sever ties forever. Emily even uses the classroom chalkboard to confirm a deal with A. It's all very dramatic and, thankfully, completely fake. It's a brilliant piece of theater to make the enemy lower their guard. While the grand plan takes shape, Arya decides to implode her own life. She and Ezra finally gather the courage and tell her parents the truth about their relationship. Byron and Ella's reaction is exactly as expected. Absolute shock and revulsion. The one who shuts down the debate with his own hands is her younger brother Mike, who lands a solid punch right in Ezra's face. A classic family dinner. That night, the greenhouse trap is sprung. Emily waits alone with the supposed box of evidence A wants so badly. The problem with luring a psychopath is that they usually show up. The hooded figure appears, opens the box, sees it's empty, and lunges at Emily with full force, trying to suffocate her on the ground. Arya and Spencer burst in just in time, forcing A to smash through the glass roof and flee into the woods. And that's when Hannah's timing shines. She comes tearing down the road in her car and runs A right over. Any normal person would stay down, but the mysterious figure simply gets up and vanishes into the darkness, proving they might just be made of titanium. Despite the escape, the impact yields a priceless trophy. Lying in the dirt, illuminated by the broken headlight, is A's cell phone. The hunt has finally turned the tables, and the villains melt down upon reaching their own car, realizing they lost the device, and smashing the rearview mirror in a rage confirms it perfectly. The girls return to the greenhouse, thinking they are closer than ever to finding out who A is, but the answer comes in the form of glass crashing down from the ceiling. Wasting no time, they flee and go straight to the only tech-savvy person in town, Caleb. He plugs in the phone abandoned by A, but the owner wipes it remotely. All that's left is a macabre photo of 4 dolls. Meanwhile, family drama reaches its peak. Arya's parents forbid any contact with Ezra. Byron even pays a visit to the teacher's apartment, tries to intimidate him, and leaves threatening to call the police. Speaking of complicated relationships, Spencer tells Toby they need to keep their distance for his own safety, which naturally ends with the two of them making out in his truck. Classic. From the window, Spencer catches Garrett freaking out on the phone with Jenna about bringing a third person into their scheme. Emily starts her community service at the crisis hotline and ends up reading a familiar transcript. The plot thickens quickly. She realizes the guy on the line is A's helper. Completely ignoring the imminent danger, Hannah decides it's a great idea to use Spencer's lake house to throw a surprise party for Caleb. During the event, Emily takes a call from the clinic and hears the suspect's voice live. It's Lucas, and worse, he just got into a rowboat with Hannah. In the middle of the dark lake, Lucas's tone shifts, tension cuts through the air. Hannah panics, pushes the boy into the water, and ends up falling in too. She manages to swim back to shore and find her friends. Lucas doesn't surface, but someone wearing black gloves fishes his shoe out of the water. Hannah barely has time to dry off from her forced dip when she grabs a glass of water and almost swallows a mouthful of the lake. The reminder comes immediately, a text from A saying they are her worst nightmare. Trying to focus on actual clues, Spencer ransacks the attic and finds a receipt from Philadelphia. She and Arya hop a train to investigate and stumble upon a rehabilitation center for the visually impaired, the exact same place where Jenna spent some time. Using her privacy-invading skills, Spencer steals the logbook and discovers that Garrett signed Jenna out the very night Allison was killed, and they never signed back in. Arya, meanwhile, is living her own clandestine romantic comedy. She uses a childhood friend, Holden, as a cover for fake dates while trying to see Ezra. Holden surprisingly plays along with the charade, since he also has his own secrets to hide from his parents. The Lucas mystery is finally resolved, and it has nothing to do with attempted murder. He shows up in Hannah's room and confesses the real reason for his desperation. He lost $4,000 of Caleb's money betting on basketball and had been selling his comic books to try and get it back. A relief, sure, but that means A's helper from the greenhouse is still at large. And to prove that peace doesn't last a minute, the girls sit down for Chinese takeout and discover their noodles have been replaced with dirt and live worms. Just another normal dinner in Rosewood. In the shadows, A is seen loosening the screws on a scaffolding. Caleb keeps digging into the data from A's phone and recovers a revealing video. In it, Ian, Garrett, and Jenna are in Allison's bedroom searching for the secret NAT club tapes. The girls realize these tapes might be the real reason for Allie's death. The problem is that Garrett realizes Caleb is onto them. The scaffolding A sabotaged finally takes its toll. Toby is dismantling the structure at Spencer's house when the whole thing collapses. He ends up in the hospital with a broken arm, and A makes sure to text Spencer, warning her that next time he won't be so lucky. Going into absolute panic mode, Hannah decides the best way to protect Caleb is to throw the flash drive with the evidence into the blender and pulse it to dust.
What are you? Hey! Hannah! Hannah! What the hell?
I don't care. You are out of the phone tech business. As of now.
Spencer, on the other hand, chooses the path of dramatic sacrifice. She asks Emily to go to the hospital and lie to Toby, telling him Spencer is seeing another guy. The plan works so well that Toby leaves town, leaving only his truck keys behind. Meanwhile, Arya elevates the drama to Nicholas Sparks movie levels. She waits for Ezra in the rain on a park bench until he shows up, and the two kiss in the middle of the street, stopping traffic. They know it's dangerous, but they decide to try and make it work. In the end, Hannah's sacrifice with the blender was in vain. Caleb reveals he has backups of everything, but he demands the truth if they want to keep getting his help. The walls are closing in from all sides, and just to make it clear who's in control, A cuts up photos of Arya with Ezra and Spencer with Toby, tossing the guys' halves straight into the fire. 2 down, 2 to go. The tension rises as Caleb tries to crack the encryption on A's phone, and the girls make the worst possible decision. They start ignoring Hannah's calls to focus on the hack. Hannah, of course, feels sidelined. The effort yields something bizarre, a fake ID of Allison as a brunette under the name Vivian Darkbloom. Meanwhile, Arya continues her charade, using her childhood friend Holden as a cover to meet up with Ezra. The problem is that Byron, Arya's dad, decides to play Architect of Destiny and recommends Ezra for a job in New Orleans. It's the oldest trick in the book to get rid of a daughter's unwanted boyfriend. Family drama also hits Emily. Her mother returns home, and Maya decides the best dinner conversation topic is insinuating drug use, creating an unnecessary awkwardness that only gets resolved later. But the real nightmare is at Rosewood High. Kate, Hannah's new stepsister, arrives playing the good girl. A sends Hannah a clear warning. Either Caleb stops digging into the phone, or her mom's bank theft gets leaked. Spencer, with her relentless photographic memory, remembers Kate from a horse camp and uses a humiliating photo to blackmail the girl into leaving Hannah alone. Cornered, Hannah finally confesses her mom's secret to Caleb. Following the Vivian Darkbloom lead, Spencer finds a claim ticket hidden inside a copy of Lolita. It feels like a small victory until A brutally flips the script. A nude photo of Kate is blasted to the entire school, sent straight from Hannah's phone. To top off the night, a figure in black gloves breaks into Spencer's father's office and steals a revolver. The fallout from the nude photo is immediate. The whole school is dragged into Truth Up Day, which is basically a mandatory, tense version of the Breakfast Club, where everyone spends the night at school to air out their dirty laundry. Claim ticket in hand, Spencer retrieves a red coat belonging to Vivian. In the pocket, a phone number. But the real bombshell drops when Jason returns to town demanding to speak with Spencer's dad. She eavesdrops on the conversation, and the Hastings castle crumbles. Her dad is also Jason's dad. He cheated on his wife with Allison's mom. The Rosewood family tree is an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Tamborelli refuses to let Emily back on the swim team. That's when Mona proves her worth. Without breaking a sweat, she hacks his computer, finds proof that he accepts bribes, and blackmails him into reinstating Emily. Mona is terrifying when she wants to be. Hannah, trying to clear her name, notices that Kate's nude photo is missing her birthmark. Kate photoshopped it herself to frame Hannah. With Arya and Emily's help, they corner the girl in the bathroom, record her confession, and deliver a checkmate. During the early hours, things spiral out of control. Noel corners Arya on the roof, but Holden appears out of nowhere and lands a martial arts kick on the guy, proving he's hiding a lot more than just suspicious pills in his backpack. Emily finally works up the courage and calls the number from the coat. A man answers and demands a meeting, but as everyone sleeps in the gym, A slips through the sleeping bags and steals Caleb's laptop. With the laptop in enemy hands, panic sets in. Garrett and the police raid the school with a warrant and confiscate Caleb's machine. A planted hacked school files on it to frame him. The clock starts ticking. Arya discovers Holden's real secret. He has a heart condition that could kill him at any moment, but he'd rather risk his life fighting in underground martial arts tournaments than sit on the couch. Terrified, she watches one of his fights, but he wins. Meanwhile, Byron tries to ambush one of Arya and Ezra's dates, but the teacher spots the trap at the last second and bails. Arya focuses on the main mystery and meets Jonah, the guy from the phone. He reveals that Allie's alter ego hired him to find out who was sending her those blocked anonymous texts. He has a name but demands $2,000 for the information. The story gets darker when Jason tells Spencer he found a false bottom in Allie's room containing $15,000 and old love letters between Spencer's dad and Jason's mom. Ali was clearly blackmailing Spencer's own father, or someone very close close to him. At the police precinct, tension reaches its breaking point. Caleb is forced to enter his password while Garrett hovers over him. Across town, Hannah and Spencer race against time to access the laptop remotely. In a stroke of genius, Hannah guesses the last digits of the password, 11:05, the date she and Caleb first slept together. In a pace worthy of a heist movie, they delete the files in the exact fraction of a second that Garrett opens the folder. It's a perfect digital wipe. Emily is devastated when Maya's parents find an old joint and decide to send her back to rehab, prompting the girl to run away from home. Out of options, Spencer asks Jason for the $2,000. And out on the dark street, A silently watches Emily through her window. Arya and Spencer are in a park, handing an envelope of cash to Jonah. All this for a lead on who is sending Allison anonymous texts. The guy hands over an address, but the duo has to abort the mission right then and there because Garrett appears out of nowhere, watching them from his car. Meanwhile, A's blackmail levels up. Mona receives threats featuring a very compromising photo of Ashley, Hannah's mom, with Detective Wilden. Hannah becomes completely paranoid trying to hide the secret. At the Hastings household, Spencer drops a massive bombshell on her sister's lap. Jason is their half-brother. Melissa is furious and takes it out on their mother, and the walls close in on her even further when Caleb manages to recover the rest of that video shot in Allison's bedroom. The twist is that it's not Allison who walks into the room, but Melissa herself, foaming with rage and asking, "Where is she?"
Where is she? Oh my god.
Arya, Hannah, and Emily decide to check out the address Jonah gave them. The place is an abandoned law office, the exact place where Melissa used to intern. The exploration ends badly when a creepy guy yells from inside, the alarm goes off, and Arya ends up hurting her leg in the desperate getaway. To cope with her family stress, Spencer makes the worst possible decision. She sneaks some liquor and ends up kissing Ren at his apartment. Arya, meanwhile, faces a different kind of drama. Ezra confesses that maybe their relationship has no future. She breaks down in tears, and Ella, seeing her daughter's state, goes knocking on the teacher's door. In a maternal plot twist, she doesn't go there to pick a fight, but rather to try to listen and understand their dynamic before taking any drastic measures. Hannah's day goes from bad to worse when her mom finds the police report planted by A on her bed. To top it off, the cops knock on Emily's door wanting to talk about Maya, and somewhere in town, a dark-gloved figure is practicing target shooting with a gun, and they don't miss a single shot. The dust hasn't even settled, and Emily already has to deal with the fact that Maya ran away from home. With her dad's help, she goes to the bus station to investigate and finds out her girlfriend did indeed buy a ticket to San Francisco, but was seen talking to someone in a dark car beforehand. At the Hastings household, the concept of trust doesn't exist. Melissa confesses to Spencer that she was the one sending anonymous threatening texts to Allison to keep her away from Ian. The worst part is that she suspects their own father is involved in the murder. Spencer plays detective in his office and finds a check stub for 15 grand withdrawn in cash. It's the night of the father-daughter dance at school. Emily tries to enjoy her time with her dad, who has just revealed he's being deployed to Afghanistan the next day. Spencer, on the other hand, uses the dance to confront Peter about the money. He swears he wasn't paying off Allison's blackmail, but rather hiring a private investigator because he also thought Melissa had killed the girl. Oh, and to make the family vibe even worse, his gun is missing. Hannah has her own problems. Ashley hands the stolen police report over to Wilden, who demands Hannah's phone for investigation. The girl's brilliant solution? Tossing her own phone into a sink full of soapy water. To save her friend, Arya takes the fall. She sits down with Hannah's mom and lies blatantly, saying the A in the texts stands for Arya and that she made it all up to scare her friend into stopping her shoplifting. Ashley buys the story, at least for now. Following a lead left by Jonah, the girls end up in the next town over. Arya has the idea to wear the red coat that belonged to Allison's alter ego, Vivian. Obviously, this draws attention. A random guy looks at her and drops a Vivian. At the same time, at a nearby newsstand, A buys the daily paper. Maya's photo is plastered on the front page under the headline, Missing Girl. Arya talks to Duncan, the guy who mistook her for Allison's alter ego. When she tells him her friend is dead, his shock seems very genuine. He reveals a game-changing detail. Allison loved flying in airplanes with him to feel safe. And most importantly, on the weekend she disappeared, she took a flight with him and and arrived in town hours earlier than anyone thought. According to Duncan, she was different, as if she had figured something out. In the school hallways, the vibe is ice cold. Toby returns to classes accompanying Jenna, who just had eye surgery. He ignores Spencer completely. Hannah tries to play mediator and give the guy a reality check, but he defends his stepsister tooth and nail, making it clear he hasn't forgotten what the girls did to her in the past. Jason hands Spencer and Emily a bag of Allison's old things that Maya had left on his porch. At first, it just looks like a bunch of useless junk wrapped in old newspapers. Meanwhile, Ezra finally steps up. He stands his ground against Arya's dad and turns down the job in New Orleans, saying he won't let Byron control his life. It's a rare win for the couple, and he leaves Arya a passionate voicemail confirming his decision. But things spiral completely out of control at Jason's house. Hannah is outside when she notices smoke pouring out of the windows. She peeks in and sees Jenna unconscious on the floor. Without a second thought, Hannah busts through the door and, with Spencer's help, drags Jenna out milliseconds before the whole house explodes, displaying a level of destruction worthy of a Michael Bay movie. At the hospital, Jenna cries and thanks Hannah for saving her life. We find out that A used Jason's phone to lure her into the trap. Back in Spencer's room, the girls analyze Allison's items again and realize the old newspapers have markings for a specific event. Outside, in the rubble of the burned-down house, A calmly walks over and buries a police badge in the dirt. The line between dream and reality is getting blurrier for Spencer. She has a highly lucid conversation with Allison in her living room, where the deceased leaves a cryptic warning about not ignoring what's right in front of her. When Spencer wakes up and sees the door open and pill bottles nearby, doubt hits her hard. She is officially questioning her own sanity. Meanwhile, Jenna's surgery appears to have been a total failure. She takes off her bandages in front of Toby, cries, and later even shows up at school to apologize to the girls. She swears she isn't the person they should be afraid of, and asks to move forward. An almost touching moment, if we were talking about literally anyone else. The investigation leads the girls to Brookhaven. They discover that Ali used the newspaper classifieds to communicate with A and set up a meeting near a doll hospital. There, they meet Seth, a creepy kid giving off Major the Sixth Sense vibes, who warns them that Ali had been there looking for a voodoo doll. He also mentions that a dark-haired couple wanted to hurt her, and makes a point to note that the woman wasn't blind. Making the trust issues in the Hastings family even worse, Spencer drops the bomb that Jason is her brother, and that Melissa has every motive to have killed Ali. The girls even set a trap, having Caleb and Mona kiss in front of Melissa to see if she sends a threatening text to Hannah. The text arrives, and they assume they've caught the culprit. Their next brilliant idea is to break into the doll shop at night. The result? Lights out, dolls chanting, and a bloody replica of Ali's murder. They narrowly escape being crushed by a falling shelf. That same night, the police finally make a move and arrest Garrett for Allison's murder, right in the middle of his kiss with Melissa. And, just to prove that no one plays fair in Rosewood, Jenna swats a fly out of the air with a newspaper. She can see perfectly. With Garrett behind bars, things should calm down. But the game is far from over. The girls receive invitations to a masquerade ball, along with an ultimatum from A. They have until midnight to uncover A's identity. Scouring Ali's bag for any clue, they find an address that leads them straight to the Lost Woods Resort, a motel in the middle of nowhere that screams psycho from the front desk, right down to the rain pouring outside. The masquerade ball delivers exactly what it promises: drama and clandestine hookups. Arya has a romantic rendezvous in a maze with Ezra, and Emily tries to work things out with Paige. But the main event happens far away from the party. Spencer, unable to let a mystery go, convinces Mona to go back to the motel to investigate room number 2, and they hit the jackpot. They find A's lair. The walls are completely plastered with photos of the girls, maps, newspapers, and sketches for a Black Swan costume, which coincidentally just showed up at the ball. But Spencer is too smart for her own good. Piecing together the final clues in the room, the cashmere sweaters, the brand of gum, she freezes. Mona is A. Before Spencer can do anything, Mona knocks her out with a flashlight.
Because you're A. Sir, you figured it out.
Spencer wakes up in the passenger seat of a speeding car. Mona, driving like a maniac, offers Spencer a spot on the A-team. The motive behind all this torture? Pure jealousy that the girls stole Hannah's friendship. Spencer yanks the emergency brake, buying time for the other girls to arrive. After a struggle on the edge of a cliff, Mona falls over. She survives and is sent straight to Radley with a personality disorder diagnosis. It feels like the end of a nightmare, but the relief is short-lived. The police find a body, and it's Maya's. Emily breaks down sobbing in the middle of the street, a pain that is impossible to watch. And over at Radley, Mona receives a visit from someone in a red coat, whispering that she did everything exactly as she was told. 5 months go by. Summer is coming to an end, but locking Mona up in a psychiatric hospital hasn't brought peace to anyone. Emily is drowning in her grief over losing Maya, turning to alcohol to numb the pain. During a sleepover at Spencer's house, she simply blacks out and disappears. When the girls finally find her, the scene is bizarre. Emily is standing in the middle of the cemetery, holding a shovel, right in front of Allison's desecrated grave. The casket is open, and the body is gone. Acting like the evidence-concealing pros they've become, her friends immediately wipe the prints off the shovel, burn Emily's clothes, and create a foolproof alibi at the lake house. While they try to act natural, each is dealing with her own demons. Arya is having panic attacks and dealing with her parents' inevitable divorce. Hannah has been making secret visits to Radley, trying to get some answers out of a supposedly catatonic Mona. Toby is back in town helping Spencer stay distracted, but she decides to visit Garrett in prison. He drops the bomb that the police almost pinned Allie's death on Spencer and claims to know who stole the body, but he'll only talk if her mother agrees to be his lawyer. Emily's memories of that night start coming back in fragmented flashes, especially the image of a blue convertible. Knowing the game has started over, Spencer takes the girls back to the Lost Woods Resort to show them a 3D model she built of the old lair. They confess they had already gone back there the day after Maya died, but the place was completely empty. The definitive warning comes loud and clear. Spencer's car alarm goes off outside. When they open the doors, the interior is plastered with printed photos of the four of them standing in the cemetery that very night. Their phones chime in sync, delivering the text no one wanted to read.
When I played with dolls, I play with body parts. Hey.
In English Lit, the worst thing you expect to find in your backpack is late homework, but Emily finds a necklace made of human teeth with a friendly message. Dead girls don't smile. The girls rush to the bathroom, Rosewood High's official headquarters, to discuss what to do. They decide to hand the evidence over to the police, but the necklace falls into the toilet, and the automatic sensor flushes it away. The universe clearly isn't cooperating. Meanwhile, Hannah visits Mona at Radley, trying to wring some information out of her. Mona remains catatonic, which makes Hannah lose her temper and throw a chair. Ren, the British doctor who always shows up at the right time, steps in and tries to calm Hannah down with a little psychology. Arya has her own problems with Meredith lurking around the school looking for a job. To make matters worse, she finds Meredith's earring in her locker, a little souvenir from when she and Allie trashed her dad's office. The new A sends a text threatening to tell Byron everything, forcing Arya to get ahead of it and confess. Surprisingly, when Arya tries to return the earring, Meredith says the jewelry isn't hers. On the academic front, Emily takes a makeup test, but has a disturbing flashback to the night Allie's grave was dug up. She was in the car with Jenna, and Jenna was behind the wheel. Dazed, Emily leaves the test half-finished, but Arya's mom, Ella, decides to fill in the rest of the answers out of pity. The big moment, however, takes us back to the school bathroom. The girls leave the mysterious earring on the sink to test a theory. Hiding in the stalls, they watch Jenna walk in, lower her sunglasses, and inspect the earring perfectly. The act is over. Jenna can see. Knowing that Jenna can see changes the whole game. The girls assign Arya to be Jenna's piano accompanist, so she can spy on her house. The tactic works, and Arya finds a sticky note setting up a meeting at a gun shop. Meanwhile, Spencer turns on her detective mode. Her mom has decided to defend Officer Garrett pro bono, and Melissa is suddenly very interested in the case. Suspicious that her sister is lying, Spencer makes a few calls posing as Melissa and discovers that the hospital dates regarding her supposed miscarriage just don't add up. At school, Emily's test drama blows up. She gets a 94%, knows she didn't earn it because she didn't even finish the exam, and confronts Ella. When the board suspects favoritism, Ezra steps in and takes the blame to save Ella's job, proving that at least one adult in Rosewood has some professional self-preservation instincts. Hannah's inner circle is falling apart. Caleb finds out she's still visiting Mona, and during an argument, Hannah lets slip that Mona was the one who ran her over. Outraged, Caleb goes to Radley to confront the villain in person. He drops some harsh truths, and Mona's response is a full-blown psychotic break, flipping the table and screaming. Following the clue from the note, the girls track Jenna to the gun shop. Hannah, fresh out of patience, simply steps in front of her car. Pressured, Jenna confesses she got her sight back but hid it for protection. Regarding the night at the cemetery, she swears she just found Emily drunk on the street and tried to give her a ride, but Emily jumped out of the moving car. She begs them to keep her secret, claiming she's still a target. Jason decides to play dirty and puts up flyers offering a $50,000 reward for information on Allison's remains. Immediately, A sends a text mocking everything they would do with that kind of cash. Trying to soften the blow of her dad dating Meredith, Aria has the brilliant and questionable idea of creating a fake dating profile for her mom, using the screen name Hot Mama. Aria's logic is straight out of a bad rom-com, but at least Ashley Marin supports the initiative and encourages Ella to play along. Emily gets an emotional breather when she meets Nate, Maya's cousin. He delivers a gift Maya had bought for her before she died, a t-shirt from their first date. It's a genuinely heartbreaking moment that brings back the weight of what Emily lost, but the calm is short-lived. Spencer, Aria, and Emily go to Philly to break into Melissa's apartment. They narrowly avoid getting caught red-handed when Melissa comes back for her wallet. Rummaging through her closet, they find a feather that definitively proves Melissa was the Black Swan at the masquerade ball. Confronted, Melissa breaks down. She confesses she had been faking her pregnancy since Ian's death, and that A blackmailed her into wearing the costume to distract Jenna at the ball. As a bonus, Mistress Hastings admits she's only defending Garrett to stop anyone from finding out her husband hired a private investigator to look into their own daughter. The episode really gets heavy for Hannah. A causes Caleb's mom to get into a car accident in California. Terrified, Hannah refuses to tell Caleb the truth, trying to protect him. Feeling shut out and tired of the secrets, Caleb does what any sensible person would do. He breaks up with her and walks away. In the end, Jason calls off the public reward, but withdraws the $50,000 and sets up a shady meeting in a parking lot. The money clearly already has an owner. The silence of Spencer, Aria, and Emily's night stroll through Rosewood is shattered by the sound of sirens. A police cruiser and an ambulance pull up to Garrett's house, and his mom is taken away on a stretcher. Aria glances over and catches a detail: someone in a hoodie watching everything from the shadows. A vanishes quickly, but the message is clear. Mistress Reynolds was taken out of the house for a reason. The next day, the school has a new main attraction. Jenna struts down the hallways, soaking up congratulations from the crowd. The surgery worked, the girl can see again, and the timing couldn't be more suspicious. To celebrate this modern miracle, she decides to throw a birthday party and invites none other than the Liars. Spencer, of course, calls her out on her audacity, but Jenna softly warns her that she's the one calling the shots now. In the midst of this, there's the usual quota of drama. Hannah is heartbroken over Caleb and dodging the church volunteer work her mom signed her up for, but the punishment turns into a clue when she finds a jacket among the donations. Not just any jacket, but the one Emily was wearing the night Allison's grave was dug up. Aria has her own issues too. At Jenna's party, she purposely spills a drink on the event photographer's equipment, just to have an excuse to sneak into his photo studio. There, she finds Lucas's camera bag and discovers film canisters and some mysterious pills. And just like a horror movie, Lucas himself shows up outside, freaking out and banging on the door. The party turns to chaos when Paige drinks too much, falls, and hits her head. At the hospital, the toxicology report reveals the problem wasn't alcohol, but a heavy sedative used on aggressive patients, whose side effect is memory loss. That's when it clicks for Emily. She was drugged that night at the cemetery, the exact same sedative Aria just found in Lucas's bag. Meanwhile, Spencer does what she does best: breaking and entering. She sneaks into Garrett's mom's hospital room and, tucked under the comatose woman's hospital bracelet, finds a cryptic note. April Rose has the proof. The finishing touch? The episode closes with A rummaging through a bag, holding a crumpled photo of Emily and a pill bottle with Maya's name on it. Hannah and Spencer waste no time and decide to bait the hook. They forge a note from Garrett to A, setting up a meeting at the church organ and swap it with the original one at the hospital. The plan is simple: set an ambush and see who takes the bait. Spencer teams up with Jason to investigate this April Rose from the original note. And surprise, it's not a person, it's an antique shop. There they find none other than Allison's anklet on display. Spencer, smart as always, uses a tissue to avoid leaving fingerprints, and Jason buys the piece. Meanwhile, Emily tracks down the address where her jacket was dropped off and ends up at a diner that triggers a turbulent flashback. She remembers solving a paper maze on that night at the cemetery, sitting next to someone with an eye tattoo on their wrist. Later, at the church fair, Emily bumps into Holden, and bingo, the exact same tattoo is on his wrist. He swears it's just a hand stamp from an underground party Maya used to go to, but his discomfort gives away much more. Arya is also dealing with her own mysteries. Snooping through Ezra's sock drawer, she finds a massive wad of cash. He later tries to explain it away by saying he sold his grandfather's car to pay the bills. But that tense look he shoots the drawer while they're hugging fools no one. It's time for the church ambush. Hannah is hiding near the organ, heart in her throat, listening to footsteps approaching. But the person who shows up isn't it's Detective Wilden. He holds up the fake note she planted and accuses the girls of covering for Garrett. Speaking of Garrett, the anklet Spencer and Jason anonymously turned into the police blows up in their faces. The forensics prove the blood on the jewelry belongs to Allison and a second person, but not Garrett. The result? The murder charges against him are dropped. Spencer breaks down in her room, realizing the evidence she found just set the suspect free. To top off the humiliation, A sends a text letting her know Garrett isn't the killer, all while casually eating ice cream and circling an ad for rooms to rent in the newspaper. Allison's ghost takes physical form when the girls bump into Cece Drake. The girl talks, acts, and dresses exactly like their dead queen bee. She even dated Jason in the past. She's basically a clone walking around Rosewood, and the resemblance gives everyone the creeps. The pressure mounts when Wilden announces he needs a blood sample from Hannah to compare against the stains on Allison's anklet. When Hannah gets home, she finds a Ouija board on the kitchen counter. She cuts her finger on the edge and sees a note from A taped to the back. See how easy it is to get your blood. This unlocks a disturbing memory. Days before Allison's body was found, Hannah and Mona played Ouija. The board spelled out alive, and Hannah swore she saw her friend in the backyard, which even prompted her to call Allison's mom at the time. Determined to get answers, Arya goes to Radley. Her visit to Mona is supervised and doesn't yield much beyond the girl shuffling cards and repeating that she's not the one behind the new attacks. Frustrated, Arya and Hannah sneak into the children's ward later and find Mona brushing a porcelain doll's hair. She doesn't answer directly, but recites bizarre rhymes. Where were we? Maya's away sleeping sweet until Garrett's all rosy? Count on me. In the midst of all this, Spencer has to play the heroic babysitter. She catches Jason driving completely hammered and crashing into a parked car. Without thinking twice, she takes the wheel, gets him out of there, and even provides the perfect alibi when Wilden knocks on her door asking about a hit and run. Back to Mona's riddle, it suddenly clicks for Hannah. She remembers a code the two used to use as kids. The first letter of each word forms a hidden message. Putting the initials of the rhyme together, they spell the URL meshuggah.com. Upon loading the site, the screen displays a photo of Maya with the question, "What's the magic word?" And just when the liars think they're in control of the investigation, A always gets the last laugh. The final scene shows A in the same children's ward at Radley, ripping the head off the porcelain doll Mona was holding to reveal a voice recorder inside. The code they thought was a secret was actually captured on tape.
No one to save Allie from evil. No one to save Allie from evil.
The current obsession is cracking the password to Maya's mysterious website. Emily tries, Spencer tries, but the security is tight. Their only option is to bring in Caleb. He agrees to help, despite being heartbroken after seeing Hannah having an intimate chat with Ren at a coffee shop. And speaking of Ren, he brings terrible news. The hospital wants to transfer Mona to New York on suspicion of smuggling pills. Of course, A seizes the moment to send a text threatening that Hannah will be next. Desperate not to lose her only source of answers, Hannah goes to the hospital board and pleads for her friend to stay. The speech works, and in the heat of the moment, she ends up kissing Ren, a classic lapse in judgment that's going to cost her. Meanwhile, Arya's love life turns into a bona fide episode of Gossip Girl. She meets Diane, Ezra's mom, and discovers his real last name is Fitzgerald. The family is loaded, and Diane plays the perfect villainous matriarch. She insults Arya's family and literally tries to buy her off to disappear from her son's life. Arya leaves devastated, making making Ezra furious with his own mother. Emily, on the other hand, deals with the weight of the past. Nate, Maya's cousin, confesses he wants to kill Detective Garrett with his bare hands, a massive red flag that makes her highly uncomfortable. Later, she decides to be honest with Paige about being drugged the night she went missing. Paige then reveals a crucial detail. That night, a completely disoriented Emily showed up at her house and kissed her before vanishing again. Realizing the kiss was driven by genuine feelings, Emily finally gives in and the two start a romance. The peace is short-lived. Caleb manages to hack the site and the girls find hundreds of videos of Maya. In one of them, she confesses she's a coward who needs to face her fears, while the glare of police cruiser lights illuminates her face. The game is getting heavy, and across town, A is seen withdrawing a massive amount of cash at the bank. The latest clue is a photo of Maya's arm sporting the same eye stamp Holden had on the night of the blackout, but Spencer can barely focus on that. She's panicking over the UPenn admissions deadline. Salvation comes in the form of CC Drake, who gets Spencer and Arya into a party at Noel Kahn's cabin, where the college recruiter will be. Getting there, the first surprise, the hand stamp at the party's door, is the exact same black eye from Maya's arm. Things heat up when they run into Noel and Jenna and decide to play truth. Arya pressures Noel and finds out Maya had a free pass to those parties. During the showdown between Spencer and Jenna, Noel talks too much and spills that, on the night she went missing, they found Emily at a diner, not in the middle of the street. Jenna admits she lied to protect someone, and Spencer plays hardball. She offers Maya's videos in exchange for the location of Allison's body. Time runs out before the answer. Away from the party, the walls are closing in on Hannah. The police demand a blood sample to compare with Allison's anklet. Luckily, her mom calls in Veronica Hastings, who masterfully blocks the court order. Aside from the legal stress, Hannah receives a text from A demanding a late-night meeting, but the plot twist is that the sender wasn't A, it was Caleb. He forged the text to test if Hannah was still being blackmailed. The confession breaks down the wall between them, and they finally get back together. Meanwhile, Arya deals with more Fitzgerald family drama. She catches a ride with Wesley, Ezra's brother, who accidentally drops a bombshell. In high school, Ezra had a girlfriend named Maggie who got pregnant. Ezra is forced to confess that his rich mother paid the girl to disappear, which is why he cut ties with his family. Everyone in Rosewood has a price. And speaking of leases, A rents a new apartment. The unit, ironically, is A. The mystery gains momentum when Hannah finds an old note from Maya to Emily. The date of the meetup is the exact day Maya died, but the rain washed away the location on the page. Snooping through the photos on the site, the girls realize Maya had been spending her days at Noel Kahn's cabin, lounging in her pajamas. The math doesn't add up with the official story, and they decide to investigate. With Noel distracted at football practice, Emily and Hannah break into the cabin. The place seems normal until they find a secret door behind a bookcase. The hidden room holds Maya's bag, a one-way ticket to San Francisco that was never used, and a knife engraved with LJ. It dawns on them. Maya never left Rosewood. The problem is that their investigation is cut short when the door slams shut, locking them both in the dark. They break a window to escape, and Hannah gets a nasty cut on her leg. Outside, A's signature on the wall awaits them. "I'm saving you for later." Hannah refuses to go to the hospital and calls Ren to stitch up her leg. He tries to capitalize on the hero moment with a kiss, but she shuts it down immediately. Caleb is the only guy in the picture. Emily's love triangle is also boiling over. Nate cries on her shoulder over his cousin's death, and in the heat of the moment, they kiss. The terrible luck is that Paige walks by right at that second, sees everything, and storms off, smashing trash cans in a rage. Terrible timing. But the real bombshell comes via email. Spencer mysteriously receives the security camera footage from the cabin. The video changes the entire timeline of the murder. Maya is seen arriving alive at 10:04 p.m., which means Garrett wasn't the last person to see her, since she got into his car an hour earlier. Later, at 1:14 a.m., Noel and Jenna arrive and go inside. Seconds later, Maya comes out of hiding and is grabbed by someone off screen. Garrett was already under arrest by that time. Noel and Jenna were inside. The real killer is still out there, and A calmly watches the news about the trial on TV. Hannah is busy trying to hide a knife wound from her own mother, which in Rosewood is practically a rite of passage. And the vibe at home only gets worse when Ted finds a flash drive at the church and gives it to Ashley. The catch is that the drive contains the infamous NAT Club videos, and Hannah even tries to get the evidence back by playing spy, but gets caught. Ironically, Ashley throws the flash drive into the garbage disposal not because of her daughter, but to get rid of a video of herself with Detective Wilden. At least Hannah takes the blame and saves her mom's skin. Meanwhile, Ezra struggles to write a simple email to his ex, Maggie, terrified of messing up her life. Arya decides to solve the problem in the most invasive way possible. She goes to the school where Maggie teaches, adopts the creative alias Amy, and discovers that Ezra has a 7-year-old son named Malcolm. To make matters worse, Ezra's brother reveals that their mother is probably paying Maggie to keep the kid a secret. A real primetime soap opera. At school, Paige's past comes back to haunt her. We find out that her rivalry with Allison was heavy. Allie blackmailed her with fake notes to out her to her dad, which drove Paige to suicidal thoughts. Spencer, however, isn't in a sympathetic mood. After getting trapped in a dressing room with a snake, which Cece kills with terrifying ease, Spencer searches Paige's bag looking for Maya's knife. She doesn't find the weapon, but she does find the other earring from Allison's grave. Emily tries to fend off Nate's romantic advances, and he reacts with a suspicious amount of aggression. And to top off the madness, we see two people in black gloves messing with a jukebox. The message is clear. A isn't just one person anymore, it's a team. Two stretchers being loaded into an ambulance to the sound of sirens. Hannah breaks down crying while Emily stares blankly into space, in shock. This is how the story throws us 2 days into the past, right into the middle of an intervention. Arya, Spencer, and Hannah throw the earring found in Paige's bag onto Emily's table, swearing her girlfriend is the new A. Emily does what any person in love would do, denies everything, accuses her friends of lying, and runs off for a weekend getaway with Nate. The timing couldn't be worse, as A starts sending threatening texts, demanding the girls bring Maya's bag to the cemetery. Mona even slips out of Radley dressed as a nurse with the ease of someone checking out of a hotel. At the secluded cabin, it finally clicks for Emily. She notices yellow paint marks on Nate's boots, and puts the pieces together with an old photo. He's not Maya's cousin. His name is Lyndon James, and he's Maya's stalker. Psychological terror takes over as Lyndon reveals that Paige is bound and gagged in the closet. He wants to take away the person Emily loves, as punishment for her taking Maya from him. Emily manages to escape and runs to an isolated lighthouse. In a desperate fight for her life, she stabs Lyndon. Caleb, who had rushed over to help, arrives in time to hold her, but a gunshot echoes through the room. We cut back to the present at the ambulance. Lyndon is dead, and Caleb is heading straight into surgery. In the wake of the tragedy, Garrett ends up being released from prison, and just when you think the episode has delivered it all, Mona returns to the sanitarium complaining to her black-hooded partner about the plan going wrong. The accomplice turns around, and the shock is absolute. It's Toby, Spencer's perfect boyfriend, is part of the A-team. Spending Halloween on a moving train in the middle of the night seems like a terrible idea, but the Rosewood girls decide it's the perfect plan. The event even features an exclusive Adam Lambert concert, because clearly, this town's entertainment budget knows no limits. Arya, however, barely gets to enjoy the party. Someone slips a white powder into her drink, and she blacks out. When she wakes up, the situation is straight out of a horror movie. She's gagged, trapped inside a wooden crate, and sharing the tight space with Garrett's freshly murdered corpse. Before biting the dust, Garrett had confessed his sins to Spencer. We find out that on the night Allison disappeared, he faked bashing her with a field hockey stick just to fool Jenna. Allison was perfectly alive when he walked away, and the last person he saw her talking to was Byron, Arya's dad. Of course, Garrett wouldn't live much longer after dropping a bombshell like that. While her daughter fights for her life on the train, Ashley Marin is at home handing out candy and interacting with a creepy little girl who simply vanishes, leaving only a perfectly folded blanket on the bed. Apparently, literal ghosts are now part of the show's universe, and Ashley deals with it by pouring another glass of wine and moving on. Back on the tracks, two people try to push the crate with Arya off the train. In a moment of pure adrenaline, Arya finds a screwdriver and stabs one of her attackers through the wooden slats. Her friends arrive just in time to pull the box back to safety and come face to face with Garrett's body. The police arrive. Interrogations begin, and a sudden brawl between Noel and Toby ends up knocking over a giant ice cooler in the middle of the train car. Out of it slips the body bag containing Allison's missing corpse. And to ensure no one sleeps peacefully, we're left with a terrifying flashback of Allison's hand breaking through the dirt in the backyard. She was buried alive. On the dark streets of Rosewood, Lucas flees desperately on his skateboard, being hunted by a car driven by none other than Toby. In true Night Stalker fashion, the vibe in town is already bad enough, and Mona's return doesn't help. She shows up at Hannah's house in the middle of the night, begging for her trust and swearing she's cured, but Hannah doesn't buy the story that easily. Mona's return to high school is exactly what you'd expect: dirty looks and vicious whispers. And as if the environment wasn't toxic enough, she opens her locker to find a cow's brain skewered with a knife, a scene worthy of Mean Girls, only much bloodier. Instead of freaking out, Mona simply tosses the gross mess in the trash with terrifying coldness. Meanwhile, the walls are closing in on the adults. Arya finds out that Meredith, her dad's former mistress, is the new history teacher, creating an unbearable atmosphere in the classroom. Speaking of her dad, Byron has been acting very suspicious. The girls break into the janitor's closet and find Allison's diary, revealing that Allie was blackmailing Byron over his extramarital affair. The tension finally boils over during a school charity run. An arson fire engulfs the shed, injuring Meredith. Byron immediately blames his daughter's friends, showing he's willing to do anything to protect himself. And to prove Mona's redemption is a sham, she's seen secretly cleaning a wound on Jason's body. Her performance remains flawless, fooling almost everyone, while the real threat continues sabotaging everyone's lives from the shadows. The vibe at Arya's house feels straight out of a suspense thriller, with Byron making weird comments about severed heads in boxes and tearing apart his daughter's room looking for Allison's diary pages. Meredith, surprisingly, seems to side with Arya, confirming that Byron left the house the night Allison disappeared. At school, the Cold War between Spencer and Mona gets an official stage: the academic decathlon team. Mona challenges Spencer for the team leadership, turning a simple school quiz into a true psychological battle. Spencer has always been the smartest girl in the room, but the pressure Mona applies makes her stumble. Spencer gets a crucial answer wrong, and Mona takes the crown. It's impressive how Mona knows exactly where to hit to break her down. Outside the hallways, the danger is much more physical. Lucas confesses to Hannah that he started the fire in the shed in a desperate attempt to scare Mona, who had been blackmailing him for months. He is so terrified of the threats that he decides to leave Rosewood for good. Paranoia also consumes Paige, who suffers a panic attack on the side of the road.
Paige, are you okay? I couldn't breathe.
Her car tire is mysteriously slashed, and Emily even chases a hooded figure through the woods, unaware she's running after Toby. Mona's charade becomes increasingly obvious. Hannah cuts ties with her for good, and immediately receives an anonymous threat. Mona swears she doesn't have access to cell phones, but we soon see her in a hoodie, relaying information over the phone and burying the masks used on the Halloween train. Her game never stopped, it just leveled up. With Arya bedridden by a bad flu, the A-layer is working in overdrive. Mona and Toby plan their next moves, though Toby starts to think they're moving too fast. He doesn't hesitate, however, to set up a heavy ambush for Hannah. What should be a job interview at a boutique turns into an attack, where Toby knocks mannequins down on her and, while fleeing, purposely drops a key branded with the A logo. At the Montgomery house, Arya's situation turns into a teen version of the movie Misery. Meredith plays the role of the nurse, but she's actually drugging Arya to keep her knocked out while she searches the house for the diary pages. Amidst drug-induced delusions, Arya hallucinates about Allison, who confesses she never intended to turn Byron in and only needed quick cash to disappear. When Emily and Hannah notice their friend is missing and go to investigate, they walk right into Meredith's trap, and she locks all three of them in the basement. Byron arrives just in time to prevent a major disaster, and to everyone's surprise, comes clean. He reveals his version of the night Allison vanished, swearing he didn't kill her, and Arya decides to burn the diary pages right then and there to prove she trusts her dad. But the real blow of the night was saved for Spencer. She finally connects the dots and confronts Toby with a Radley access badge she found in his things. The mask falls. Toby flees after getting a resounding slap to the face. Desperate and wanting to believe it's all a misunderstanding, Spencer goes to his apartment. The door is unlocked, but the person waiting for her at the table, drinking the wine Spencer bought for their anniversary, is Mona, sporting a cruel, victorious smile. Spencer is in free fall. She wakes up suffocating from a nightmare where Toby literally strangles her. While she breaks down in silence, Emily receives a bizarre package from Nate's family containing Allison's old biology notebook and several cards. Inside the notebook, there are mentions of a certain beach hottie and notes about Allie visiting Toby in juvie. A flashback takes us straight to that visit. Allie thought Toby was the original A, but he immediately denies it and throws it in her face that she and her friends deserved the threats. In the present, Spencer finally admits to Emily that she and Toby broke up, But the meltdown doesn't stop there. With that chaotic energy worthy of a Gossip Girl episode, Spencer crashes Arya and Ezra's date at the park. Without a second thought, she drops the biggest bomb possible. She tells Ezra about Maggie and his secret son. Ezra is completely shell-shocked. The situation spirals so far out of control that he packs his bags and leaves town to meet the boy, leaving Arya in tears. Meanwhile, Hannah goes into detective mode and follows Paige to a lesbian bar, catching her in a secret meeting with Shauna. Since it's Hannah we're talking about, the spy mission ends with a girl spilling a drink on her, getting her kicked out for underage drinking and landing her straight in the police station, but the disaster pays off. There, she runs into Emily, who is handing Allie's notebook over to Detective Weldon, and they both notice an old photo of him and Kate May. Speaking of Kate May, Cece drops a heavy piece of info on Emily. Allie thought she was pregnant by this beach hottie, and was terrified the guy would kill her if he found out. Ultimately, Spencer hires a private investigator to follow Toby, goes as far as defending A's actions to Arya, and to cap off the night, our favorite stalker in the red coat is seen taking a blowtorch to a Hannah bobblehead. With Allison's body back in town, Jason announces the reinterment will take place at a mausoleum. Spencer, at the peak of her breakdown, declines the invite. The PI she hired tracks Toby's mysterious key to an apartment complex, and she pays even more money to find the exact door. The trauma of having killed Nate is consuming Emily, so she agrees to try hypnotherapy with Dr. Sullivan. Except, under hypnosis, her memories get jumbled. Emily has a disturbing vision where she hits Allison herself with a shovel on the night she disappeared. She wakes up in a panic, convinced she's a murderer. Far away from that, Hannah drags Caleb to the house of an uncle of his named Jamie. The vibe is weird, but the uncle gives Hannah a baby picture of Caleb to keep. With her sharp intuition, Hannah puts the pieces together and concludes the obvious. That man isn't Caleb's uncle, he's his dad. At Ezra's apartment, things get tense. His brother, Wesley, is hiding out there after being kicked out of boarding school. He ends up revealing to Arya that their mother hates her simply because she is too unexpected for the family's meticulously planned life. Spencer finally enters the secret apartment with Toby's key, but finds the place completely empty. Devastated, she goes to the mausoleum at the last minute of the funeral. Instead of paying her respects, she drops a grenade in Jason's lap. She states point blank that Allison was pregnant and that Wilden was the father. The girls realize Spencer is totally losing her sense of danger. Later, the sound of lawn sprinklers makes Emily's memory click. She realizes the hypnosis mixed things up. Actually, the memory with the shovel was from the night Allison's body was stolen. She was there trying to stop the black hooded intruder, like a deleted scene from Scream. The hooded figure covered her mouth while a woman in a red coat watched from the front row. To seal the episode, Spencer goes to Toby's mother's grave and carves his name into the marble headstone with the key, while A casually buys a bottle of whiskey. Spencer's sanity has officially left the chat. Determined to win back her spot on the academic decathlon team, she challenges Andrew, her rival, to a highly unconventional study session, strip trivia. Things heat up until Emily shows up by surprise with cupcakes and catches Andrew half naked in the Hastings living room. Emily tries to intervene, but Spencer cuts her off with terrifying coldness. Meanwhile, Hannah focuses on fixing someone else's family. She sets up a meeting between Caleb and Jamie, and surprisingly, the two hit it off. Thrilled, Hannah convinces her mom to get Jamie a job at the local church. To celebrate, she leaves a $5 bill with a drawing of a dice in the donation box. But the illusion is short-lived. When the celebratory pizza arrives at their house, Jamie pays the delivery guy with that exact marked $5 bill. So Father of the Year robbed the church on his first day. Arya and Wesley are doing a favor taking photos for Cece's boutique since Ezra is still away. The mood between the two shifts when Wesley decides to recite poetry and, out of nowhere, kisses Arya. She shuts it down immediately, closing the bedroom door in his face. Jason and Emily keep investigating the Summer and Kate May. Jason has a flashback and remembers seeing Allie and Cece wearing identical outfits the night of the disappearance. They go to his dad's office building to look for the photo with Wilden, but end up trapped in a tampered elevator. Jason manages to pry the doors open so Emily can jump out, but the elevator plunges down the shaft with him inside. The peak of the episode happens at the decathlon tournament. Spencer doesn't go to compete, she goes to hunt. She corners Mona, and when the villain starts taunting her, Spencer loses whatever control she had left. She lunges across the table and tries to strangle Mona in the middle of the event, screaming with pure hatred. Ren and Andrew have to drag her off the girl. At the hospital, the girls rush to see Jason after the elevator accident, but find an empty bed and disconnected wires. He just vanished. Meanwhile, in the lair, two A's play spin the whiskey bottle among photos of the girls, and the neck points straight to the next victim, Spencer. The girls are trying to put the pieces together regarding Jason, Cece, and that suspicious photo of Wilden, but Spencer can barely hide that she's on another planet, and rightly so, since she barely gets out of bed lately. Melissa even warns her that she's reached her quota for covering for her with their parents. Meanwhile, Detective Wilden continues his intimidation tour. He crosses paths with Hannah, tossing threats in the air, and soon after is seen forcing Cece into his car. Hannah tries to throw her mom off the scent, but Ashley has already realized something very wrong is happening behind the scenes. In the romance department, Ezra returns. He explains to Arya that his mother paid Maggie to disappear with their son, and plays the card that now he even wants to eat vegan food with her. The guy knows how to reclaim his territory. Later, Arya gets the absolute pleasure of seeing Ezra kick his own mother out of his apartment to defend her. Emily and Hannah drag Paige to the costume shop to investigate who bought the Queen of Hearts outfit. Shauna, who works there, plays hardball, but Emily manages to hack the computer and grab the transactions. As a bonus, Paige confesses she had a brief fling with Shauna last summer while Emily was away. Spencer, at rock bottom, gets a visit from Ren. He apologizes for making a move at the wrong time, but things heat up and they end up making out heavily, except of course, someone is watching. A's payback comes fast, and in the form of a horror movie. Spencer is locked in a boiling hot sauna. The message on the steamed up glass warns her that things are heating up. Luckily, Arya arrives in time to bust the door open before her friend passes out. But the grand prize for chaos today goes to Ashley Marin. Wilden pulls her over on a deserted road, grabs her arm forcefully, and threatens Hannah, even putting his hand on his gun. In absolute panic, Ashley hits the gas and runs over the detective. She flees, but when she returns with Hannah to check the damage, surprise, no body, no car. However, the dash cam in the police cruiser caught everything on tape. Before leaving town for good, Cece drops a bombshell on Emily. Allie thought she was pregnant by Wilden and that he might kill her to hide the secret. Oh, and who took that photo of them on the boat? None other than Melissa Hastings. The bombshell has dropped. Spencer tells her friends that Toby is A. Emily goes into full denial mode, certain he's being blackmailed. She even finds a Radley pass in his things under the name E. Lamb and decides to investigate on her own, ignoring all the neon warning signs. Hannah and Ashley are dealing with the fact that they ran over a cop. Any siren on the street is cause for a heart attack. The situation gets worse when Hannah goes to the garage and simply finds Wilden's cruiser parked inside, with the hit-and-run video ready to be watched. Her and Arya's solution? Push the police car into a lake. Super discreet. Arya, by the way, is trying to play happy family by babysitting Malcolm, Ezra's surprise son. As expected of a teenager playing nanny, the boy jumps on the bed, falls, and cuts his chin. This leads to Ezra asking 1,000 questions, and Arya realizes that maybe this adult life came too soon for her. The psychological terror in Spencer's life reaches a new level. She receives a funeral wreath with a warning that someone will pay for her loose lips. When she notices the letters E and M are highlighted on the mourning ribbon, the message becomes crystal clear. The target is now Emily. Emily finally gets a text from Toby setting up a meeting, but what shows up is just chaos. She's left standing there waiting, has her car window smashed, and finds a funeral pamphlet saying Toby is no more. But the one who takes the real final blow is Spencer. Following Mona deep into the woods, she stumbles upon a body lying on the ground wearing a motorcycle helmet. When she sees the tattoo on the corpse's hip identical to Toby's, her world simply collapses. Mona, with all the cruelty she's entitled to, confirms he's dead. Spencer tries to chase after her, but her legs give out. She breaks down right there, crying until she can't breathe. The trauma is so absurd that Spencer is found wandering catatonic through the woods the next morning, unable to even say her own name. Her destination? Admitted as a Jane Doe into Radley. Spencer's disappearance has become a police matter, with Melissa and the school principal hunting for her. What no one knows is that she's at Radley, quite comfortable in the role of Jane Doe, a patient with no name and no past. She chats with nurse Eddie Lamb, finding it a relief not to be Spencer Hastings for a few hours, at least until Dr. Sullivan shows up, recognizes notices her immediately and blows her cover. Even after being found out, Spencer confesses to the therapist that Toby is dead and that it's all her fault, showing that the girl's mind is truly broken. Outside the asylum, the panic keeps its normal pace. Ashley and Hannah meet Ted for coffee, pretending everything is normal, when Detective Wilden appears, with a cynical smile saying he was fishing. The unspoken warning is clear. He's not going to let the hit and run slide. To prove it, the girls receive a text with the exact photo of the moment the car hit him. Later, he ambushes Hannah, demanding to know where the hell his police cruiser went. Aria is walking a tightrope with the school. The principal calls her in for a super uncomfortable chat, asking if her romance with Ezra is still going on, since the teacher wants to return to teaching in the district. She lies straight to his face, saying they cut ties. What she doesn't know is that her own parents are conspiring to help Ezra get the job, hoping that the stability will make him focus on his ex and drop their daughter. Parents of the Year. At Radley, Eddie Lamb reveals to Spencer that the past Toby used to visit Mona was part of an internal leak. Spencer discovers she is staying in Mona's old room and has a flashback of Allison saying her diaries would be essential for when she was gone. And speaking of the devil, Mona shows up at the sanitarium for a visit, bringing cookies and a tablet filled with the scandalous pages of Allie's diary. She dangles the bait. She swears she didn't kill Toby, reveals that Allison was never really pregnant, and delivers the classic villain ultimatum: "You need me." In group therapy, Spencer shares that when she fell in the woods, she was ready for it to be the end. She looks at the empty chairs, picturing her friends there, and admits the hardest truth of all: Aria, Emily, and Hannah can no longer count on her. The girls visit Spencer at Radley, but trying to convince their friend that Toby isn't dead is like talking to a brick wall. Spencer is distant, almost lethargic, and as soon as they leave, she hides something under her pillow. The vibe there isn't mental recovery, it's pure conspiracy. Meanwhile, Aria deals with the classic problem of keeping her relationship with her teacher a secret, since Ezra wants to teach at the high school again. She offers to pick up his son, Malcolm, from karate class. Considering Rosewood's track record, that's asking for trouble. And trouble happens. The boy goes missing. A supposed Allison took him to a carnival. A's audacity in providing kidnapping babysitter services has crossed all imaginable lines. Hannah gets no peace either. The church bell was stolen, and she saw the donation money in Caleb's dad's wallet. The pieces come together way too fast. Caleb is devastated and cuts ties with his father again. The tragic cherry on top is that Hannah gets a text from A revealing Jamie was completely framed. In a security breach worthy of a bad CSI episode, Emily, Hannah, and Aria sneak into the morgue dressed as candy stripers to photograph the mysterious body from the woods. What they find is a corpse wearing an Allison mask. A noise makes them stumble away in a panic, causing Aria to miss her chance to corner Redcoat, who escapes perfectly via an elevator. The real turning point happens at dawn. Guided by a map drawn by Mona on a board game, Spencer has an almost surreal encounter with Allison in the halls of Radley. Between dancing to an old song, Allie reveals that the person who hit her on the head was a girl, not Toby. The trail leads Spencer to a stash containing a fake ID for Mona and a visitor pass for Cece Drake. And then, the game-changing moment. Alone in her room, Spencer pulls a black hoodie from inside her pillow. At this moment, Spencer recalls a conversation with Mona. She isn't just surviving Radley, she has just agreed to join the A-team.
Mountain. But I believe in second chances.
You don't have to ask me again, Mona. I'm in.
Spencer is back home and throws a party to celebrate her release from Radley. But behind the scenes, reality is different. She's clocking in at the Mobile A lair with Mona, planning the night the girls will finally get what they deserve. Her cured girl disguise is flawless. Aria makes a mature decision for a change. She convinces Ezra to accept the substitute teaching job, even knowing it means the end of their relationship, since they can't be together in the school hallways. Hannah, meanwhile, working as Malcolm's babysitter, gets a reality check when the boy points to a photo of Spencer and identifies her as the kidnapper from the carnival. The tension peaks when Toby finally shows his face. Yes, he's alive. The reunion with Spencer at a roadside motel with psycho vibes reveals that he faked his own death and joined the A-team just to protect her. They both break down in tears, make up, and the romance gets another lease on life. Except Hannah, suspicious of her friend's behavior, wears a red coat in the middle of a swim meet to test Spencer. The bait works. Spencer ends up confessing that she infiltrated the A-team just to find out who's in charge and warns them that the upcoming lodge party is a massive trap. The night of the event arrives. The plan was to unmask the leader, but the situation spirals completely out of control when someone locks Arya, Emily, Hannah, and Mona inside the lodge and sets the place on fire. Amidst the panic and smoke, the ultimate irony. Mona admits she also has no idea who Redcoat is. Outside, Toby is knocked out in the woods and left next to a lighter to take the blame for the fire. As the flames consume the structure, someone drags the girls out. When Hannah opens her eyes coughing, the impossible happens. She sees Allison, and it wasn't a near-death hallucination, because Spencer and Mona also confirm seeing the girl who supposedly was buried years ago. Shaken, and with Mona now riding shotgun, they return to Rosewood and find Wilden's police cruiser abandoned in the middle of the street. A video playing on the dash cam shows Jenna and Shauna rescuing the detective on the night of the hit and run. Their phones chime with a text from A, and the five of them open the trunk, swallowing hard at what awaits them inside. The suspense of the trunk ends in the most grotesque way possible, with a dead pig. Thinking it's an obvious police trap, the girls run, but not before Mona yanks the hard drive with the video incriminating Hannah's mom for the hit and run. Back in a safe environment, Mona tries to buy her way into the group by coming clean. She confesses to what she did and didn't do, admitting she recruited Toby and swearing that when Cece visited her at Radley, the heavy medication made her believe she was talking to Allison. To prove she has no more secrets, she takes the girls to the RV that serves as A's lair. Halfway there, a police roadblock throws a wrench in their plans. Detective Wilden is lying dead on the asphalt, covered by a sheet. The walls are closing in, and since they were at the exact same burning lodge just hours ago, they become the perfect suspects. Inside the RV, Mona shows them a recording proving Wilden was one of the Queen of Hearts on the Halloween train and claims Melissa was his partner. But a second before Melissa's face appears on the screen, the computer is hacked and the files are deleted right in front of them. The original A-team has just been kicked out of their own game. To make the atmosphere even worse, Allison's mom returns to Rosewood and sets up her daughter's room exactly as it was. Not creepy at all, of course. Arya deals with her own terror when the school principal says he received anonymous photos of her with Ezra. The paranoia hits so hard that Arya hallucinates the teacher being led down the hallways in handcuffs. It was just a form needing a signature, but the scare is enough for her to send a text ending things for good. Wilden's funeral becomes the event of the day, complete with a mysterious woman in a black veil who looks like she walked straight off the set of The Godfather watching everything. Thanks to a tip from A, Spencer and Mona sneak into the casket room before the wake and find Ashley Marin's phone tossed inside. If they hadn't retrieved the device, Hannah's mom would have been ruined, but the relief is short-lived. As they deal with the presence of a new detective investigating the recent deaths, a phone chimes. It's a video of the girls tampering with Wilden's car the night before. A set the stage with surgical precision, and the woman in the black veil in her new lair proves that the rules have just changed. The girls are racking their brains trying to figure out who saved everyone from the lodge fire. Hannah refuses to believe Allison is alive. After all, dead people usually stay in their caskets. Mona, trying to prove she's playing for the same team now, offers to take the group to the RV lair to investigate, but when they get there, the vehicle is gone. Before they can accuse Mona of treason, A pops up in the backseat of her car wearing an alley mask, nearly strangles her, and tries to run everyone over. Emily saves the day by tackling the girls to the ground, but ends up badly injuring her shoulder on the rocks. Meanwhile, Hannah starts putting the pieces together at home. Ashley Marin returned from New York acting strangely, and Hannah finds a pair of incredibly expensive, mud-caked heels hidden under the sink. To make matters worse, the police found high-heeled footprints next to Wilden's body. The noose is tightening around Hannah's mom. Spencer receives a rejection letter from UPenn. Apparently, being overly honest about her stay at a psychiatric hospital in her admissions essay wasn't the best strategy. Ezra is the one who gives her a heads up that colleges prefer students without a history of mental breakdowns. Speaking of breakdowns, Toby finally confesses to Spencer that he handed the RV over to A in exchange for information regarding his mother's death at Radley. Arya, at the peak of her paranoia, decides to take self-defense classes and ends up kissing the instructor, Jake, out of nowhere. Emily, desperate not to lose her swimming scholarship because of her shoulder, pops painkillers like candy and smashes her head straight into the edge of the pool during a swim meet. In the midst of this mess, Mistress De Laurentiis gives Hannah a parrot that used to belong to Allison's grandmother. Tippy the bird has a voice bizarrely similar to Allie's and won't stop humming a melody. Spencer Spencer, tapping into her investigative instincts, realizes the bird isn't singing. It's mimicking the dialing tones of a phone number. But before they can trace it, A breaks into the room, steals Tippy, and ends the day eating a roasted bird right in front of her. Typical. Digging through Allison's old things, the girls find a bizarre mask. At the same time, Melissa resurfaces in town, sporting that old attitude of someone who knows much more than she's letting on. Hannah decides to investigate her mom's trip and finds a card proving Ashley wasn't at a Broadway play at all. To make matters worse, when Hannah goes to the police station to snoop around, she comes face to face with Detective Holbrook's massive murder board. The photo of almost everyone they know is pinned up there. The Rosewood PD finally decided to do their jobs. The mask trail leads the girls to the studio of Hector Lime, a thoroughly creepy artist. He reveals that Allison hired him to make molds of her own face because she wanted her friends to look like her. As a bargaining chip for information, Hector demands to make a mold of Emily's face. While he works, Hannah takes the opportunity to snoop and steals a finished mold, which is identical to Melissa's face. The walls close in on Ashley Marin once and for all. Caleb reaches out to Hannah's dad for legal help, but ends up uncovering a terrifying detail. On the night Wilden died, Ashley went to her ex-husband's house to ask for money, and shortly after she left, his .38 caliber gun went missing from the drawer. Hannah is officially panicking. Meanwhile, Spencer and Toby break into Radley to investigate the window his mother supposedly jumped from. The physics of the building simply don't align with the suicide story. They realize they need to find her former doctor, Dr. Palmer. Emily, on the other hand, is dealing with her own nightmare. After lying to the doctor about her shoulder, the painkiller situation spirals out of control. A makes a move and files an anonymous report to Child Protective Services, accusing Emily's parents of abuse. The Fields family becomes the target of an investigation, and A even sends a photo of Emily's mom behind bars. To top it off, A already has Emily's stolen shoulder x-ray, making it crystal clear that they are pulling the strings of every detail in their lives. The police pressure reaches absurd levels. Detectives Tanner and Holbrook are breathing down the girls' necks, circling like vultures waiting for the first slip-up. They go to Ashley's bank and inspect Wilden's safe deposit box, revealing thousands of dollars, fake passports, and a gun. Tanner immediately senses that Ashley is hiding something. Pressured from all sides and knowing about her ex-husband's missing gun, Ashley finally admits to Hannah that she was in Rosewood on the night of the murder. To drag the truth out of Melissa, Spencer and Aria plant the stolen mask in her suitcase. The bait works perfectly. Melissa panics, rushes to Hector's studio, grabs the molds of her face, and smashes them by the lake. Spencer corners her on the pier, and Melissa finally comes clean. She wore the mask on the Halloween train to figure out who was terrorizing everyone, and she reveals that Wilden was blackmailing people and was the one who set the lodge on fire. The ironic twist? Melissa swears she did it all to protect Spencer. Meanwhile, Aria squeezes Hector for information and finds out that Allison went to collect money from him the summer she disappeared, driving off shortly after in a mysterious black car. Toby tracks down Dr. Palmer, his mother's old doctor. The only catch is that the doctor suffers from severe dementia and is actually a patient at the clinic. Even in his confused state, he drops a disturbing warning. He tells Toby to keep his mother away from the blonde girl because the air around her was bad. Emily's situation completely falls apart. Her dad returns from the military because of the CPS investigation. The doctor informs her she has a partial tear in her shoulder and might need surgery, putting her swimming career and college scholarship on the line. The stress at home blows up. The police are called over a supposed domestic disturbance, and the family's image takes another hit. In the end, the girls receive a text from A confirming that Melissa is not part of the A-team. And naturally, A is seen patiently gluing together the pieces of Melissa's mask that were dumped in the lake. The arts and crafts of villainy never take a vacation. Hannah wakes up in a cold sweat after dreaming about her mom wearing an orange prison jumpsuit. Unfortunately, the nightmare is dangerously close to becoming reality, as Ashley has become the prime suspect in Detective Wilden's murder and is dodging the police at all costs. Trying to focus on the future, Spencer's mom hires a college admissions counselor, Brendan. Emily decides to tag along for the counseling, desperately needing a scholarship now that she can't swim. Meanwhile, Aria's mom, Ella, cancels her trip to Europe because of her son. A takes advantage of the situation and literally locks Ella inside her own car with a swarm of bees. It's the kind of psychological torture straight out of a horror movie that makes Aria beg her dad dad to convince Ella to leave town for her own safety. Instead of focusing on academics, Spencer uses the college visit to Cicero to trace the phone number Tippy the parrot kept singing. She and Emily end up at a sorority house party, where Emily tries to use her charm on Brendan to get scholarship intel until she finally admits she's gay. Back home, Hannah finds a gun hidden in her mother's closet. Panicking, she shoves the gun in her bag and heads to the college to meet her friends. Spencer discovers a secret room in the sorority house with a disconnected phone, confirming that's where the call to Allison came from the summer she disappeared. Hannah decides the best solution is to bury the gun deep in the woods. A obviously already saw this coming. A spotlight flicks on. The police surround Hannah, and she is caught red-handed. To make matters worse, A reveals an old photo of the sorority house mother, Carla Grunwald. The brilliant idea to bury a gun in the woods at night earns Hannah the threat of up to 7 years in prison. Ashley manages to post bail and get her daughter out, but the weapon is seized for ballistics testing. At home, the truth comes out. Ashley confesses she took her ex-husband's gun only to protect herself from Wilden, but he tried to wrestle the revolver away from her, and she ran away. The problem is that the truth doesn't really matter when A is controlling the narrative. At school, Arya rejects a kiss from Connor, one of Mike's teammates. Like most high school boys with bruised egos, he deals with it by spreading horrible rumors about her. Ezra ends up overhearing the kid humiliating Arya in the locker room and steps in, marking his territory and protecting his ex. Outside of Rosewood, Spencer and Toby travel to Ravenswood, following the lead from the sorority house. The town looks like it was pulled straight out of an episode of The Twilight Zone. No street signs, strange locals, and a completely bleak vibe. They find Mistress Grunwald at a hair salon, but she coldly denies ever knowing Allison. They even spot Shauna in town, but a bird violently crashes into their car's windshield, giving her the chance to escape. Trying to save Hannah's mom, Emily takes the dashcam video from Wilden's police cruiser that Hannah had, which proves other people were involved, and leaves it anonymously on a detective's desk. A, never missing an opportunity, swaps the file. When the police open it, they find a video of someone wearing an Emily mask, holding up a guilty sign. The walls finally close in when ballistics confirm Ashley's fingerprints are on the bullets. The police knock on the Marin's door and arrest Hannah's mom for murder. With her mom behind bars, Hannah goes into survival mode and starts forging checks to keep the household bills afloat. She begs Ashley to plead self-defense, but her mom refuses to confess to a murder she didn't commit. Toby and Caleb team up as an unlikely investigative duo to track down the flight plan of Redcoat's plane on the night of the fire. They track down a guy named Nigel at the aviation center. Pressured and threatened by Caleb, Nigel confesses he was paid to fake the flight logs by none other than C.C. Drake. Caleb, being highly pragmatic, steals Nigel's phone before leaving and discovers suspicious calls to New York. In Rosewood, Connor's car is completely trashed in the parking lot, and Mike becomes the prime suspect. Ezra uses his clout as a teacher to intimidate the vice principal and save Arya's brother from expulsion. Arya thanks him, and it's clear the tension between the two is far from over. Emily makes the worst possible decision and steals the key to Wilden's apartment right off her mom's desk at the police station. The girls break into the place looking for evidence, but only find a box of rotting meat and a mocking note from A. The backlash is immediate. The police notice the missing key, and Emily's mom is suspended without pay. Before Emily can even process the guilt, A texts her a warning that it's all going to come crashing down. The threat wasn't a metaphor. Seconds later, an out-of-control car with no driver crashes through the wall and plows right into Emily's living room, nearly crushing her and her mother. Emily and her mom are living in a motel because, well, a car drove through their living room. Life in Rosewood cuts no slack. Meanwhile, the news regarding Hannah's mom keeps getting worse. Bail is denied, and she is being transferred to a state prison. Desperate and refusing to live with her dad and stepmom, Hannah decides the only way out is to take the fall for Detective Wilden's murder. And who better to help craft the perfect lie than the master manipulator herself, Mona? Hannah invites Mona over, and the two start rehearsing her statement. Mona acts like a movie director, tweaking the details, creating the perfect motive. Wilden threatening Hannah over Allie's supposed pregnancy, and making sure every piece of evidence points to Hannah. Caleb senses something is terribly wrong and tries to intervene, but Hannah is blinded blinded by the idea of sacrificing herself for her mom. Meanwhile, Spencer decides to do some digging of her own and breaks into her lawyer mother's file boxes. She steals a document linking Wilden to the death of Toby's mom, revealing that the detective altered the original police report. Spencer heads to Radley, bribes nurse Eddie Lamb with homemade cookies, and tries to get answers about who paid Wilden to lie, but hits a wall of half answers. Arya is dealing with her younger brother Mike, who has started taking martial arts classes with Jake, the handsome instructor. Mike is being bullied by his teammates, and Arya, worried and terrified to be home alone after the attack on Emily's house, ends up getting even closer to Jake. A romantic movie-style vibe ensues on the living room couch, complete with an invitation to the movies. When Hannah finally gathers the courage and goes to the police station to confess, the shock hits fast and hard. Mona is already there. Through the blinds of the interrogation room, the girls and Caleb watch as Mona smiles ominously, having just confessed to Wilden's murder. And somewhere in town, A keeps working in the shadows, drilling up through the floorboards underneath a house. In the interrogation room, Mona sells her self-defense story perfectly. She swears Wilden attacked her because she knew too much about Garrett's death. The confession has its holes, but it creates just enough reasonable doubt for the judge to grant bail to Hannah's mom. The catch? The amount is set at $1 million. Hannah spirals into despair, but Pastor Ted saves the day by anonymously paying the amount, bringing Ashley back home with a lovely electronic ankle monitor. Meanwhile, Paige tries to jumpstart Emily's swimming career by setting up a meeting with an elite coach, but reality hits hard. Emily's shoulder injury requires extensive recovery time, which means a likely goodbye to scholarships and their dream of going to Stanford together. A farewell mood hangs over the two of them. Even during the surprise party Paige throws at a lake house. The party, by the way, becomes the perfect setting for more chaos. Jenna and Shauna show up, and it becomes obvious that Jenna is losing her sight again, and she's terrified. Arya and Spencer try to corner her to find out what she knows about the night Allison disappeared. But before they can get any useful answers, Emily finds a body floating face down in the water. It's Jenna. Emily jumps into the lake and saves her. Jenna was struck on the head before falling in, proving someone wants to keep her quiet for good. At the hospital, a furious Shauna finally drops the name of the person Jenna is so afraid of, Cece Drake. Far from there, Ezra takes a devastating blow. He tries to stop Maggie from taking Malcolm to Seattle, even threatening to sue for custody. It's in this moment of anger that Maggie drops the ultimate bombshell. Ezra is not the boy's biological father. 7 years of lies collapse on him in seconds. And to wrap up the night, Redcoat is seen crawling under the De Laurentiis house, while A leaves a mysterious piece of sheet music addressed to Toby. Cece Drake's Philadelphia address becomes the girl's new target, but Arya is the one who ends up investigating, taking a strategic detour from Jake's martial arts tournament. She finds Cece's old roommate, who drops a crucial piece of info. Cece hated Allison's 4 friends. She blamed them for getting her kicked out of college after that infamous frat party prank. Cece's disturbing history becomes even more evident when Emily temporarily moves into the De Laurentiis house. Ali's mom has turned her daughter's bedroom into a veritable macabre shrine. Amidst boxes and memories, Mistress De Laurentiis recalls a bizarre episode where Cece broke into Radley dressed exactly like Allison, just for fun. It was a toxic friendship where the two stole not only each other's clothes, but their personalities. Speaking of Radley, Spencer and Toby visit his mother's former doctor, the confused Dr. Palmer. When Spencer plays the mysterious sheet music on the piano, the doctor mistakes her for Toby's mom and warns her to stay away from the dangerous blonde girl before asking them to fetch Mistress De Laurentiis. The pieces are connecting, and Cece's face seems to be at the center of it all. Meanwhile, Ren shows he has his own agenda. He realizes Mona has stopped taking her meds and even colors the coat in one of her drawings red, a clear nod to Redcoat. Even worse, an anonymous tip accuses Spencer's mom of coercing Mona into confessing. This forces the lawyer to drop the case, leaving Hannah's mom entirely without legal defense. Ezra's personal drama comes to an end when he confronts Maggie with the lab papers. The DNA test is undeniable, and the farce of him being Malcolm's father is painfully shut down.
You made me believe he's my child.
I'm sorry.
In the De Laurentiis basement, Emily uncovers a scene worthy of a horror movie. Someone had been living in the crawl space beneath the house. Looking at the ceiling, she notices perfectly aligned holes, revealing that the intruder spent their days spying on everything happening upstairs. To top off the chaos, A makes another move and plants Hannah's mom's mud-caked shoes in the wreckage of Emily's old house. The paranoia hits a whole new level when the girls get it in their heads that Cece Drake is living in the crawl space of the De Laurentiis house. And to make matters worse, Lieutenant Tanner finds a muddy shoe in Emily's yard that perfectly matches the one left at Wilden's crime scene. Hannah, naturally, goes into full-blown panic. Trying to prove the crawl space theory, Spencer, Arya, and Emily go investigate the area. The brilliant idea nearly costs Arya an eye when someone starts stabbing down through the floorboards with a knitting needle from the room above. It's the perfect incentive for Emily to pack her bags and move into Spencer's house. In the midst of all this, Hannah deals with Travis, a guy who initially just seemed like a creepy stalker, but ends up dropping a bombshell during the school's hoedown dance. He was at the lake the night Wilden died, saw Hannah's mom leave, and shortly after hearing the gunshots, he saw a blonde girl running into the woods. In other words, Ashley Marin might actually be innocent. While Arya's relationship with the martial arts teacher gains traction under Ezra's glaring eyes, Toby completely loses control. A sends a CD with his late mother's voice playing through his car stereo. When Spencer lets slip that she told the other girls about these clues, Toby storms off, determined to act alone and cut his girlfriend out of the loop. The dance ends with the protagonist chasing after Redcoat, only to find the Redcoat tossed in the hay. Far from there, we see that A isn't just watching. The mysterious figure knits peacefully while stabbing a voodoo doll with one of the girls' faces on it. Rosewood never disappoints. Ashley Marin's freedom finally comes thanks to Travis's testimony, but the joy is short-lived. A doesn't handle defeat well and sends a clear warning. If Hannah's mom is off the hook, the girls are back in the crosshairs. The threat comes accompanied by a mini coffin containing a Mona doll, who has conveniently disappeared from Radley. Following another twisted clue from A, the girls end up at an outdoor magic show in Ravenswood. While Arya volunteers for a stage trick, the one who actually vanishes is Emily. In a scene straight out of a James Bond movie, she wakes up locked inside a coffin on a conveyor belt heading directly for a circular saw. A redcoat turns off the machine just in time. But the real shocker is that there's another redcoat running around the building. The group splits up. Arya gets into a physical brawl with one of them and manages to rip her mask off, revealing none other than Cece Drake. Cece falls from a considerable height and looks dead on the concrete floor, but soon pulls a Michael Myers and completely vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, Spencer follows the other figure in red and stumbles upon the ultimate prize, A's lair. The place is an insane surveillance hub, full of timelines, photos of Ali, and men's suits. Everything points to A being a guy, possibly the mysterious board shorts from Allison's diary. And as if breaking into the command center wasn't enough, Mistress Grunwald crosses their path with the biggest revelation of the series. She pulled Allison out of the grave herself that night. Ali is alive. The girls rush out to find her, but the major plot twist happens back in the empty lair. A man walks in, furious that his space has been invaded. The camera reveals his face, and it's Ezra. The nice guy literature teacher is the maniac hunting everyone down. The vibe in Ravenswood is pure nightmare fuel. The girls crash the graveyard party in their period costumes, ready to find Allison before A does. What they don't know is that Ezra has also infiltrated the event, prowling the tombstones in a bizarre gas mask. As usual, curiosity gets the best of them. They find a secret passage under a statue and end up trapped in a dark tunnel. Hannah gets separated from the group, winds up in a massive abandoned mansion, and gets trapped inside a vintage phone booth while being chased by the masked figure. Luckily, she's saved by Miranda, a girl Caleb just met on the bus to town. Spencer is even less lucky. She runs into the gas mask guy in a greenhouse and takes a beating, getting knocked out before she can unmask him. After a lot of panic, the group finally reunites. Caleb decides to stay in Ravenswood to help Miranda with her own family drama, while the girls, completely oblivious to the danger, accept a ride back to Rosewood from Ezra. Safely back in Spencer's backyard, they spot Redcoat one more time. The chase is short. The figure stops, turns around, and finally lowers her hood. And there she is. Allison De Laurentiis, alive, breathing, and dropping a classic, "Did you miss me?" It's the kind of moment that makes you scream at the TV. The reunion is tense and rushed. She warns them it's not safe to come back and runs off the exact second Ezra emerges from the shadows with a lame excuse about returning Arya's phone. To cap off the night with a supernatural touch back in Ravenswood, Caleb and Miranda walk through the cemetery and make a macabre discovery, an old tombstone bearing Caleb's own face and name. Still in shock after coming face to face with Allison herself, the four friends decide to focus on the practical side, trying to make Rosewood safe for her return. But this raises the biggest question yet. If Ali is alive, who was buried in her place? Hannah puts on her best detective coat and finds a promising lead. Sarah Harvey, a blonde girl from a neighboring town, went missing the exact same weekend. To investigate, Hannah and Emily set up a coffee date with Sarah's friends, disguising the interrogation as a support group. The description matches perfectly, which is great for the investigation, but they soon realize the timeline doesn't line up with the gazebo construction. Sarah is not the girl in the grave. Meanwhile, Spencer and Toby are on a crusade against Radley. They manage to corner the owner of the company that controls the sanitarium, forcing her to admit that Toby's mother's death wasn't a suicide. Spencer's dad quickly suggests using this to shut the place down for good, which makes Spencer suspicious of his true motives. In the romance department, things are falling apart. Caleb returns from Ravenswood, only to have a heartbreaking, tear-filled goodbye with Hannah, telling her he needs to go back to help Miranda. It's gut-wrenching. Arya goes in the opposite direction. Ezra takes her to an isolated cabin in the woods that supposedly belongs to a friend, apologizes for dragging her into his ex-future child's drama, and they end up kissing. What Arya doesn't know is that the cabin hides a trapdoor leading to a secret basement, the real HQ of the person watching their every move. The next day, the girls gather at the mausoleum. Hannah finally drops the bomb and pulls Allison's diary out of her bag, ready to share the secrets they've been dying to uncover. With Allison's diary in hand, the girls realize she used pseudonyms and half-truths to record everything. They create a color-coded system to separate the stories and try to track down their friends' whereabouts. The first solid clue comes from a poem pointing straight to a bed and breakfast called the Busy Bee Inn, but Allison seems to be closer than they think. In the middle of the night, she simply climbs through Emily's bedroom window, asking for help and saying Emily is the only one who sees the good in her. Emily, still hurt by everything that happened, gives her the cold shoulder. When she wakes up, the window is open, and the bracelet Ali had noticed is missing from her wrist. The group decides to hit the road to the inn, but someone already knew their plans. Emily's car GPS is hacked, guiding the girls into the middle of nowhere until the engine dies completely. Stranded and with no cell service, Arya suggests they take shelter in a nearby cabin, lying that it belongs to her uncle, when it's actually Ezra's hideout. As the four try to handle the situation, the tension boils over. Hannah is forced to admit that one of the stories in the diary exposes a past hookup she had with Mike, Arya's little brother. Suddenly, the laundry room door slams, locking Spencer and Arya inside. A hooded figure prowls outside the cabin. When Hannah and Emily break the window to free their friends, they assess the damage. Allison's diary was stolen, and in its place, the intruder left Emily's bracelet. Travis ends up saving the day, showing up with a tow truck to take them back to Rosewood. At home, Arya calls Ezra and tells him she loves him. The creepy detail? He takes the call wearing a baseball cap and all black clothes, looking like a literal extra in a spy movie. To make matters worse, the girls receive a text from A, thanking them for the tip about the inn. They unwittingly handed Ali's location over on a silver platter. Trying to fix their mistake, the girls rush to the Busy Bee Inn, only to find the place completely trashed. Allison's clothes are scattered across the floor, accompanied by a cynical message from A, letting them know they arrived too late. Meanwhile, Shauna corners Emily in the church and drops a heavy confession. She's known Allison was alive this whole time. It turns out Shauna grew up next door to Ali's grandparents in Georgia. She says Allison wants to meet Emily, but with a very clear condition. Emily has to come alone. Arya, for her part, makes her choice and breaks up with Jake to get back together with Ezra for good. But Jake doesn't go quietly. He catches Ezra completely losing his temper, screaming at a mysterious blonde woman inside a car. Jake warns Arya, who confronts Ezra. Like the master manipulator he is, Ezra lies on the spot, claiming he was dealing with his ex and lawyers over custody of his fake son, Malcolm. Arya buys the story, and they kiss. As a reward for speaking up, Jake later finds out the hard hard way that someone stuffed his punching bag with sharp knives. Across town, Hannah tries to drown her breakup sorrow by playing pool and kissing Travis. Her mom, Ashley, notices her daughter is running from her grief and takes her to a smash room. It's pure destruction therapy, and it works perfectly to help Hannah let her anger out. In the Radley plotline, Spencer's dad pressures Toby into signing a financial settlement that gags him from ever speaking about his mother's death. At home, Spencer finds confidential documents belonging to her dad, revealing that Allison's mom, Jessica De Laurentiis, is on the sanitarium's board. She tries to warn Toby about the conflict of interest, but he's already signed the papers, closing the case for good. The climax hits when Emily secretly goes to an abandoned warehouse to meet Allison. The moment between them is vulnerable and real, until a noise spooks Allie, making her flee onto an elevator. Who was spying? Spencer. She followed Emily because she didn't trust the situation. The episode ends with a furious Emily, knowing that Allison's trust has been broken yet again. Aria and Emily are walking back from a movie, and the vibe isn't great. Emily is still holding a massive grudge against Spencer, feeling she tried to control the situation with Allie, but their drama is interrupted when they get to Aria's house and find Mike throwing a party. And guess who's there? Walking out of Aria's room like she owns the place. Mona. Mike defends his new friendship, which leaves Aria livid, remembering all too well that Mona was the one who destroyed her parents' marriage. Meanwhile, Spencer is in full hardcore detective mode, decoding Allie's diary from pictures on her phone. She even calls Hannah and gets a shock. Hannah is at home reading James Patterson. Apparently, solving real-life mysteries isn't enough. The situation with Ezra gets darker by the minute. He has a tense argument with Maggie about Malcolm, dropping a cold, "people get what they deserve." Later, he and Mona have a closed-door chat at school, and he even sends a mysterious text about a setback with Allison. The tension explodes when Emily, already paranoid that A sabotaged her car, hears noises in her house. Her dad, Wayne, arrives just in time to protect her from a hooded figure.
Dad! Come on! Dad, I'm up here! Dad, I'm up here!
Scaling the house to save her, but the physical strain causes him to collapse and end up in the hospital with heart issues. Across town, Hannah goes to the dentist to investigate a lead on the dental records of whoever was buried in Allie's place. But A is faster. Someone in a gas mask knocks Hannah out in the chair. When she wakes up, the pages are gone and there's a note shoved inside her mouth. It's a whole new level of invasion, even for A. But the biggest turning point comes with Spencer. She goes to the pub Allie mentioned in the diary. Ezra was there earlier, and the waitress hands Spencer his canceled order, boysenberry pie and a board shorts ale. It's the light bulb moment. Spencer finally connects the dots. Ezra is board shorts. Allison calls Shauna, desperate for something hidden in Rosewood. The girls debate whether they can trust her, but Hannah and Aria prefer to keep their distance. Meanwhile, Spencer is running on ADHD meds, pulling all-nighters to investigate Ezra and the diary. Her paranoia is so high that she even buys pills from a student at school. Far from Rosewood, Ezra convinces Aria to head to his cabin for the weekend. His emotional manipulation reaches terrifying levels. He pressures Aria to cut ties with everyone else and make him the closest person in her life. It's the classic Predator playbook, isolating the prey. And just to prove how twisted the situation is, while Aria goes out for food, Ezra climbs down a trapdoor in the cabin into a full-blown surveillance lair, with monitors tracking the girls' every move. He moved his Ravenswood HQ there. In Rosewood, Emily helps Shauna by sneaking into Allie's old room and finding $5,000 hidden behind a poster. She hands the cash off to Shauna at work, but A is always one step ahead. Shauna is attacked and wakes up inside her own car at the town's exit sign, with a clear warning never to return. Terrified, she throws her phone out the window and speeds off, leaving Allie stuck at a bus station, crying and penniless. Spencer's constant lying finally catches up to her. Hannah sees through her weak excuses, gets on Spencer's computer, and, since Spencer left all her investigation tabs open, discovers the theory. Ezra is board shorts. Hannah thinks Spencer is hallucinating from the pills. They go to his apartment to check, but stumble upon a hidden camera in the air vent watching their every move. Despite having visual confirmation that Ezra is spying on them, they decide not to tell Aria until they're absolutely sure, which is a highly questionable choice, considering Aria is literally sleeping right on top of the villain's base of operations. Spencer, Hannah, and Emily break into Ezra's classroom looking for any proof to show Aria who he really is. The search pays off when Spencer finds Allison's diary in his desk drawer. They narrowly escape getting caught by Mona, who walks into the room right after. Back at Spencer's Spencer's house. The exhaustion and pill addiction start taking a heavy toll. Spencer is sniffling, making up excuses about allergies, and popping pills non-stop while watching an old movie. A gunshot rings out on TV and suddenly, reality fractures. Spencer spirals into a full black and white hallucination, styled like a 1940s film noir. Her subconscious turns Toby into a classic trenchcoat-wearing detective, questioning her pill use and trying to help her put the puzzle pieces together. In this imaginary world, Ezra threatens her directly. Allison appears full of riddles in a stunning gown, and red herrings mix with real revelations. It's Spencer's brilliant mind collapsing under the weight of stress and amphetamines, climaxing in a scene where Toby punches Ezra to save Arya, but a flash of light snaps Spencer back to reality in her own living room. The noir drama never happened. Hannah and Emily arrive with a harsh reality check. The diary they stole from Ezra's drawer is a Trojan horse. A planted the notebook there with altered pages to throw them off, but the villain made a crucial mistake. He doesn't know the girls took pictures of the original pages on their phones. Even falling into the trap, they still have the upper hand with the real information. The problem is, the clock is ticking. The trio goes to Arya's house to finally tell her the truth, but they hesitate when they look through the window. They see Arya and Ezra kissing passionately. The confrontation will have to wait, and Arya remains caught in the web, having no idea who the guy she claims to love really is. Spencer wakes up completely disoriented right at Ezra's desk at school. When he tries to play the concerned teacher and confront her about her drug use, she wastes no time. She grabs her stuff, including Allie's diary, and bolts. In the bathroom, Hannah and Emily notice her chaotic appearance, but Spencer has zero patience for fashion critiques. She has one focus, telling Arya that her perfect boyfriend is actually A. The problem is, her friends think it's better to wait. Terrible idea. Ezra, playing 4D chess, gets to Arya first and drops the bomb about Spencer's addiction. When the girls finally confront Spencer, the tension is suffocating. Desperate and cornered, she blurts out the truth. Ezra is A, but the master manipulator's damage is already done. Arya thinks it's sleep-deprived delirium, and even Hannah and Emily start to doubt her. Still, the lingering doubt leads Arya to Ezra's cabin. There, she finds a draft of his book about Allison. He arrives right then, kicking off a chase that ends dramatically on a ski lift. Trapped up there, Ezra confesses that he dated Allison in college and only approached Arya purely as research for a true crime book. A classic case of the literary boyfriend crossing every boundary imaginable. Arya cries, throws the papers off the ski lift, and watches her relationship crumble. Meanwhile, Emily and Hannah try to set a trap for Ezra at the zoo's reptile pavilion, because of course, a secret meeting would involve snakes. A mysterious blonde shows up, but it's just Spencer in a disguise. The real blonde escapes during a short circuit. The overall damage is done. Toby finds out about Spencer's addiction from her parents. Arya cries in her room, tossing her ex's poetry book across the room, and A sneaks around picking up the scattered pages of Ezra's manuscript. Reality has finally hit Arya. The girls try to process the revelation, and the conclusion is brutal. Ezra never protected her from A. He was just using her as a research guinea pig. The memory of the day they met now just makes her sick to her stomach. At the Hastings house, it's intervention time. Spencer's parents want to send her straight to rehab, but she manages to negotiate an at-home detox under strict supervision. The last thing her college resume needs right now is a stint at Radley followed by a rehab clinic. Arya, on the other hand, chooses violence. She breaks into Ezra's empty apartment and discovers the true extent of his obsession. Boxes from the Ravenswood lair, surveillance photos, and a journal detailing the girl's every secret. Realizing it was a fraud from the very first hello, Arya has her rock star moment and completely trashes the place. She smashes furniture, tears up papers, and shatters his framed degree. From the wreckage, Spencer salvages some files. Reading his notes, her mind short-circuits. She discovers that Cece and Mistress De Laurentiis saw her and Allison fighting with a shovel on the night of the disappearance. Dealing with withdrawals and with pills that A planted in her locker as a taunt, Spencer begins to spiral, confronting her parents and Allie's mom, terrified by the thought that she might be the real killer. Emily is on a side mission to deliver money to Allison, but she gets cornered by Paige and confesses that Allie is alive. Paige panics and issues an ultimatum. Either Emily cuts all contact or she goes to the police. Emily verbally agrees, but Paige, not trusting her much, drops an anonymous note into a police cruiser stating that Allison is still breathing. Ultimately, A enjoys a quick read before burning the pages of Ezra's book in his own cabin. Spencer returns from a super express 3-day rehab and gets a parting gift from her mom, a sobriety karate coach named Dean, who will be glued to her 24/7s. Cut off from her phone and the internet, Spencer's mind becomes her worst enemy. She starts having intense flashbacks of the night Allie disappeared, chasing her friend with a shovel. Aria decides the best way to handle her heartbreak is to run away. She travels to visit Syracuse University, but completely ignores the campus tour to drink, eat pancakes, and hook up with a random guy named Riley. Sometimes the best medicine is truly just shutting your brain off. Back in Rosewood, the tension remains high. Emily doesn't miss the chance to give Ezra a brutal reality check, handing in an assignment and telling him to pass it on to a real teacher. The domestic terror continues when Spencer wakes up to her bed full of dirt and a note from A, warning her that since she dug Allie's grave, her turn is up next. During a run with Dean, Spencer has the most horrifying vision yet. She hits Allison with the shovel, and blood splatters across her face. Desperate, she tries to convince herself she's just using Ezra's notes to fill in the gaps in her memory. Speaking of Ezra, Aria finally confronts him for good, telling him to leave town forever. He begs her to read his manuscript, swearing the information in it can help the group. As a bonus to the chaos, Mona confesses she only dated Aria's brother to get close and try to stop Ezra, breaking up with him solely to protect the kid. When Aria returns and reads the book, she drops her newest theory to her friends. Ezra believes A is none other than Mistress De Laurentiis. And as if the universe wanted to prove the paranoia is real, Spencer looks out her bedroom window and sees, for a brief moment, the terrifying figure of Mary Drake emerging from the shadows right behind her. Spencer is running frantically through the woods wearing a wedding dress. She trips, gets up, and keeps chasing someone until a noise makes her freeze. 48 hours earlier, the paranoia is at an all-time high. Paige spilled the beans to the cops about Allison being alive, and Spencer has a dark theory. Mistress De Laurentiis is A and is trying to frame her to keep Allie away. The mood worsens when Spencer and Emily find photos in her car of a blonde girl with her face scratched out, along with a less than subtle message, "You know me, Spencer. You killed me." While Aria deals with the fact that her mom came back from her trip engaged to Zach, Spencer is stuck at home with Dean, her sobriety monitor. The arrangement doesn't last long, as he gets fired after Veronica finds them sleeping on the couch. Nothing happened, but the Hastings matriarch isn't having it. Mistress De Laurentiis organizes a charity bridal fashion show, and the girls use it as an excuse to investigate. Good thing they do, because Ashley Marin has already caught the woman buying new clothes for a teenage girl. At home, the past haunts Spencer. Veronica mentions an incident from that fateful summer involving her and Melissa, but Spencer can't remember anything. What she does notice is Mistress De Laurentiis staring at her creepily through the window. During the fashion show, Spencer sees Jessica handing something to someone and follows her. That's how she ends up in the woods, narrowly escaping a bear trap, only to find bones sewn into the corset of her dress, along with a thread about the rest of the body coming out of the grave. Emily sends an email to Allie, who calls demanding they meet immediately. Emily cuts ties with Paige once and for all, and the four head to the agreed address. Standing before a locked door, someone approaches from the shadows. The person who arrives isn't A, but Noel Kahn, who leads the girls to an apartment where Allison finally appears. It's the moment of truth. If they don't figure everything out tonight, Allie will disappear forever. The night she died was eventful, to say the least. Allie copied Ian's hard drive full of compromising videos and used it to blackmail Jenna. To find out who A was, she went as far as drugging her own friends with her mother's sleeping pills, ensuring they were off the suspect list. She cleared Toby's name, got dumped by Ezra after he found out she was a minor, threatened Ian and Byron, and even fought with Spencer, who, strung out on pills, tried to hit her with a shovel and missed by a mile. But the real trauma comes next. Upon returning home, Allie got hit in the head with a rock. Mistress De Laurentiis saw exactly who threw the rock, but instead of helping, she'd buried her own daughter alive to protect the attacker. Allie was pulled out by Mistress Grunwald, and later Mona found her walking down the road. Mona manipulated the entire situation, convincing Allie to fake her death so she could take over the throne of Rosewood. In the present, chaos reigns. The police search the Hastings house, and Melissa whispers a secret in her father's ear that leaves him paralyzed with fear. Back at the apartment, the girls' reunion is interrupted by a masked shooter. They flee to the roof, revealing they aren't in Philadelphia, but in New York. Ezra shows up, gets into a physical struggle with the shooter, and ends up taking a bullet to the stomach. While the shooter escapes by jumping across the rooftops, we see a disturbing scene elsewhere. Mistress De Laurentiis' lifeless body being dragged and buried. The tables have turned. Ezra is bleeding out, being loaded into the ambulance, and Allison notices a terrifying detail. The black hooded figure is hitching a ride on the roof of the vehicle as it drives off. The girls go into survival mode. They buy burner phones and split up to throw off A, since Ezra is the only one who knows the person's identity. While Arya heads to the hospital, armed with the revolver Hannah recovered from the roof, things get heavy in Rosewood. Mona is assembling her own revenge squad out of everyone Allison has ever bullied. Lucas and Paige are there, and even Melissa shows up, seemingly leading the operation. In New York, the girls attempt an ambush. They lure the hooded figure to a playground and attack them with pepper spray. The problem is that dozens of other black hooded figures show up, surrounding the four like a macabre flash mob, until police sirens scatter everyone. In need of a hideout, Allie takes them to the Fitzgerald Theater. Yes, Ezra's family owns a theater. The guy is secretly loaded. There, Allie meets Cece and hands over her fake passport and plane ticket, helping her friend flee to Paris under the identity of Vivian Darkbloom. At the hospital, Ezra wakes up from surgery, and his vitals instantly tank when he sees Shauna standing in his room. Arya gets the message and rushes to the theater. The lights go out and Shauna appears, pointing a gun at the girls. She confesses to setting the lodge on fire and says she's doing all of this to get justice for Jenna, the person she loves. Before Shauna can pull the trigger, Arya sneaks up from behind and shoves her. Shauna falls into the orchestra pit and dies on impact. The girls try to comfort Arya, telling her the nightmare is finally over. Little do they know, the bus pulls into Rosewood, bringing the crew back. Allison almost chickens out at the last minute, but Emily assures her the nightmare is over and there's nothing left to fear. Wishful thinking. At the police station, sitting across from Detective Holbrook, Allie throws the script out the window. Instead of telling the truth, she spins a tale. She claims she was kidnapped, held hostage for 2 years, jumped out of a moving car, and hid in a cabin with her friend's help. The girls are caught completely off guard, forced to play along with the lie. The reason for the fiction? Allie received an anonymous text threatening to expose what happened in New York. So, the cycle of lies begins again. At home, Allie's dad is overprotective, while her brother Jason is acting like a full-time suspect. He obsessively cleans his car, disposes of trash suspiciously, and, bizarrely, watches Allie sleep. The girls quickly put together the perfect theory. Jason hit Ali with the rock years ago, and their mother Jessica covered it up to protect him. Problems pop up from all sides. Toby returns from London with a bombshell. Melissa lied about being there. Hannah, snooping through Mistress De Laurentiis' emails, finds a sinister draft saying, "I can't protect you anymore." And at the cemetery, Mona makes it clear whose side she's on. She takes credit for the anonymous text and throws it in Allie's face that she's going to wish she had stayed dead. Suspicions about Jessica De Laurentiis' whereabouts end in the worst way possible. In the Hastings backyard, Allie's newly adopted dog starts digging, and what it finds isn't just any bone, but Mistress De Laurentiis' arm sticking out of the dirt. The police tape off the scene, and Allie watches in tears as her own mother's body is taken away. The days are heavy leading up to Jessica De Laurentiis' funeral, and Allison, proving that grief affects people in strange ways, decides to walk down the stairs wearing the exact same dress her mother wore to Allie's own funeral years ago. Her dad, obviously, flips out. The girls are struggling to hold it together. Arya is at peak paranoia, thinking she's going to get arrested for killing Shauna at any moment. She even avoids Ezra, who's back in town, but eventually gives in and goes to see him. He's changed the locks on his apartment, but he promises their secret is safe with him. Meanwhile, Hannah is going through an identity crisis. The Queen Bee's return makes Hannah remember how Mona molded her into the new Allison after the disappearance, complete with Mean Girls-style popularity tactics. Determined to cut this bizarre umbilical cord and prove she isn't anyone's clone, Hannah goes to the salon for a total makeover. At the Hastings house, the vibe is contained panic. Peter wants to sell the house just to escape the neighborhood. Spencer and Jason try to decipher Jessica's unsent email. Jason thinks his mom was killed because she kept too many secrets and warns Spencer not to trust their dad. When Spencer brings up the email to Peter and Melissa, her sister simply rips the paper up. Peter coldly shuts the subject down, saying you can't lie about what you don't know. Typical, just another family dinner. At school, Emily gets a shadow named Sydney, a new girl who idolizes her swimming and harshly rejects Paige, making it clear they are just friends now. Mona's threat, however, keeps growing. While Hannah gets her hair cut to try and escape the past, Mona slyly watches from outside the window, accompanied by a new, mysterious figure. The weight of the lies is starting to crush everyone. In the school courtyard, Hannah and Arya find a copy of the scarlet letter that belonged to Shauna, full of highlighted passages. Mona shows up, venomous as ever, suggesting that Shauna moved away, proving she won't back down from her plan to take Allison down. Allie's dad wants to flee Rosewood, but she puts her foot down about staying. The problem is that the web of lies requires constant maintenance. She goes in for a medical exam and has to explain a scar on her leg. The doctor immediately realizes the cut was made by a blade, but Allie coldly sticks to the story that she cut it on a rock when jumping out of her kidnapper's car. She records the appointment and hands out copies for the girls to memorize. Hannah gets so stressed by this obligation to be an accomplice that she ends up shoplifting a shirt at the mall just to blow off steam. Aria is losing her grip. The guilt of killing Shauna eats away at her to the point of watching the funeral video on a loop. The paranoia peaks when she has a horror movie-worthy hallucination, seeing Shauna sit up alive inside the casket on her computer screen. Unable to be alone, she runs to take refuge at Ezra's apartment, but the real bombshell drops in the Hastings backyard. Veronica confesses to Spencer that she thinks Peter killed Jessica. The reason? Jessica knew about Peter's affair and was threatening to spill everything. Doing yard work with Andrew, Spencer finds rat poison, which makes absolutely no sense. Putting the pieces together, she discovers that her dad's blood pressure medication, losartan, can stop a heart with low blood pressure, exactly like Jessica's. Spencer has to look Allison in the eye and admit the unthinkable. She thinks her own father is the killer. The walls are closing in from all sides. Paige warns Emily to stay away from Allie. Veronica is mysteriously sent to a spa by Peter, and Allison ends the night exactly where she shouldn't be, reading internet hate forums about herself. Allison's return to school is exactly the event everyone expected. Stairs down the hallway, dramatic hugs, and a triumphant entrance. But it's not all glamour. Hannah is having an identity crisis, and things only get worse when Caleb resurfaces in town, leading her to get wasted at Lucas's party just to cope with the anxiety. Meanwhile, guilt is consuming Aria over killing Shauna. Ezra, playing his usual role as her safe haven, tries to calm her down. And since trauma clearly brings people together in Rosewood, the two give in to the tension and hook up again, sparking a kiss that ends up right on the kitchen counter. Emily also leans into a moment of vulnerability, finally giving in to Allison's advances during a night of venting and shared secrets. The Hastings family, on the other hand, is falling apart. Veronica discovers that Peter and Melissa lied about where they were the night Jessica De Laurentiis was killed, and she decides to pack her bags. Spencer, seeking comfort amidst the family chaos, throws caution to the wind and hooks up with Toby, but Allison's real problem has a name: Mona. She corners Allie in the church, threatens to prove the girls were in New York, and in the heat of the moment, the two get into a slapping match. Of course, Mona films the whole thing, edits the footage to make herself look like the sole victim, and leaks the video for the entire school to see. Allie loses her army of followers before she can even recruit them. As if the teen drama wasn't enough, the police make a live TV announcement. The girl buried in Allison's place is Bethany Young, a patient from Radley. And just as everyone is processing the news at Emily's house, a massive explosion shakes the street. Toby's house is blown to pieces. No gas leak here. It becomes clear that A is not only back, but has moved into a new neighborhood and is playing with explosives. The dust from Toby's house has barely settled, and the girls' phones ring in unison. The message is clear. Did you miss me, bitches? A. Shauna definitely wasn't the mastermind behind the threats, and the real villain is back in action. Luckily, no one was inside Toby's house at the time of the explosion, but the message was successfully delivered. With panic setting in, Allison receives a disturbing video of her mother being buried and decides it's time to skip town once again. Hannah, surprisingly, is the first to offer help with the escape. The truth is, Hannah can't stand who she becomes when Allie is around and prefers her far away. Meanwhile, Detective Tanner starts sniffing around Ezra, asking uncomfortable questions about Shauna. Aria goes into panic mode and helps her former teacher hide all his spy boxes. In the midst of the mess, someone leaves an envelope at his door. It's a bizarre drawing of Jessica De Laurentiis, signed by Bethany Young. Security cameras reveal that Eddie Lamb, the Radley employee, was the one who made the delivery. At the De Laurentiis house, Allison is in the dark packing her bags when she is ambushed. A mysterious figure throws her to the ground and tries to strangle her with her own scarf. Luckily, Emily arrives just in time, uses a book as a weapon, attacks the assailant, and saves Allie's life. Shortly after, a new text from A makes the rules of the game crystal clear. If Allison tries to leave town, she dies. The mysterious attacker clearly didn't want to kill her, just make sure she stayed in her cage. Amidst the chaos, Veronica decides that even Even if she believes Peter didn't kill Jessica, the decades of lies were the final straw, putting an end to their marriage. And to dive headfirst into the mystery, Arya makes the most sensible decision anyone in Rosewood could make. She applies as a volunteer at the local sanitarium. Emily's mom, completely ignoring the heavy tension in the air, decides to throw a last-minute friendly dinner party for Allison and the girls. No one is in the mood to go, especially Hannah, who has run out of patience for her friend's victim act and would rather focus on figuring out what's going on with Caleb. Since he's decided to skip his school exams to drink beer during the day, the two end up syncing up in this rebellious vibe. At school, things take on a mafia movie feel. Paige finds a dead rat in her swim locker. Emily, furious, confronts Mona, who is genuinely offended, not by the accusation, but by the fact that Emily thought she would use a tactic as amateur and cliché as a dead rat. The bizarre detail is that Spencer finds a rat caught in a trap in her sister Melissa's trash right afterward. Arya begins her first day as a volunteer at Radley and immediately stirs up trouble. A patient named Rhonda accuses her of being a thief. Seizing a Mission Impossible-style window of opportunity, Arya hides under the patient's bed and ends up finding a sketchbook hidden in the mattress. The sketchbook belonged to Bethany Young and is filled with disturbing illustrations of Jessica De Laurentiis drawn as a demon. Clearly, Bethany had a deep-seated hatred for her neighbor. It's time for the dinner at the Fields house, and Hannah shows up completely drunk. She doesn't miss a chance to take jabs at Allison all night, forcing Pam to notice that the kidnapping story has more holes than Swiss cheese. Kicked out of the dinner by Emily, Hannah bumps into Sydney and, with her alcohol filter entirely turned off, lets it slip that the girls were in New York. The night ends with Hannah and Caleb finally giving in to their chemistry and kissing, but Hannah's mistake costs the group dearly. The rest of the girls get a text from A, thanking Hannah for her big mouth.
New York, it's a hell of a town. Allie's keeping secrets. Maybe that's because of Hannah's big mouth.
While Spencer, checking her new security cameras, catches Allison sneaking out of her house in completely different clothes than she wore to dinner. Lieutenant Tanner is breathing down Allison's neck, but oddly enough, the focus of the interrogation isn't her dead mother, but Shauna. The pressure only mounts when Allie finds notes from A inside her choir sheet music. The message is clear, the game is still on. Meanwhile, Hannah is on a downward drinking spiral. She tries to seek comfort at the coffee shop, but Zach, Arya's future stepdad, preys on her vulnerability, heavily flirts with her, and rubs her back. And as if that weren't enough, later he gets into Hannah's car, gives her his number, and touches her leg. It's disgusting. Hannah rushes to tell her everything, but the reaction is the worst possible. Arya freaks out, calls Hannah the root of the problem, and refuses to believe her mother's fiancé would do such a thing. Arya has her own problems at Radley. She tries to return the stolen sketchbook, but gets caught by the roommate Rhonda. In exchange for chips and a soda, Rhonda spills that Allison's mom used to take the mysterious Bethany Young to see a horse named Custard. Spencer and Emily go to the stables to investigate and find Melissa's riding helmet, but their snooping is cut short when someone locks them inside with a spooked horse. To top off the chaos, Hannah's house is broken into by a man armed with a knife, terrorizing Ashley and Allison. But the plot twist comes right after. Allison confesses to her friends that she hired Noel Kahn to stage the break-in. The reason? She needed Hannah's mom to stop asking questions about her fake kidnapping. It's peak Allison manipulation. The episode closes with A walking through Spencer's bedroom, lifting a chair cushion, and discovering the recording of Allie's medical exam. The vibe among the girls is awful after the staged armed break-in. Allison continues to operate in the shadows, and the group realizes she can no longer be trusted. Emily catches Noel Kahn listening to a suspicious recording of Ali, prompting her to sneak into the boys' locker room, steal his car keys, and confiscate photos in the voice recorder. Meanwhile, Hannah's downward spiral continues. Her mom finds her flask and gives her a massive lecture, and Hannah refuses to attend the engagement party. Spencer, seeing her friend fall apart, goes to Caleb and asks him to intervene, letting the story about Zach slip. Like a good boyfriend, Caleb goes to confront him. Zach has the audacity to show a note, obviously forged by A, saying Hannah was interested. Caleb doesn't think twice and punches him square in the face. Well deserved.
Slip that into my pocket.
Arya finally comes to her senses, notices her future stepdad's behavior, and goes to ask for forgiveness. The two hug, and Ella's engagement is called off. Spencer goes to the lake house to hide Allie's photos, but gets a jump scare when Noel pops out from under a sheet demanding his insurance back. Spencer doesn't back down. She smacks his hand with a fire poker and kicks him out. The real suspense happens at the eye doctor. With her vision blurred by eye drops, Spencer sees two identical girls, who Emily later discovers are Jenna and Sydney. Yes, Emily's new friend has ties to Jenna, and to prove they are everywhere, A leaves a message on the eye chart. "Can you see me yet?" In the end, Lieutenant Tanner drops a bomb in Allison's lap. The police have captured a man who confessed to the alleged kidnapping. Now, Ali is backed into a corner. Keep up her own lie and frame the guy, or reveal the truth. Allison's web of lies is about to suffocate everyone. The man who confessed to the fake kidnapping is Cyrus Petrillo. The girls know that if Ali officially identifies him, A will have the perfect proof to expose them all. Ali swears she has a plan and that Cyrus can lead them to A, but the group's patience has already run out. Spencer decides it's time to use Noel Kahn's insurance, but discovers that all the evidence was stolen from her hiding spot right after Melissa was in the room. Worse, a security video shows Melissa handing something to a mysterious man shortly before Cyrus confessed to the police. The conclusion is obvious. Melissa is in this up to her neck. Meanwhile, Ali reveals to Emily that she actually does know Cyrus. During her time on the run, she shared an abandoned basement with him until he stole her money and left a knife scar on her leg. Even knowing the risks and against all warnings, Ali goes with Lieutenant Tanner to the basement and confirms the story, ensuring Cyrus stays in the police's crosshairs. That's the last straw. Emily realizes Allison is never going to stop playing games, confronts the girl, and spells it out clearly. She's washing her hands of her. The group meets up, Emily hands over the photos proving the kidnapping was fake, and they make their most drastic decision yet, cutting ties with Allison for good before she drags them all down with her. But Allison's real masterstroke happens in the shadows. Dressed as her old alter ego, Vivian Darkbloom, Ali secretly meets Cyrus in the woods. She hands him a plane ticket. It was all a deal orchestrated by Allison herself.
You know, I could have told them the truth about you. How we met.
The episode ends with Melissa setting up a camera to record a confession for Spencer, while A calmly folds their black hoodies and candy striper uniforms. The tables have turned, and the girls have just declared war on the Queen of Rosewood. The girls are in front of the police station, ready to tell Detective Tanner the whole truth, but A is always one step ahead. Screens in a nearby shop window start flashing, playing a video of Allison at the hospital when Hannah was admitted. The message is clear. If they speak now, the police will think they knew everything all along. Spencer, losing her patience, grabs a brick to smash it all, but stops the second the screens start broadcasting her holding the brick. A's final signature sends a simple message: "Act normal, bitches." With their hands tied, the group splits up. Emily turns to Ezra to investigate the connection between Allison and Cyrus, the fake kidnapper. Arya gets home and runs straight into Mona on a study date with her brother Mike. The tension in the room is off the charts, but Mona later gives it to Arya straight. Allison is dangerous, and the peace between them isn't going to last. Meanwhile, Hannah tries to help Caleb, who has gone back to drinking to escape the nightmares and trauma he brought back from Ravenswood. But the bombshell of the day comes in the mail. Melissa fled with their dad, but left a flash drive for Spencer with a hell of a confession. It turns out that on the night of the disappearance, Melissa saw Spencer arguing with Allison, holding a shovel. Shortly after, she found a body on the ground. Thinking her sister was a killer, Melissa simply rolled the girl into the grave and covered her with dirt. The macabre detail? It wasn't Allison, it was Bethany Young, and she was still alive. Melissa buried an innocent girl to protect Spencer. To make matters worse, Detective Tanner continues to circle the group, desperately trying to connect the four to Bethany's death. With Melissa's confession and A's video haunting their every step, the walls are closing in faster than ever. The Thanksgiving spirit is brutally cut short. Mona's house is surrounded by the police, walls are splattered with blood, and the girls receive the classic message from A warning them that it's all their fault. Going back 36 hours, it all makes sense. Allison decided to take a polygraph test at the police station. Worried about the story their friend will tell, the girls turn to the only person capable of going toe-to-toe with her, Mona. The dynamic completely shifts, and now former enemies must team up. Mona has no doubt that Allison is A herself, manipulating everyone like pawns on a chessboard. With Lucas's help, Mona hacks the police files and discovers Allison's masterstroke. During the polygraph, she subtly painted Spencer as an unstable friend, giving the police the perfect motive to believe that Spencer killed Bethany Young to impress her. An arrest warrant is already on the way. In a race against time, Spencer and Mona sneak into Radley disguised as nurses. Inside, they find Bethany's tapes revealing that Allison's mother was having an affair with her father. The pieces fit. Allison knew everything and lured Bethany to Rosewood out of revenge. Chaos fully ensues. Toby gets into a car crash, and Detective Holbrook shows up to arrest Spencer for murder. At the same time, Mona calls Arya euphoric, saying she finally has the definitive proof against Allison. But she celebrates too soon. A blonde figure in black breaks into Mona's room. The fight is brutal, and by the time the girls arrive, only blood is left on the floor. Without a body, the police declare it a homicide. While Mona's mother screams in despair and the girls break down, Allison watches the scene from afar, with the smile of someone who has just delivered checkmate. And since A never misses a chance for a theatrical touch, Mona's lifeless body is tossed into the trunk of a car, cradling a baby Jesus doll stolen from Emily's family's nativity scene. It's Christmas in Rosewood, but the mood is anything but festive, especially with Spencer out on bail for murder. Hope resurfaces when a lawyer hands Hannah a posthumous letter from Mona. Always one step ahead, she left behind detailed maps of all the secret hiding spots in Allison's house. While the girls plan to break into the house, Allison is having her own version of A Christmas Carol. She is haunted by her mother's ghost and Mona's ghost, who make her relive the childhood moment she was forced to lie about finding two identical yellow dresses hidden in the piano. Her mother's lesson was clear. Lying keeps the family together. Mona's ghost also makes a point of showing Allison's future, dead, alone, and forgotten in a casket. The big event of the night is the De Laurentiis family's luxurious ice ball. The girls arrive looking stunning, but their mission is something else. While Arya, Emily, Ezra, and Caleb keep an eye on Allison and her bizarre entourage of masked girls, Spencer and Hannah sneak away to toss their former friend's house, with Toby keeping watch from afar. At the ball, masks fall off. Arya catches Allison kissing Detective Holbrook dressed as Santa Claus, and shortly after, Allison secretly meets with none other than Cece Drake. In the midst of this, Paige reveals to Emily that her parents are forcing her to move to California, far from the town's dangers. At Allison's house, the search yields results. Hannah finds a fake passport and a letter from Bethany Young, proving that Allison was the one who invited her to Rosewood the weekend she was killed. It's the proof Spencer needed to clear her name, but the joy is short-lived. A breaks into the house wielding a knife, knocking Hannah out in the attic before fleeing. After the scare, the whole group gathers at Spencer's house. For the first time in a long time, they have reasons to smile, sharing a Christmas feast surrounded by snow. Outside in the cold, Allison watches the scene through the window, feeling the weight of her own loneliness. And since peace in Rosewood has an expiration date, out in the yard, a Christmas tree blinks with lights forming a final message. Merry Christmas, bitches. Leaving a bodiless funeral is already bizarre, but in Rosewood, it's practically routine. The girls are still processing the situation when Allison has the audacity to show up at the cemetery to pay her respects. Mona's mother doesn't think twice. She slaps her hard across the face and screams, demanding her daughter's body.
Where's my daughter? Where's her body?
It's okay. Come with me.
Hannah, stepping into the emotional support role, takes the lady home and gets a stuffed animal of Mona's as a keepsake. Spencer's situation, meanwhile, goes downhill. The police revoke her bail thanks to an old statement from Mistress De Laurentiis, which was very well hidden by the late Detective Wilden, placing Spencer in the backyard on the night of Ollie's disappearance. Desperate not to see their friend behind bars, the girls conclude that the only way out is to prove Allison killed Mona. The plan? Break into Mona's house and plant Allison's hair at the crime scene. While Spencer and Emily handle the break-in and find a hidden camera in the air ducts instead of planting evidence, Arya tries to cope with the stress of being rejected by every college by blowing a rip whistle in the middle of the park to scare Allison away. A dramatic but effective tactic. Hannah convinces Mona's mom to hand over the hidden camera footage to the police. The video doesn't show the killer's face, but the mop of blonde hair attacking Mona is unmistakable. Jason, who was already at his breaking point with his sister's stories, watches the video with the cops and finally retracts Allison's alibi. When the sirens blare, Allison tries to sneak out the back but comes face to face with the 4 girls blocking her exit. She swears she is being framed by A, but no one backs down. Allison leaves in handcuffs, and the charges against Spencer are officially dropped. The girls breathe a sigh of relief and celebrate their apparent victory until the night sky lights up with fireworks forming a giant A. Allison might be in jail, but the nightmare is far from over. Life behind bars is not doing Allison any good. Toby runs into her at the prison, visibly bruised, and she drops a reality bomb. The girls are next, unless A kills them first. The group deduces that someone on the outside is helping Ollie, and the prime suspect is Holbrook, who has mysteriously fallen off the map. A climate of paranoia takes over. Toby finds a bloody knife in Mona's backyard and recognizes it as his own weapon from the cabin. Caleb and Spencer, ignoring all basic security protocols, steal the knife back to destroy it in the high school's giant kiln. The plan almost ends in tragedy when A locks Caleb inside with the kiln turned on. Spencer manages to save him at the last second and sends the knife into the ashes, leaving Toby furious that they tampered with evidence. Meanwhile, academic desperation reaches critical levels. Arya finds out that Ezra's ex, Jackie, works in admissions at Talmadge College. What does she do? She writes a dramatic letter saying she regrets wasting her high school years dating an older guy, begging for a spot. The suicidal tactic works, and she gets accepted. The problem is, at the opening event for the brew, Arya finds a bookmark with an exact quote from her letter. A has the text, and now A has Arya in the palm of their hands. To make the group's questionable decisions worse, Ashley Marin decides to make the worst one of all. She and Jason DeLaurentis end up sleeping together. Hannah comes home from a canceled college tour, where she found a teddy bear stuffed with bloody guts in her own car, just in time to see Jason walking down the stairs buttoning his shirt. And in prison, the tension escalates. Allison finds a note in her freshly delivered laundry with a very clear warning: your friends will see you soon. The theory that Holbrook is Allison's henchman only gains traction, and A doesn't miss a chance to show they are pulling the strings. While Arya tries to grab a coffee at the brew, the cash register printer goes crazy and prints out the entire letter she wrote to Jackie, along with a note warning her that this lie will stay on her permanent record forever. As if Arya wasn't tense enough, she gets a text signed by H setting up a meeting. She goes to the spot thinking she's going to corner Holbrook, but Jason is the one who shows up. Speaking of Jason, Hannah finally confronts her mom about catching them the night before. Ashley tries to deflect, but karma hits fast. Pastor Ted returns from his trip and, totally clueless about the betrayal, asks Ashley to marry him. She panics and flees the room, leaving Hannah to try and smooth over the mess. The real bombshell, however, drops right into Spencer and Caleb's laps. Mona's laptop emits a GPS signal, leading them to a storage facility out of town. Using their usual break-in tactics, they crawl through the air ducts and enter Unit 1017. The scene inside is pure Breaking Bad. Mona's laptop left out in the open, bloodied clothes wrapped in plastic, and a giant barrel surrounded by corrosive chemicals. The conclusion is obvious and disturbing. Mona's body is probably being dissolved inside. They flee without opening the barrel, afraid of leaving DNA or triggering a booby trap. Determined to pin it on Holbrook, Caleb hacks into the storage facility's system to find the name on the lease. The result, however, is the worst possible. Caleb shows up at Hannah's house with terrible news. The macabre unit with Mona's potentially melted corpse is rented under Hannah's own name. Holbrook's shadow continues to loom, and at the end of the day, someone in the classic black hoodie casually accesses the Rosewood police system using the detective's name and password. Hannah is in an absolute panic. The storage unit was rented in her name the day before Mona's murder, and she is certain Allison set it up to frame her. Ignoring all the advice in the universe, Hannah decides the best idea is to break into the place and get rid of the evidence, including an infamous barrel that might contain the victim's remains.
But if Mona's body is in there, we have to get it out of here.
Caleb tries to be the voice of reason, offering to wipe the system records to disconnect her name from the lease. But when he gets to Hannah's house and sees her armed with rubber gloves, bleach, and even a rented van, he realizes there's no stopping her. Like a good boyfriend, he agrees to help with the worst idea of the year. Meanwhile, Arya gathers her courage and shows Ezra the letter she wrote to get into college. The problem is that the letter basically blames their relationship for ruining her high school experience. He says he understands, but the look on his face gives away way that the blow hurt. Ashley, on the other hand, quits her job with Jason and confesses that Pastor Ted proposed, which doesn't stop Jason from stealing a kiss on her way out, which she quickly shuts down. Hannah and Caleb manage to get into the storage unit, but the place is almost empty. Before they can haul the barrel out of there, Detective Tanner and Toby show up. And no, Toby doesn't cut them any slack. Worse still, Tanner discovers drops of blood near the barrel. Believing Hannah had gone to the storage unit, Spencer, Aria, and Emily try to track Mona's laptop. The signal leads them to an abandoned ice cream factory. They don't find their friend, but rather a video of Hannah and Caleb planning the break-in. The real prize, however, is that the black hooded figure locks all three of them in a liquid nitrogen freezer. Emily almost electrocutes herself trying to break the power panel, but manages to unlock the door seconds before the three turn into popsicles. At the end of the day, Hannah's proactivity yielded an incriminating video of her and Caleb, Spencer, Aria, and Emily's fingerprints at the scene of the trap, and the police in possession of the barrel. The consequences don't take long to arrive. To everyone's surprise, Veronica Hastings is now a defense consultant for Allison. Her reasoning is practical. She wants to know exactly who will be called to testify at the trial. But the real bombshell of the day involves the Montgomery family. A girl named Leslie shows up in town claiming to be an old friend of Mona's and reveals a disturbing detail. The night Mona died, she heard Mike screaming on the phone with his girlfriend. This, combined with the fact that Spencer spots Mike's name on Allison's prison visitor log, sets off all the red flags. Mike starts acting aggressive and defensive, fully embracing the role of the perfect suspect. Aria tries to confront her brother and follows him to an isolated pier in the dead of night, where he casually leaves a bag of gummy bears on the dock. Because nothing screams secret underworld rendezvous like Candy in the Dark, he freaks out when he sees his sister, tells her to mind her own business, and leaves her with a bizarre warning to be careful walking back through the woods. Hannah, on the other hand, makes her own investigative breakthrough. Hidden inside one of Mona's old books, she finds a cassette tape. It's a recording of Bethany Young during a session at Radley, ranting with hatred about an evil bitch who manipulates everyone around her. The tension peaks when Holbrook, who has just been suspended from the force for tampering with Allison's polygraph, corners Hannah on the street. He is furious, but the surprise is that he swears Allison cut him out of the loop a long time ago. He claims to have spent the last few days under internal affairs investigation, meaning he wasn't the one who set the girls up at the ice cream factory. If Holbrook isn't the henchman, the target shifts back to Mike, and to make matters worse, the police analyze the blood found next to the barrel. It's not Mona's, it's Allison's. And as the puzzle gets even more confusing, Mike simply goes to the prison and signs his name for yet another little visit to their prime suspect. The mood was already tense, but a school blood drive takes the paranoia to another level. Ashley organizes the event, and the girls participate, except for Emily. The problem is that Mike is seen suspiciously hovering around the freezers, and right after he bolts, the girls realize their blood vials are missing. It's the perfect setup for a disaster. Aria still tries to justify her brother's actions, but the situation becomes indefensible when she answers his cell phone and receives a collect call from the prison. It's Allison, demanding updates on a guy named Hank Mahoney. Meanwhile, real life comes knocking. Hannah finds out her college financial aid application was denied because her father's income is considered too high. When she confronts him, she discovers Tom is paying for her stepsister Kate's elite college and basically hasn't saved a dime for Hannah. Furious and in need of 20 grand, she makes the most Hannah decision possible and signs up for a local beauty pageant that offers the prize money. Spencer tries to clear her head by helping an artist named Johnny paint a mural at Hollis College in the middle of the night. It feels like a rebellious and liberating experience until she wakes up the next day, looks at the newspaper, and finds out the artwork wasn't authorized. She just committed vandalism. Considering Spencer's criminal record, it's the last thing she needed. Aria and Emily decide to retrace Mike's steps. He withdraws an absurd amount of money and heads to a roadside diner. And guess who the mysterious Hank Mahoney is? Cyrus Petrillo. Mike hands the cash over to Allison's ally and takes off. When Cyrus realizes the girls followed him, he corners them with his motorcycle. Luckily, Andrew, Aria's nerdy classmate, comes out of nowhere with a baseball bat and scares the guy away, but the day's damage was already done. The girls receive an ironic text, thanking them for their donations to the Going to Jail Fund. In some hidden lair, black-gloved hands meticulously drip Hannah's stolen blood directly onto the clothes Mona was wearing the day she was killed. The girls are tossing Mike's room, which is always a questionable invasion of privacy, but considering he's been handing out vials of blood around town, it's forgivable. They find a necklace with Morse code that spells out, "I'm with you." The immediate guess? It's a gift for Allison. Hannah tells Caleb about entering a beauty pageant. Caleb warns her it's a terrible idea, and he's right. After all, pageants aren't exactly like the movie Miss Congeniality. Hannah's prep is such a disaster that she ends up lying about knowing how to dance. To make matters worse, her dreaded stepsister Kate also enters the competition, turning the event into a personal war zone. Meanwhile, Emily finds out the hard way that Talia is married. She tells Talia that her husband showed up at work and acted like Emily was just an experiment. Emily, rightfully so, cuts ties on the spot. Across town, Spencer and Johnny decide to play vigilantes and break into a gallery to steal back their graffiti art. The getaway goes wrong, the alarm goes off, and Officer Toby intercepts them. He doesn't cut them any slack. He arrests Johnny and tells Spencer to walk away so as not to give Detective Tanner any ammunition. The real bombshell drops in the woods. Arya follows Mike and finds the package he hid in the hollow of a tree, a vial of Mona's blood. Mike catches his sister. The vial breaks in the scuffle, and he finally breaks down. The revelation is heavy. Mona wasn't murdered, at least not in the original plan. She intended to fake her own death and frame Allison to infiltrate A's territory and expose the enemy. The problem is that Mona never came back. Mike cries, convinced that A double-crossed her for real. The girls realize the sheer magnitude of the mistake they made. Allison is innocent, and they threw her straight to the lions. As the weight of the guilt settles in, a hooded figure sneaks into Mike's room, grabs a wrench, and makes it clear that the boy has just been added to the hit list. The weight of guilt hits the girls hard. Arya, Emily, and Spencer go to the prison to apologize to Allison and tell her the truth about Mona's plan. Allison is furious about being the perfect bait, but agrees not to expose Mike to her lawyers, for now. Hannah refuses to go, drowning in her own remorse for calling her former friend a murderer to her face. Veronica finds out about the prison visit and takes extreme measures. She ships Spencer off to London under the guise of an Oxford University interview, but A packs terror in her luggage. Right in the middle of the interview, Spencer's bag starts leaking blood. It's the kind of surgical psychological torture that triggers a panic attack in Melissa's apartment. In Rosewood, Emily continues training for the beauty pageant and ends up getting close to Talia again. However, the organization kicks Emily out, fearing her friendship with a murder suspect will tarnish the event's image. Talia, showing she has learned how to play the town's games, blackmails the coordinator to ensure Emily receives a compensatory donation. Arya and Hannah track down Cyrus and find him in the burn ward of a hospital, wrapped in bandages like a B-movie mummy. He can barely speak, but manages to write one word on a piece of gauze: Varjak, the fake name A used. And speaking of A, the lethality level spikes drastically at the Montgomery house. Arya climbs onto Mike's weight bench to grab a piece of paper, and the equipment collapses. A tampered with the bolts. If Mike had been lifting, his skull would have been crushed. Andrew saves Arya from the worst of it, and riding the adrenaline of the trauma, the two share a kiss. As the dust settles, Veronica reviews Allison's case files, discovers something terrifying, and calls Spencer, telling her to cancel her flight back. Hannah, swallowing her pride, goes to the prison to face Allison. She apologizes, tries to forge a fragile truce, and asks the question that will dictate the group's next moves. Who is Varjak? The walls are closing in, and the pressure on Allison is suffocating. Her lawyer warns her that no one will believe the kidnapping story and lays reality on the table. Either she takes a plea deal, confessing to the crime and naming an accomplice, or she faces life in prison. And the police's target for this accomplice already has a first and last name, Hannah Marin, since bone fragments were found in the barrel at the storage unit under her name. In London, Spencer discovers the entire trip was a sham. Melissa and Veronica made up the college interview just to keep her off the police's radar, fearing Allison would point the finger at her as an accomplice. Spencer, sick of being manipulated by her own family, snaps at her sister, grabs her bags, and decides to head home. Meanwhile, Ezra, Arya, and Emily decide to look into Mona's lawyer, James. When Ezra presses him, James panics and flees to a secluded cabin. The trio follows him, and Emily, always the bravest of the bunch, sneaks onto the property.
I thought you guys were behind me.
she finds a pizza box in the trash with a receipt under the name Varjak. The risk hits its peak when James shows up armed, but she manages to hide. Despair takes over Hannah when she finds out about her arrest warrant. Caleb, trying to act with reason, convinces her to go to the precinct and tell the whole truth about A to Detective Tanner, using the text messages on her phone as proof. The plan would be solid if they weren't dealing with a ghost. Right in the waiting room, Hannah's phone is hacked remotely, and all the messages are wiped out in the blink of an eye. Without proof and cornered, Hannah is arrested. The official reason? Her blood was found on the clothes Mona was wearing on the day of the crime. In the midst of this chaos, Arya and Ezra have a surprisingly mature conversation and decide to break up before she goes off to college. At the precinct, Hannah is led to her cell. As she walks past Allison, she shoots her a look full of hatred, certain she was sold out. What Hannah doesn't know is that Allison refused the plea deal. The dirty work was done entirely by A. Allison is preparing for the trial of her life and, of course, is completely sure she can take the stand and charm the jury. Her lawyer needs to give her a reality check. She isn't there to tell stories. She's there to plant a single doubt in the minds of 12 strangers. Meanwhile, things heat up on the outside. Ashley Marin tells Hannah she will go to court every day to protect her daughter, no matter the cost. Veronica Hastings does the exact opposite, forbidding Spencer from going anywhere near the courthouse so the jury won't associate the girls with Allison. When the trial finally begins, the prosecution wastes no time dropping a bombshell. They know Allison's kidnapping was staged. The prosecutor paints the picture that Ollie killed Mona precisely because she knew about the lie. The girls watching everything unfold start to panic. In prison, Hannah and Ollie share laundry duty. Ollie confesses that the Varjak number in the classifieds was real and that someone was sending her creepy messages right before Mona died. To prove it wasn't just Allison's paranoia, the number calls Arya's phone, playing the exact same French song Mona used to listen to in her room. The message is clear. A is rubbing their total control in their faces. In court, Jason tries to help his sister. He changes his testimony, stating that the person in the video attacking Mona wasn't Allison, since she wasn't even home. But the prosecutor is ruthless. He corners Jason and insinuates in front of everyone that Ashley Marin slept with him in exchange for this new testimony. It's a low, absurd blow, but it instantly destroys his credibility. Desperate for clues, the girls go to Mona's house, which has been completely ransacked, but Mona was always smarter than most. Hidden behind a mirror, they find a cryptic note, time is running out, and while they try to decipher the message, A quietly ends the day shredding the fake Varjak documents to line a birdcage. The trial continues and Allison's situation goes downhill fast. The prosecution brings in a surprise witness, Leslie Stone, who claims to be Mona's close friend. She presents a threatening card that Allison supposedly sent Mona shortly before the murder. Leslie puts on quite a show in court, painting the girls as aggressive accomplices and Allison as a monster. Knowing the truth, Mike decides he needs to testify to save Hannah and Ollie. Arya, terrified, tries to hide her brother in a cabin with Ezra's help, but Caleb shows up and gives it to them straight. Mike has to talk. In the middle of this pointless argument, the kid simply vanishes into the woods. When they finally find him, Mike has been pepper sprayed and tied to a pole by A. Caleb snaps a picture before untying him, but Detective Tanner acts with her classic police incompetence, complaining that they stopped to take a photo instead of helping the kid and ignores the real danger. Allison's defense tries one last brilliant move. The lawyer proves that due to a childhood fracture, Allison lacks the strength in her right arm to slam someone with the violence seen in the murder video. It looks like a guaranteed win. That is, until the prosecutor presents a summer camp certificate proving Allison was an elite archer at age 11. The tragic detail? Allison only won the award because she cheated, but now she can't prove it. The girls' phones ping with a text from A. Bullseye, bitches. Unsurprisingly, the jury comes back with the verdict. Allison is found guilty of first-degree murder. The courtroom descends into a chaos of tears and handcuffs. As if that weren't enough, Tanner uses the moment to arrest Spencer, Emily, and Arya right then and there as accessories. A's game worked perfectly. Hannah is giving a full-blown motivational speech on how to survive prison, while she, Emily, Arya, and Spencer are being transported in a transfer van, but they never reach their destination. The van gets into an accident, orchestrated by A. Sleeping gas fills the vehicle, and everything goes black. When they wake up, the nightmare reaches a whole new level. The girls are locked in rooms that are exact replicas of their own bedrooms back home, but with concrete walls and cameras everywhere. A robotic voice over the loudspeaker orders them to step out. They walk down a well-lit hallway and find a blonde girl playing the piano, wearing Allison's iconic yellow top. The girl takes off her mask and reveals herself to be Mona, alive. But the trauma is so severe that Mona acts and speaks as if she were Allison, following A's sick script to avoid being punished. In the real world, Caleb, Toby, and Ezra join forces to find the hacked van. Desperation is so high that Caleb turns himself in to Detective Tanner, using Spencer's parents as his lawyers, just to get access to the police computers and trace A's signal. Inside the dollhouse, the girls figure out the routine. For 3 minutes a day, the main power goes out and the doors unlock, but there isn't enough time to escape through the maze. Instead of accepting her fate, Spencer starts putting the pieces together. She deciphers an anagram on the building blocks in the playroom, spelling out the name Charles. A decides it's time for a basement prom, recreating Melissa and Ian's old prom. Using decoration supplies, Spencer goes full MacGyver and builds a device to short-circuit the electrical system. During the prom, when Charles appears among the mannequins, they activate the machine, knock out the power, and run for their lives. While the police discover the hideout's control room at the Campbell farm, the girls finally manage to open the heavy door to the outside world, failing to notice a blonde girl wearing Allison's iconic yellow top. Freedom lasts exactly 2 seconds. The lights turn on, the electric fence is activated, and the heavy door locks behind them. Trapped in the middle of nowhere during a bizarre storm, they are forced to spend the night and the next day outside, without food or water. A classic psychological punishment from A. When they're finally ordered to come inside, they are greeted with a gas bomb. A masked man drags Mona away, and the other 4 wake up naked on more gurneys, covered by sheets. It's the sickest level of the game so far. Mona, forced to act like Allison in a hospital volunteer uniform, warns them that if they don't go back to their rooms, they'll go in the hole. 3 weeks go by. Allison's conviction has been overturned, and she holds a press conference begging Andrew Campbell, the #1 suspect, not to hurt her friends. But this is Pretty Little Liars, so of course, it's a trap. The Rosewood police, along with Toby and Detective Tanner, think they are using Ollie as bait to catch Andrew, except Caleb and Ezra are 1 step ahead, helping Ollie ditch the cops to find the girls on their own. Using a GPS tracker in her shoe, back at the dollhouse, the traumatized girls are let out of their rooms and forced to prepare a room identical to Allison's. Spencer, always the mastermind of the operation, uses an Etch-a-Sketch to warn the others. Charles is a De Laurentiis. When the generator shuts down, they find Charles's vault and start burning everything. Panic hits A, who triggers the fire alarm. The chaos attracts Caleb and Ezra, who pry open the door from the outside. The reunion is emotional. The police arrive, and even the mysterious blonde girl is rescued, Sarah Harvey, who has been missing for years. But when Emily asks Ollie who Charles De Laurentiis is, the look of pure confusion on her face says it all. The rescue happened, but the scars remain. At the hospital, Arya is absolutely convinced that Andrew is Charles, while Spencer asks everyone to calm down so they don't feed the cops half-baked theories. Out in the woods, Toby, acting like he's in a 90s action movie, violently arrests Andrew until he's interrupted by Lorenzo, his new partner, who demands he do his job right. At the De Laurentiis house, Allison confronts her dad about the name Charles. Kenneth doesn't even blink before denying the existence of anyone by that name in the family. No surprises there. The trauma of captivity starts to take a heavy toll. Hannah can't stand to look at her own bedroom, feeling that the space was violated by A, and tears down the wallpaper with her bare hands, desperate for control. Emily steals her dad's gun and goes to a firing range, trying to shoot away the fear until she gets caught by her mom. And Spencer, haunted by flashbacks of the game where she was forced to choose which friend would get shocked, goes as far as stealing Arya's anti-anxiety pills. Arya, on the other hand, goes straight to the precinct and lies to their faces, saying she saw Andrew's face in the dollhouse. She wants the nightmare to end so badly that she's willing to bend reality to lock the guy up. Meanwhile, Sarah Harvey, visibly broken by years of captivity and dealing with a toxic mother, runs away from home and shows up at Emily's window. Pam lets her stay day, but Sarah drops a bombshell on Emily. She highly doubts Andrew is the guilty one, and considering the amount of time she spent down there, she has reason to be suspicious. The episode closes tying up this quiet tension, with Spencer giving in and taking the stolen pill, while Allison flips through a family album and notices that some old photos have been conveniently torn out. The attempt to return to the school routine is an absolute disaster. Hannah is the only one who shows up at school and ends up scheduling a session with Dr. Sullivan. Meanwhile, Aria hangs out at the brew, Emily takes care of a traumatized Sarah, and Spencer goes looking for answers. Spencer presses Jason about the name Charles and discovers something bizarre. Charlie was Jason's imaginary friend when they were kids, until Mr. De Laurentiis simply told the friend to go away. Who kicks out their kid's imaginary friend? It becomes obvious that Charlie was very real and that Kenneth lied to Allison's face. Aria and Ezra, investigating on their own, discover that Andrew is adopted and his records are sealed, which only feeds the paranoia. But the theory goes down the drain when Pam reveals the police are releasing the boy. He has ironclad alibis for the times Mona and Sarah were kidnapped. Before they can process this during their therapy session, A sends a live video threatening to stab Sarah if the girls don't leave the office in 30 seconds. They rush to Emily's house, only to find the girl perfectly fine, fresh out of the shower. It was just another game of psychological torture. Out on the street, the girls run into Andrew leaving the precinct. Aria tries to apologize, but the guy explodes. He reveals that he spent the last few weeks tearing through the woods to save them, wanting to be the hero. In return, he got his family's farm destroyed and ended up behind bars. He calls the girls toxic dump and walks away. It's hard to disagree with him this time. The guilt makes things click for the group. In the dollhouse, they never actually shocked each other. A faked the screams. The goal was never to hurt them physically, but to break the trust between them. At the end of the day, snooping around Allison's house, Aria finds the golden ticket hidden at the bottom of a jar, a photo of Jessica with baby Allison and two little boys, Jason and Charlie. When Kenneth gets home, Jason and Ali slam the photo on the table and demand the truth, completely unaware that a hooded figure is watching everything from outside. The secret finally comes out. Allison gathers the girls and drops the bomb. Charles De Laurentiis is her older brother. It turns out that when Ali was a baby, Charles tried to drown her in the bathtub. The parents' solution? Lock the boy up in Radley and try to erase his existence. But Kenneth swears up and down that Charles can't be A, for the simple fact that he committed suicide at age 16. With no body and no grave to prove it, Hannah logically doesn't buy this story. The trauma of the dollhouse still haunts everyone in different ways. Aria refuses to talk to her dad and dives into photography to escape reality. Spencer has brutal flashbacks of waking up with her hands covered in blood, going so far as to ask Sabrina, the new baker at the brew, for medical marijuana just to silence her own mind. Caleb, on the other hand, goes into obsessive bodyguard mode and puts a tracker on Hannah's car, which leads to a massive fight between the two. Determined to dig through Radley's files in an abandoned storage facility, the girls discover that Charles's medical records really do stop at age 16. His only visitor, besides his mother, was Aunt Carol. The whole group, including Jason and Ollie, drives out to their aunt's old farm. There in the backyard, they find a hidden tombstone with Charles's name. Hannah, because waiting is never an option in Rosewood, immediately starts digging with a shovel, but Jason notices that the tree roots around it are too old. The grave seems authentic, making Jason and Ollie finally accept their brother's death. But peace is an illusion. That same night, Aria gets locked in the college's darkroom, reliving the panic of when A cut her hair in captivity, until she's saved by Clark, her fellow photographer. Charles might have a tombstone, but someone, somewhere, is still chewing on candy and tracking the girl's every move on a digital map. Spencer's mind has turned into a psychological horror movie, packed with nightmares of Radley and a creepy little girl dancing among bathtubs. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mona is back. The girl who faked her own death is now panicking, terrified of the cops, and especially of Leslie Stone. Leslie finds out she was used in Mona's little play, is furious about almost losing her academic career, and declares their friendship over. Looking for a shred of normalcy, Allison tries to get closer to Lorenzo by helping helping out at the church youth group. Sparks are flying, but Kenneth catches the couple chatting, throws an authoritarian fit, kicks the cop out of the house, and forbids Ollie from seeing him. Across town, Emily tries to help Sarah get emancipated. The two end up celebrating the first step at a tattoo parlor. Sarah sketches a bird flying out of a cage, and Emily gets the symbol for courage tattooed. Arya tags along with Clark to a junkyard to take pictures, but the outing takes a dark turn when she spots someone in a black hoodie in the background of one of the shots. Without him noticing, she steals the guy's negatives. When she develops the photos at home and zooms in on the silhouette, there's a surprise. The person hiding in the hoodie is a girl. Determined to nail the coffin shut on the Charles mystery, once and for all, Spencer and Hannah break into Radley. There, they find a document stating that Charles's organs were donated after his death. But the real piece of the puzzle surfaces when they bump into Mona in the dark. Mona was there to steal Leslie's medical file. The shocking reveal? Leslie Stone shared a room at Radley with none other than Bethany Young. The liar's math quickly adds up. A is a woman. Leslie loved Bethany, and she must think the girls murdered her. In the blink of an eye, target number 1 shifts from Charles De Laurentiis to Leslie Stone. The hunt for Leslie Stone is officially on. Convinced that she is the architect of all their recent trauma, Hannah decides that the most rational plan is to steal Leslie's car. Inside, Hannah and Spencer find dozens of fake glasses frames and, to make the paranoia even worse, animal cages in the trunk large enough to hold people. Meanwhile, the pressure keeps rising. Kenneth De Laurentiis finds a birthday card on his car windshield signed by Charles, promising a killer party. Emily gets an offer to travel to Thailand with her old friend Nicole, but backs out because Sarah just got grazed on the street by a car identical to Leslie's. And Spencer gets her heart slightly broken when Dean, her sobriety sponsor, says he can't see her anymore because he is completely in love with her.
Why? Are you seriously gonna cut me out of your life because I skipped one meeting?
I need to stop seeing you. Because every time you're near me, I just want to grab you and kiss you.
The tipping point happens when the girls break into the university biology lab where Leslie works. Among rats and raccoons, Hannah crouches near a cage and a security scanner goes off, but the beep isn't coming from any animal. The signal is coming from the back of Hannah's neck and Arya's neck and Spencer's. In the dollhouse, they weren't just tortured, they were microchipped like pets. That's how A always knows where they are. In the dark of the lab, Mona reemerges to shatter all their certainties. Leslie isn't A. In fact, Leslie hated Bethany. And that organ donation file for Charles? An absurd fake, since no one would accept the liver of someone pumped full of heavy psychiatric meds. Mona puts the ultimate truth on the table. On the exact same night Allison disappeared, Bethany wasn't the only one who escaped Radley. Charles escaped too. Charles is alive, and the final proof comes from Kenneth De Laurentiis, who ends the night desperately digging up the grave at Aunt Carol's house, only to confirm that all along, he had been crying over an empty grave. The girls are literally researching how to extract microchips from their own necks, because that's their new reality. While Arya tries to make light of the situation, the walls are closing in. Kenneth goes into full panic mode, throws his bags in the car, and drags Allison out of town to hide her. But before leaving, Allie finds a birthday invitation signed by Charles among her dad's things. End of doubts. Her brother is very much alive. Hannah, meanwhile, receives a $30,000 scholarship check from the Kari Simi Group, a charity linked to Allison's mother. Hannah is immediately suspicious. After all, no one in this town gives out free money, but her mom wants to keep the check anyway. Shortly after, the girls discover that this mysterious company has direct ties to Radley. Jason also receives a VIP invitation from Charles for a brotherly reunion, complete with the classic villain rule, come alone. Knowing this, the girls decide to intervene. They set up a DIY mini surgery center to carve out their own chips and go off the radar. Spencer finally comes clean to Toby about Charles, but he decides to play lone wolf and go after Jason himself. The big problem? Toby accidentally eats the medical marijuana candies that were in Spencer's bag right before the mission. The result is a tactical disaster. Jason finally comes face to face with Charles in an abandoned arcade, but Toby, fighting off the edible high, and Officer Lorenzo bust into the place. Charles panics, attacks the two with metal pipes, and vanishes. Toby just passes out on the floor, and Jason walks away furious at Spencer's interference. In the end, Allison, who managed to escape the hotel with Mona's help, goes with Jason to to investigate the attic. They find an old home video where their mother secretly celebrates Charles's birthday, affectionately calling him Freddy. Along with it, a grim note from their brother, "I wanted to trust you." The news officially names Charles as the prime suspect in the kidnappings and the murder of his mother, and the public goes wild. Hannah is ready to watch him burn, while Allison still clings to the narrative of the misunderstood brother who cried at the arcade. Hannah ruthlessly cuts off Ollie's empathy, and rightfully so. Determined to return the money from the suspicious scholarship, Hannah goes with Spencer to investigate the Carrie Simi group. There, they meet Reese Matthews. The guy doesn't just act weird, he looks like a perfect clone of a De Laurentiis. Hannah secretly snaps a photo of him, convinced they just bumped into Charles. Aria manages to convince the police to provide an escort so she can go to her photography exhibit, since her mom put her on house arrest. Ezra shows up too, playing the jealous ex with Clark, Aria's new photographer friend. But the art night turns into a real freak show. When the curtains open, Aria's work has been replaced by disturbing images of the girls sedated on gurneys in the dollhouse. The title of the piece is a direct taunt to Detective Tanner. Charles is saying loud and clear that he runs the show. Meanwhile, Allison decides to play dirty. She takes care of an injured Lorenzo, sets a romantic mood, and, in true pickpocket fashion, steals his access card to break into the police precinct. There, she discovers that the police are ready to use lethal force against her brother. When Lorenzo finds out about the theft, the trust is gone before the romance even starts. Paranoia hits an all-time high when Spencer, Hannah, and Emily follow Reese to an abandoned doll factory. The bizarre detail? They see Clark walking into the exact same building. Aria's helpful friend suddenly looks like A's employee of the month, and if anyone thought Charles was going to back down, Redcoat hands him 2 tickets to the high school prom, while he loads the trunk of a limo with syringes. As if surviving a bunker weren't traumatic enough, the girls receive the worst possible news for teenagers in a teen drama. They've been banned from their own prom for security reasons. The mom's solution? A makeshift prom in Spencer's barn? The girls react with the excitement of someone going to the dentist. Charles, however, doesn't respect the school board's bans. He sends a text demanding that Allison go to the real prom alone. Completely ignoring the danger, Allison puts on her dress and sneaks out to the school event. Obviously, the girls Toby and Ezra notice her absence and go after her. While the teens play cat and mouse on the dance floor, the real show is happening at the Hastings house. The moms decide to drown their anxiety in wine, and it's not just one glass. It's enough for Veronica Hastings to let out everything she's been holding in about Jessica De Laurentiis' affair with her husband. Fueled by alcohol and adrenaline, the matriarchs break into the De Laurentiis house looking for Kenneth. They run into the look-alike Reese Matthews, panic thinking he's Charles, and end up mysteriously locked in the dark basement. An unforgettable girls' night. Back at the prom, the atmosphere is tense, but there are some good surprises. The suspicious photographer Clark pulls a gun, revealing that he's actually an undercover cop. Caleb also secures the romantic moment of the night by telling Hannah he got a real job in New York to pay for her college tuition. But the main focus is Allison. She follows a figure in a red hood through a maze until she gets cornered by Charles. With nowhere to run and desperate, she begs him to talk to her. Charles hesitates for a second and finally takes off the mask. The shock on Allison's face makes it clear she's not looking at a stranger. The girls storm into the Radley, racing against the clock to the roof, where Charles is about to jump. But how did we get here? On prom night, Mona, always 10 steps ahead of everyone, reveals she tracked Ollie's messages to the Carrie Simi group. They break into the place, unlock a secret room using the date of Sarah Harvey's bizarre cupcake, and end up trapped in a futuristic room watching a live hologram. On the other side of the screen, the biggest bombshell of the series drops right into the girls' laps. Charles turns around, and it is none other than Cece Drake. Yes, the girl who dated her own brother Jason.
Don't be so dramatic, Allie. Cece? They're not dead. Yet.
Even Cece knows how messed up that is, but the justification stems from a lifetime of trauma. She explains that as a child she tried to give baby Ollie a bath, but their father thought she was drowning the infant and had her committed to Radley. There, Charles transitioned into Charlotte, befriended Bethany Young, and took the fall when Bethany pushed Toby's mother off the roof. The web of lies is absolute. Cece reveals she hit Ollie over the head with a rock, thinking she was Bethany. Mistress De Laurentiis, trying to protect her daughter, buried Ollie alive. And Sarah Harvey? She was the other Redcoat and the Black Widow all along. Back in the present at Radley, Cece tries to detonate explosives in the building, but Spencer, of course, manages to defuse the bomb. Cece runs to the roof to jump, but Ollie begs her not to, calling her Charlotte. This breaks the villain, who backs down, takes off her hood, and declares the game is over. Cut to 5 years in the future. Ollie is now a teacher, but the peace is short-lived when the girls burst into her classroom, warning her that he is coming. Flash forward 5 years. Adulthood has come knocking, and the girls are scattered across the United States, trying to pretend that growing up in a psychological thriller was totally normal. Spencer is in Washington, D.C., Aria works in publishing, Hannah is a bride-to-be working in fashion, and Emily is hiding from her family that she dropped out of college after her father's death. But peace has an expiration date. Allison, now married to her sister's doctor, summons everyone back to Rosewood. The reason? Charlotte has a hearing, and Ollie wants her friends to tell the judge they are no longer afraid of her. The reunion takes place at the Radley, which has bizarrely been renovated into a luxury hotel. At the hearing, almost everyone lies out of pity for Ollie, claiming they have overcome their trauma. The only voice of reason in the room is Aria, who gets flashbacks of everything she went through and drops the truth. She wouldn't feel safe with Charlotte walking free. Even Mona puts on a performance at the stand, asking for the release of the former A. The judge buys it and releases Charlotte. The girls celebrate with drinks, thinking they can finally turn the page and go back to their untouched lives. But the next morning, the hangover comes with a desperate phone call from Allison. Charlotte is missing. Shortly after, Rosewood's reality check cashes in. Charlotte's body is found sprawled on the church lawn, thrown from the bell tower, because apparently the town's towers have a natural magnet for homicides. At the funeral, Sarah Harvey shows up to add some tension to the room. Lorenzo approaches the girls and delivers the worst news possible. The autopsy confirmed it was a murder. They are trapped in town, and the nightmare has started all over again. Trapped in Rosewood, and in the police's crosshairs, the classic cycle of covering up evidence comes back in full force. The girls start to suspect Sarah Harvey. After all, revenge for her time in the dollhouse would be an obvious motive. But the police soon rule her out, as the severe burns on her hands would prevent her from snapping someone's neck. Lorenzo reveals the brutality of Charlotte's death to Ollie and asks if her friends had anything to do with it. Ollie denies it at first, but the seed of doubt has been planted. While Emily continues to lie about her life and undergoes mysterious secret medical treatments, Spencer deals with a much more incriminating problem. In college, she wrote a criminology paper detailing a murder exactly like Charlotte's. Broken neck, clean fingernails, a fall staged as a suicide. Caleb tries to calm her down, saying it's just a coincidence, but Spencer knows that if the cops find that essay, she's suspect number one for literally writing a how-to guide for the murder. But the real problem right now is Aria. Hannah realizes her friend snuck out of the hotel on the night of the murder. Checking the security footage, Hannah, Emily, and Spencer see Aria returning at 4 a.m. Cornered, Aria confesses she met up with Ezra that night. The two of them saw Charlotte walking into the church. Ezra, who was on a depressive downward spiral, sent Aria home and stayed behind with a lethal look in his eyes. The possibility of Ezra being a killer haunts the group, and what does Hannah do with the security tape that puts Aria at the scene of the crime? She deletes it, proving that 5 years wasn't enough to teach them to stop destroying evidence. To make matters worse for everyone, Allison changes her mind and tells the detective her friends might actually be involved. Hannah, Emily, and Spencer are trying to relax at the hotel spa, but the vibe is heavy. Hannah is acting bizarrely about the deleted security footage, trying to change the subject at all costs. Meanwhile, Emily bumps into Sarah Harvey in the next room, proving the girl is still Rosewood's creepiest shadow. Needing an alibi for the night of the murder, Hannah runs into Lucas, who is now a millionaire tech entrepreneur. Without hesitation, she asks him to lie to the cops for her. Lorenzo is already sniffing around the Radley, pressuring Ashley about the missing recordings. Emily's secret finally comes to light. She isn't working at a research institute, let alone going to college. She is broke, dropped out of school, and Hannah catches her injecting hormones to sell her own eggs. Things heat up at the Hastings house. Spencer and Caleb are flirting heavily as she preps for a political campaign interview, which goes completely off the rails when the reporter focuses on Charlotte's murder. To make things worse for Spencer, she finds out Mona is working for the opposition's campaign. The real bomb drops when the girls corner Ezra in his apartment, demanding to know where he was on the night of the crime. Ezra completely loses his temper, yells at them to get out, and confesses he doesn't feel a shred of pity that Charlotte is dead. Aria leaves devastated, realizing the Ezra she knew is a thing of the past. Back at Spencer's house, she and Caleb find comfort in each other after years of accumulated trauma, and finally kiss. But the peace is fleeting. The girls receive a text from an unknown number. "You know who did it, and I'm going to make you talk," accompanied by a devil emoji. In the new villain villain's lair, the iconic black A hoodie is thrown into the trash. It's the end of an era and the beginning of an entirely different nightmare. The moral hangover from the texts haunts the girls the next morning, especially after the new stalker sends a picture of a golf club, claiming it's the murder weapon. Arya, desperate to prove Ezra isn't the killer, decides to play detective and breaks into his apartment. Ezra's club is there, intact. The relief lasts until she checks her own father's car and realizes Byron's club is missing. Hannah decides to be an adult for a minute and confesses to her fiancé, Jordan, that she deleted the hotel security footage and forged an alibi. Surprisingly, he is the most understanding guy in the world and hires a lawyer for her. Speaking of the footage, Ashley steals the hotel's backup hard drive to protect her daughter, destroying evidence right under Detective Lorenzo's nose. Meanwhile, Spencer and Caleb try to track the new villain's signal and end up at a storage unit. But instead of answers, they find a barrel full of black hoodies and a burner phone, proving the stalker is always one step ahead. Spencer also has to deal with the most uncomfortable situation possible, bumping into Toby and his new girlfriend Yvonne. Emily starts being followed by someone disguised as a hotel employee, ramping up the overall paranoia. The new villain thinks they're in control and tries to access the hard drive with the security footage on their computer, but they forgot who they're dealing with. Caleb planted a virus in the system that corrupts and destroys the entire file before anything can be seen. A true MVP. Arya confronts her dad, fully believing he is Charlotte's killer. To her surprise and relief, Byron's big secret isn't homicide, but rather that he and Ella are secretly engaged. Crisis averted. At work, Hannah finally reaches her breaking point with her abusive boss. When the woman tries to humiliate her again, Hannah doesn't back down. She simply quits and walks out. Sarah Harvey keeps haunting Rosewood like a ghost. She shows up at the school to talk to Allison, giving an emotional speech about how Charlotte was like a sister to her. Nobody is buying this story. Emily goes to the clinic for her egg donation procedure. Waking up from anesthesia, she sees herself being held down by Sarah, who is injecting something into her IV. Allison walks into the room shortly after and tries to convince Emily it was just a drug-induced hallucination. Spencer finds Yvonne's phone and gives it to Caleb, who uncovers an encrypted file containing the opposition's campaign research. Meanwhile, Spencer and Arya break into Sarah's room at the Radley. The place is bizarrely clean until Spencer looks inside the closet. Where clothes should be, there's a hole in the wall with a secret ladder leading down into the depths of the old sanitarium. For Emily, the situation takes a dark turn. The nurse informs her the couple backed out of taking the eggs, but Emily decides to donate them to another bank. However, when she gets home, she finds an egg carton on her doorstep with a note: "Give me the killer or I'll use your eggs." The new stalker just took Emily's eggs hostage, which is an entirely new level of insane. Hannah and Jordan are enjoying a hotel room that screams tacky romantic movie, complete with a heart-shaped bed. Meanwhile, Spencer and Arya find another secret passage that leads directly to the street. It's the perfect route for someone who wants to make people's lives hell without passing through the lobby. Caleb also has news, but it's bad. Digging through Yvonne's phone, he discovers the opposition leaked Spencer's mother's medical records. Veronica's cancer is back. Spencer wants to intervene, but Veronica is determined to push forward with the campaign, choosing to handle her illness on her own terms. At the precinct, Detective Tanner drops a few puzzle pieces into Allison and Dr. Elliot's laps. Charlotte fought back before she died. The murder weapon was a hollow, rectangular metal rod with a cut at the end. Also, someone called her from the Two Crows diner that night, and the call lasted 3 whole minutes. For Emily, the nightmare gets an extra layer of cruelty. Arriving at the clinic, she finds out the freezer broke, and all her donated eggs were destroyed. Shortly after, Hannah receives a warning at breakfast saying the honeymoon is over. The message is clear: the new A isn't playing around. In the midst of the chaos, Allison confesses to Spencer that she is in love with Elliot, which is questionable at best, considering he was her sister's doctor. But the real bombshell drops on Spencer and Caleb when they go to put away Melissa's suitcase. The handle is broken, a piece of metal is missing, specifically, a hollow rectangular rod with a cut at the end. The girls return to Sarah's room at the Radley, but they're met with a solid drywall. The secret hole has simply vanished. To make the paranoia worse, Emily receives a box with a baby name book and a clear threat confirming the new stalker actually has her eggs. Caleb, always fixing problems, wipes the medical file from the opposition server to protect the secret about Veronica's cancer, but he also brings up a troubling theory. Melissa's alibi for the night Charlotte died is fake. Her flight schedule and her excuse for the broken suitcase just don't add up. At the publishing house, Arya finally gathers the courage to confess to Ezra that she was the one who wrote the chapters submitted to the publisher. Surprisingly, Ezra doesn't freak out. He praises Arya's talent, and in a friendly plot twist, suggests they co-author the book. The political scene, however, turns into a war zone. Since the medical leak failed, a new bomb goes off. Information about an abortion Yvonne had in high school is made public. Everything points to Spencer's computer. To protect his girlfriend and Veronica's campaign, Caleb takes the fall for the dirty leak. The price is steep. He gets fired from the campaign and kicked out of the Hastings house. At night, Emily goes to the Two Crows diner to investigate and ends up living a scene straight out of a horror movie. A dark SUV tries to run her over multiple times in the middle of the street. She barely manages to escape by climbing onto the diner's roof, but she ends up dropping Melissa's suitcase handle. The driver gets out, picks up the murder weapon evidence, and speeds off. While some are running for their lives, others are rushing to the altar. Byron and Ella finally get remarried, with Arya officiating the ceremony. Riding the romantic wave, Allison and Elliot knock on Arya's door shortly after and tie the knot right there in the middle of the night. The romantic vibe is short-lived. Looking at photos from Ella's wedding, Arya spots cards left on the tables with an ultimatum. Give me the killer by election night or you lose. The clock is officially ticking. Spencer is still trying to manage the fallout of Caleb's sacrifice. The problem is, Toby doesn't know the truth. Believing his friend leaked Yvonne's secret out of pure political dirtiness, Toby shows up furious and lands a solid punch straight to Caleb's face. Caleb takes the hit in silence, keeping the lie going so he doesn't expose his girlfriend. At the precinct, the pressure mounts on Arya. Detective Tanner puts her in a police lineup. The reason? A witness saw a tense brunette making a call at the Two Crows on the night of the murder. Being Arya, she manages to accidentally spill coffee on Tanner's desk just to peek at the report and discovers a crucial detail. The suspect was holding a pink dice keychain. Meanwhile, Peter Hastings reveals to Spencer the real reason Melissa fled. She was being blackmailed with a video where she confessed to burying Bethany Young. She made the payoff right before Charlotte was murdered and skipped town out of pure panic. Trying to maintain some sense of normalcy, Hannah's mom insists on throwing her daughter a bridal shower. Mona even drops by with a nostalgic gift, but the event quickly turns into a nightmare. The smart home system is hacked by the new A. Alarms identical to those in the dollhouse go off. The lights shut down and, at the peak of the chaos, the fireplace explodes. Arya suffers second-degree burns and ends up in the hospital, where Ezra makes sure to spend the night taking care of her. Back at the apartment, while cleaning up the mess from the shower, Emily sees something that makes her blood run cold. She notices the keys Mona is holding. Dangling harmlessly from them is a pink dice keychain. Mona comes clean to Emily. She did call Charlotte on the night of the murder asking to meet at the Two Crows, but she got stood up. Mona swears she just wanted to talk away from prying eyes, since Charlotte knew all their dirty secrets. Emily and the girls debate whether this takes Mona off the suspect list. After all, confessing to being the brunette on the phone is a massive risk. The clock is ticking and the new maniac wants Charlotte's killer handed over before election night. Meanwhile, Allison and Elliot's honeymoon takes a dark turn. Ollie takes a terrible fall down the stairs at the bed and breakfast and ends up in the hospital with a concussion. She starts to think the universe is collecting its dues for her surviving so much, while Elliot tries to calm her down. When Hannah goes to visit her, the mood gets downright grim. Hidden among the flowers Elliot sent, Hannah finds a card with a drawing of a staircase and a red X over Ollie, Arya, and Emily's faces. The threat couldn't be more direct. Across town, Spencer and Emily play detective and tail Sarah Harvey's driver. They discover the guy is carrying architectural blueprints of the Radley structure, which are promptly delivered to Sarah herself. The walls are closing in.
Because, you know, insurance and everything can get a little expensive. And Kelly, anyway, it's really soft. So did you find anything?
Yeah, all roads lead back to Radley.
Running out of options to avoid being the next victim, Hannah makes a drastic decision and calls Caleb. Her idea is simple and completely insane. Act as bait. She tells the group she wants to take the fall for Charlotte's murder to lure out the new villain. The tension in the room is palpable. Opinions are divided, but Hannah isn't asking for permission. With Caleb's tech skills setting the trap, she grabs her phone and sends a direct text to the unknown number, confessing to the murder. On the other end, the new hunter receives the bait with Veronica Hastings' campaign tab glowing on their their laptop screen. The response to Hannah's fake confession doesn't take long. The message is cold. If she is lying, everyone dies. And involving the police is out of the question. With the threat set, the trap begins to take shape. Caleb and Hannah head to the creepy Lost Woods resort to set up a perimeter with an electric fence and cameras. The plan is incredibly risky, and the isolation ends up bringing ghosts from the past to the surface. They reminisce about their painful breakup, their difficult choices, and in the midst of all this emotional weight, Hannah breaks down and confesses she never stopped loving him. The moment culminates in a kiss that had been locked away for a long time. Meanwhile, Allison's sanity crumbles. Home alone, she starts having terrifying visions of her dead mother Jessica and a bloodied Detective Wilden. The sheer terror is so intense that Allie goes to Welby State Psychiatric Hospital and commits herself voluntarily. Emily tries to intervene, but Allie signs the papers, literally handing over control of her life to the doctors. Simultaneously, Spencer and Toby team up to investigate the secret room in the Radley's old structures. Mona ends up joining them, and inside the abandoned room, the trio makes a monumental discovery. A medical file reveals the existence of Mary Drake, a patient at the institution 25 years ago. The game-changing detail? Mary had a child named Charles, who was adopted by Jessica De Laurentiis. Charlotte was never Jason's sister. Back at the Lost Woods, the plan turns into a disaster. Arya and Ezra, who just rekindled their romance after their book was greenlit by the publisher, try to provide cover, but the villain was one step ahead. No one accounted for a hidden trap door under the floorboards. When Caleb and the others bust down the room's door, Hannah is gone without a trace. To make matters worse, the truth behind Allison's nightmare is finally revealed. That bloody Wilden was Elliot wearing a hyper-realistic mask, working in cahoots with none other than Mary Drake, Jessica's twin sister. The marriage and the institutionalization were a surgical strike for Mary to get her hands on 51% of the Carrie Simi group. And while the pieces on this sick chessboard move, Hannah's unconscious body is dragged into the darkness of the church's bell tower. With Spencer, Arya, and Emily digging a grave in the middle of the night, it's clear things have spiraled completely out of control. To understand how they got to the point of committing first-degree murder, the story rewinds 4 days. The group was on their way to the precinct to tell the whole truth about the trap, but freezes when they see a figure identical to Jessica De Laurentiis walk into the building. The confusion is short-lived once Toby investigates and finds out it's Mary Drake, Jessica's twin sister. Before they can process that Charlotte's biological mother is roaming free in Rosewood, the church bells start ringing, and a text warns them that Hannah's time is up. They rush into the tower in tears and find her body hanging, but it's just a mannequin with a macabre recording giving them 24 hours to hand over Charlotte's real killer. The real Hannah is locked in a filthy shed, being tortured with water and electric shocks. Desperate, she even hallucinates Spencer encouraging her not to give up and to look for a way out. Outside, the hunt for the culprit catches fire, and Allison becomes the prime target. Arya remembers seeing someone in a red jacket on the night of the crime. Meanwhile, Mona and Caleb tail Mary Drake, who drives around town buying charcoal and bleach, the classic murder cleanup kit. Mary also pays a sinister visit to Spencer's house, sipping tea and dropping cryptic hints about family secrets. Emily decides to take action and confronts her own friend. She goes to the psychiatric hospital and finds Ollie completely drugged. When asked directly if she killed Charlotte, Ollie murmurs a plea for forgiveness in her sleep. To make things worse, Emily goes through her friend's belongings and finds the red jacket in a donation box. Caleb, pushed to the edge of despair and out of time for moral debates, grabs the jacket and sends a text, handing Allison over on a silver platter to save Hannah. The sacrifice partially works. Hannah finally manages to escape the shed and flags down a car on the road, coming face to face with none other than Mary Drake behind the wheel. Meanwhile, Allison meets her own personal hell. Elliot walks into her hospital room, drops his fake American accent for good, pulls out a syringe, and coldly tells her he knows what she did to Charlotte, promising she will rot locked up in there. Mary Drake driving and giving a lift to a completely traumatized Hannah is the kind of situation that screams danger. Mary uses the drive to philosophize about family secrets, casually suggesting that some secrets are, in fact, people. Once safe, Hannah refuses to go to the doctor, obviously avoiding any kind of interrogation. When Spencer and Emily catch their friend up on Rosewood's insane family tree, Mary is Jessica's twin and Charlotte's biological mother. The math seems simple to Hannah. Mary has to be uber 8. Ezra, however, has another theory. He thinks Mary let Hannah go because the girls gave up Charlotte's killer, who, according to Arya and Caleb's evidence, is none other than Allison. Things get really heavy when Caleb tries to comfort Hannah, and they end up talking about the kiss they shared a few days prior. Spencer overhears everything from the shadows, delivering that inevitable internal eye roll. The tension only spikes when Ezra answers the door and receives some friendly flowers, signed by AD.
Glad we're on the same team, AD.
Meanwhile, Emily gets a desperate call from Allison, begging for help before a nurse rips the phone from her hands. When Emily tries to visit her at Welby, she runs into a brick wall named Elliot, who coldly blocks any access. Dealing with her own problems, Arya clashes with her ex, Liam, who is now conveniently the editor of her and Ezra's book, a classic recipe for disaster. Mary, on the other hand, pays Spencer a visit and tells her side of the family story. Years ago, Jessica wrongfully framed her for a baby's accidental death, which earned her a one-way ticket to the sanitarium. Trying to get her life back on track, Hannah goes to the bar where she met Jordan, but the place is closed. The disappointment serves as the final push. She breaks off her engagement and signs her business contract with Lucas. At the hospital, Ollie wakes up and begs Emily for help against Elliot, even confusing Mary with her late mother. The doctor kicks everyone out of the room, but Emily, peeking through the window, sees Mary and Elliot's silhouettes arguing. The good doctor has clearly crossed the line, and the night ends with Ollie being drugged and dragged away to another location. Hannah is sporting a fake engagement ring just to avoid the inevitable questions. But eagle-eyed Arya notices the burn marks on her friend's back. It's obviously AD's doing, but Hannah refuses to say a word. At least the group finally starts connecting the dots and accepting the obvious. Dr. Elliot isn't the perfect husband he pretends to be. At the hospital, Allison tries to take matters into her own hands and attacks Elliot, but the plan backfires. She ends up sedated again and strapped down with a creepy mask over her face. When the girls try to report the abuse to the head of medicine, they run into the doctor's flawless planning. He had drugged Ollie specifically to keep her quiet during any investigation. Out of official options, Arya, Hannah, and Spencer decide to break into Elliot's house. While Arya takes pictures of the suspicious items hidden in a trunk, Hannah confesses to Spencer about the kiss with Caleb, but swears she doesn't love him. Spencer, knowing her friend too well, isn't buying it. Arya manages to escape through the window seconds before Elliot walks in, but he spots the girl's car speeding away. Arya and Hannah then take a trip to Amish country, where Elliot supposedly grew up. What they find is a little girl with dolls named after them, a bizarre gift from Charlotte. The girl also lets slip that she saw Charlotte and Elliot kissing. But what truly paralyzes Hannah is spotting a cattle prod on the farm. The trigger is immediate, and Arya finally realizes that her friend's recent torture was far worse than her days in the dollhouse. Putting Arya's photos together, Spencer and Emily discover that the materials in the trunk are used to make latex, perfectly explaining the Wilden and Hannah masks. And with Toby's help comes the final blow. Elliot is using a fake identity. Knowing he's been made, the fake doctor drugs Allison and shoves her into his car to make a run for it. But Ollie manages to send an SOS with her location. The girls go after them. In the middle of the woods, Ollie escapes and Elliot chases after her. He doesn't even have time to catch her. Hannah comes tearing down the road, slamming the car right into him, sending Elliot flying through the windshield. End of the line for the doctor. Burying a body in the woods was never on Rosewood's tourism brochure, but that's exactly what the girls do with Elliot's remains. Arya even suggests calling the cops, but the group's classic logic prevails. Faking the doctor's escape seems like a better idea. The plan is split up. Arya will use his stolen keycard to get Ollie back into her bed at Welby. Emily is going to pack the guy's bags, and Spencer needs to plant his jacket and phone on a train heading out of town. The only immediate hurdle is Hannah, who goes into an absolute panic at the thought of going to jail for vehicular manslaughter. Meanwhile, Spencer tries to clean the mud from the woods off her shoes. Hannah takes the opportunity to try and mend their friendship after the whole kiss situation, but Caleb knocks on the door. To keep him from seeing the suspicious scene, Spencer blocks blocks his way. Hannah, hiding, overhears Caleb pour his heart out, confessing that he can't stop thinking about Spencer. It's painful, but Spencer coldly turns him away, solely to protect him from becoming an accessory to murder. At the hospital, Ollie confesses to Arya that she argued with Charlotte in the bell tower the night she died. She says she left after hearing a noise, and Arya reassures her that it isn't her fault. Before Arya leaves, Ollie asks her to put the torture mask back on, making sure the nurses see exactly what Elliot did to her. Far from there, the train plan falls apart. Spencer gets drunk at the Radley bar, kisses a stranger in the elevator, and bails on her part of the job. To make matters worse, when Arya and Hannah return to the woods, the car used in the hit and run is gone. Panic sets in until Mona shows up driving the vehicle, the windshield already perfectly repaired. Mona had been tracking Elliot, watched the whole thing go down, and cleaned up the mess. She only has one question: where is his burner phone? Guilt consumes Hannah, who confesses to Mona that she had time to break but chose to run the guy down out of revenge. The big problem is that she left her bracelet in his car. Things take a turn for the worse when Toby brings the girls in for questioning and drops the real bombshell. The real Dr. Rollins died of a stroke 15 years ago. They just buried a complete stranger. Later, Mona breaks into the parked car to retrieve Hannah's bracelet. Just as the hidden burner phone rings, she answers, and the voice on the other end of the line belongs to Jenna Marshall.
Hi, Archer. Can you hear me? It's Jenna. Jenna Marshall.
Arya goes to check on Allison and runs straight into Mary Drake. Allison explains that the hospital wouldn't release her without a relative, but she has a plan. Get out of the psych ward and, while she's at it, drag the truth out of Mary. Mary, on the other hand, plays the victim card. She claims Elliot found her in London, took advantage of her grief over Charlotte, and that she never wanted Allison dead. Meanwhile, Emily wakes up on Sabrina's couch. They share their first kiss, and the vibe is great until Emily realizes her college exam started 10 minutes ago. She rushes over, but gets locked out. What should have been an academic disaster turns into a mystery when she gets an email saying she scored a 92% on the test she didn't even take, followed by a lovely text from AD. Thank me later, ungrateful bitch. The walls are closing in on the girls. The police find Rollins's abandoned car, pushing Hannah to the verge of a nervous breakdown. To make things worse, Mona discovers that on the night he died, Elliot texted someone saying Allison didn't kill Charlotte. Mona also tracks down his secret apartment. Emily and Arya go investigate and find a fake head, photos of Detective Wilden, and a hidden passport. They are almost caught by the cops, but Toby gets there first and tells them to get lost before they cover the place in fingerprints. Allison, who was already at her breaking point, discovers that Elliot drained all her bank accounts and stole her shares in the Kari Simi group. She is officially broke. The police notify them that someone used Elliot's credit card in Baltimore, which makes them suspect he might be alive, or that someone, perhaps the newly returned Jenna, who is now walking arm in arm with Sarah Harvey and Noel Kahn, is planting false clues. At Ezra's place, the mood is equal parts romance and tension. He went to New York to tell the parents of his supposedly deceased ex, Nicole, that he's moving on with Arya. However, Arya, snooping through his bag, sees his phone ring with Nicole's name on the screen. She answers, hears voices in another language, panics, and deletes the call log. Nothing like building a relationship on trust, because right after that, Ezra sets up a candlelit scene, gets down on one knee, and proposes. And for Allison, the nightmare continues. She finds her red coat in her closet with a note from AD revealing that her own friend sold her out. Paranoia hits its peak. Hannah is absolutely certain Rollins is alive, and the situation only gets worse when Allison shows up wearing the infamous red coat. The secret is out. Allison knows full well her friends threw her to the wolves to save Hannah, and she makes no effort to hide her hurt. Detective Marco Fury brings updates. Rollins' real name is Archer Dunhill, a con artist wanted in the UK. The police think he's still in town planning fake clues to throw them off, but the girls have much more literal reasons to freak out. Elliot's burner phone rings in Hannah's bag, and the voice on the other end sounds exactly like his, warning them that next time they bury someone, they'd better make sure they're dead. Hannah finally breaks, throws away her fake engagement ring, and admits to Arya that she broke up with Jordan. Emily, in full spy mode, breaks into Jenna's hotel room and snoops through her laptop. She finds car rental receipts, and a file bearing Charlotte's name. Sarah Harvey catches her red-handed, and Jenna doesn't miss the chance to rub the truth in Emily's face. Archer was Charlotte's boyfriend. He seduced Allison and posed as a doctor just to get Charlotte out of the psychiatric hospital. Allison realizes she was used by the person she thought was her sister. The guilt of carrying a murder on her shoulders pushes Arya to confess everything to Ezra before accepting his proposal. Luckily for her, Ezra doesn't run for the hills and asks her to marry him again. She says yes. Spencer, on the other hand, shares a heartbreaking goodbye with Caleb, admitting he was the first guy she truly loved since Toby. The tension erupts at Allison's house. Hannah gets another threatening call and warns Ollie to be careful. Allison asks the patrol cop outside for help, but the officer is none other than AD in disguise. He brutally attacks her, smashing her head against a mirror, but flees when the sirens of the real police approach. Sick of the psychological terror, Hannah and Spencer head to the woods with shovels in hand. They dig up Rollins's grave just to confirm their worst fears, but his corpse is exactly where they left it. The problem is, back at the hotel, the maid walks into Sarah Harvey's room and finds her dead in the bathtub. The bonding moment sparked by the friendship necklaces Spencer hands out doesn't last long. In the middle of brunch, Allison finds a message from AD hidden in the bill. The stalker knows they killed Elliot. When police cruisers surround the Radley, the girls hold their breath, thinking the jig is up, but the target is someone else. Sarah Harvey's body is being wheeled out of the hotel, and Jenna delivers an Oscar-worthy fake crying performance. Jason De Laurentiis is back in Rosewood and wastes no time kicking Mary Drake out of his house. He doesn't trust her one bit and even asks for Arya's help, someone he clearly shares a past secret with, to open Allison's eyes. Jason also confirms that Elliot drained the Carrie Simi group's accounts. Arya agrees to elope to Tuscany with Ezra, but their happily ever after plans are interrupted. The FBI knocks on Ezra's apartment door with the news no one saw coming. Nicole, his supposedly dead ex-girlfriend, might still be alive. At the Radley, the espionage continues. Caleb, working hotel security and disguised as a masseur, manages to steal Jenna's safe key. Hannah and Spencer break into the room and open the lockbox, but have to dive under the bed when Noel Kahn unexpectedly walks in. From their hiding spot, they watch him put Mary Drake's medical file into the safe and make a suspicious phone call to a Dr. Cochran, saying he's running out of time. A tense dinner at the De Laurentiis house brings more secrets to the surface. Mary mentions a storm cellar at Aunt Carol's house, which is an open invitation for the girls to investigate. The place is a full-blown spy lair that belonged to Jessica De Laurentiis, packed with dossiers on each of their lives, except Arya's. The files reveal that Jessica authorized shock therapy for Mary at the sanitarium, and that Mary had a second child at Radley, someone exactly the girl's age. The math is simple. This long-lost cousin of Allison's is the perfect bet for AD. Toby goes to say goodbye to Spencer, revealing that the house he was building was meant for her, but he's moving to Maine with Yvonne anyway. He leaves, reducing Spencer to tears. When the girls step out of the cellar, Spencer's car alarm goes off. They get inside to turn it off, but the doors lock. A countdown appears on the dashboard, sending everyone into a panic, thinking they're going to get blown to pieces. Instead, the storm cellar explodes behind them, and the classic "I see you" message is written on the rear window. And somewhere in Rosewood, Noel Kahn's dossier turns to ashes in someone's hands. The group is obsessed with the idea that Noel Kahn is the big AD, but Hannah is losing patience with her friend's lack of action. The tension is so high that she even dreams Noel tries to run her over, and Caleb sacrifices himself in her place. Meanwhile, Arya is dealing with the ghost of the ex-girlfriend. The FBI has leads that Nicole might be alive, and Ezra finds out search teams are en route to her camp. Arya, feeling the weight of the guilt from deleting a message from Nicole earlier, takes charge. She cancels their trip to Italy and buys Ezra a ticket to go look for his ex, a level of maturity you don't see every day. Allie decides to go back to teaching, since Archer stole all her money, but her return is awful. The students pull a prank by wearing the classic black A hoodies. The trauma hits hard, and she runs out to throw up. Looking for answers, Spencer and Arya track down Dr. Cochran, a former doctor at Radley. A bottle of whiskey is all it takes to loosen his tongue, and he drops a bomb. Mary Drake didn't just have Charlotte. She had a second baby at the sanitarium, who was given up for adoption. As if things weren't bizarre enough, Mistress Grunwald pays Hannah a surprise visit, warning her of a darkness surrounding her and Caleb. At the Radley, Grunwald's nose starts bleeding just from looking at Noel. That is the last straw for Hannah. She lies to Caleb, saying she's going going on a business trip to New York, kisses him goodbye, and drops off the map. Hannah Marin has officially flipped the switch and starts covering the windows of a mysterious room with newspaper. Hannah is no longer playing games. In her makeshift hideout, she preps duct tape, a hammer, and turns on a camera to record a goodbye video. Basically, a warning that if anyone is watching this, it's because the plan went horribly wrong and she's probably dead. While Hannah acts as a lone vigilante, Arya and Jason go to the courthouse to try and access the adoption records for Mary Drake's baby. A quick flashback confirms what everyone suspected. These two had a romance during the 5-year time jump. Jason clearly still has feelings for her and thinks Arya is just settling for Ezra. When the documents finally arrive, they are almost entirely redacted. But one detail slips through. The judge who signed the adoption was Stephen Kahn, Noel's father. Spencer and Emily decide to break into Noel's cabin and find a flash drive that is pure nightmare fuel. The device has folders with each of the girls' names. Spencer opens hers and sees videos from their time in the dollhouse. The footage shows Noel in there, pouring fake blood on her while she was unconscious to make her believe she had murdered someone. Except, hours later, someone breaks into Spencer's house and steals the flash drive because evidence in Rosewood has a shelf life of about 10 minutes. Detective Marco Fury arrives just in time to comfort a terrified Spencer. Trying to handle things her way, Hannah meets Noel at a bar and tries to spike his beer with pills to drag a confession out of him about Sarah Harvey's death. Noel isn't an idiot. He tells her to drink first, catches onto the scam, steals Sarah's phone from Hannah, and leaves. But Hannah doesn't give up easily. She waits for him at the cabin. When Noel bends down to pick up her hat from the floor, Hannah whacks him in the back of the head with a crowbar. Game over. The girls are panicking, thinking Hannah was kidnapped by Noel, when, in fact, the roles are reversed. Hannah has Noel tied to a chair and slices his leg to get a blood sample and prove he's Mary Drake's child. Mona steps in to help Hannah cover her tracks, proving once again that she is the best ally anyone could ask for. Hannah returns home playing the role of the traumatized victim, prompting Caleb to refuse to leave her alone. The two finally stop running from their feelings and spend the night together. The mood of farewells and fresh starts hits everyone. Ollie reveals to Emily that she's pregnant, and the two share a kiss. Arya watches on TV the exact moment Ezra reunites with a very much alive Nicole in Colombia, and Spencer shares one last painful kiss with Toby before he leaves town with Yvonne. The DNA results come in and Hannah's plan crumbles. Noel isn't Mary Drake's second child. Worse still, he manages to escape captivity and takes the camera with the video proving Hannah kidnapped him. Noel sends a text luring the girls to an abandoned school for the blind. It's a total trap. Jenna is inside roaming the dark halls with a gun, while Noel hunts the girls down with an ancient battle axe. During a physical struggle with Noel and Hannah, Noel is pushed, trips, and falls right onto the blade of his own axe. He is literally decapitated, and his head rolls down the stairs. Still in the dark, Jenna corners the group and fires. The girls manage to run, but suddenly realize Spencer was left behind. They find her collapsed on the floor, bleeding from a gunshot wound, and as if taking a bullet wasn't enough, Mary Drake is cradling Spencer and drops the biggest bombshell of all. "I'm your mother." Outside, an ambulance speeds by to treat the victims of a brutal car crash. Trapped in the wreckage are Toby and Yvonne, unconscious. Meanwhile, Jenna is dragged into a van by a figure in black. AD wins this round. Spencer wakes up in the ambulance with the paramedic asking her mother's name. A simple question, unless you've just found out your biological mom is Mary Drake. At the hospital, the chaos continues. Toby is brought in on a stretcher, but there's no sign of Yvonne.
Toby? What happened to him? Oh no. If Toby's here, where's Yvonne?
Fast forward a week. Yvonne is in a medically induced coma because of a deer on the road. And Ezra, who barely just got back, already has his bags packed for New York because Nicole's bones didn't heal right after the rescue. But the real nightmare arrives in a black box at Spencer's barn. Inside, the girls find a bizarre board game called Liar's Lament, courtesy of AD. It's basically a Rosewood blackmail version of Jumanji. As usual, the 5 of them agree not to play. And as usual, that lasts about 5 seconds. While Hannah tries to revive her fashion career with Mona's help, and Emily deals with Allison's pregnancy and high school drama with the new supervisor, Paige, Spencer can't resist the temptation. She gets a text from AD promising answers about Mary Drake. Spencer chooses the dare button, visits Toby at the hospital, and the game literally spits out a prize, an apology letter from Mary, along with a puzzle piece. When the others find out Spencer caved, their scolding is interrupted by the board itself. The game comes to life, playing a video of Hannah and Spencer Spencer digging Rollins' grave. The message is clear. They can't destroy the game or stop playing without going to prison. The episode closes with Jenna calmly sipping her tea and receiving a braille binder from AD with all the rules for the endgame. The girls are panicking over the Rollins video, but Emily puts her foot down and says she won't be blackmailed again. Easier said than done. Now working at the high school, Emily gets her own mini Allison to deal with. Addison, an insufferable student who decides to make the coach's life hell by making up false stories to get her fired. At the police station, Spencer tries to convince Detective Marco to focus on Mary Drake, since they found out the bullet that hit her didn't come from Jenna's gun. And speak of the devil, Jenna walks into the precinct with a rehearsed sob story, claiming she was a victim of Noel Kahn's abuse. Marco knows it's a lie, but with no proof, Jenna walks right out. Hannah is also having a terrible day. She tries to wear one of her own dress designs to impress a senator's daughter, only to come face to face with Jenna wearing the exact same piece, just in white. Trying to confront her, Hannah follows the girl into a dark cobbler's shop. Terrible idea. Hannah ends up locked in a cage, triggering all her kidnapping trauma until Caleb shows up to get her out. A text from AD on her phone warns her that she has to wait her turn in the game. The one who doesn't wait is Emily. Sick of Addison's false accusations, she and Allison use the board to get a video of the girl smoking weed in her car, destroying the student's credibility. Emily earns her puzzle piece and a note from AD telling her to embrace her own darkness. When they put the pieces together, they realize the game is building a map, guiding the group exactly where the villain wants them. The board game wakes Spencer in the middle of the night with a baby crying, and soon the burden passes to Hannah. It's her turn to play, and AD doesn't hold back. While Spencer only had to visit her ex in the hospital in the previous round, Hannah gets a mannequin at her door with the bizarre instruction to cut out its appendix. The result? Fake blood, and a dress she is forced to wear to a crucial meeting with investors. Meanwhile, Spencer takes a day off from her own trauma to play ping pong and flirt with Detective Marco. Arya and Emily, on the other hand, go into spy mode on Sydney, discovering that the girl is secretly funding Jenna's eye surgeries on AD's orders. Caleb, tired of seeing Hannah tortured, decides to open the board game and hack the system, but Liar's Lament has defense mechanisms worthy of a James Bond villain and sprays a toxic gas right in his face. Hannah ditches her important meeting and rushes to the hospital, sacrificing her career for Caleb's health. It's obvious the game is rigged to pit them against each other. At the hospital, real tragedy strikes. Toby and Yvonne finally get married right there in the room. They talk about the future, plan to move to Moscow, and seem to have a real second of peace. And then, the bouquet drops. Yvonne dies moments after saying "I do," in a gut punch no one saw coming. To cap off an insane day, Arya comes home to find Nicole, Ezra's supposedly dead ex, sitting in her apartment. Oh, and the Rosewood Police Department receives a severed finger in the mail. Just another normal Tuesday in town. Ezra is back at the apartment, dealing with the bombshell that his ex-fiancée Nicole has been rescued alive. Arya gives it to him straight. Nicole is going to find out about their engagement one way or another, since the place is covered in photos of the couple. Meanwhile, AD's board game mysteriously pops up in Allison's living room. She immediately calls Spencer, who in turn is busy sleeping with Detective Marco Fury, the guy investigating the crimes they commit. A classic conflict of interest. Ollie makes a heavy decision and schedules an abortion, since the pregnancy only reminds her of all of Rollins' abuse, but the game turns her life upside down. AD sends Ollie to a baby store. There, the truth drops like an anvil. The baby isn't Rollins. AD used Emily's donated eggs to get Allison pregnant. If this were a Jerry Springer script, the audience would lose their minds. Across town, Arya gets a video call from AD themselves, using bizarre technology to hide their face. The threat? Leaking an old police report Arya wrote accusing Ezra of statutory harassment back in high school. Without a way out, Arya throws her morals out the window and joins the A-team to protect her relationship. Sydney even shows up as her chauffeur to make the recruitment official.
You shot Spencer. You helped Jenna escape. You made up the game?
Correct.
Hannah and Spencer go hunting for Mary Drake and end up knocking on Pastor Ted's door. The real surprise comes later, when Ted confesses to Hannah that not only did he hide Mary there, but he's also Charlotte's biological father. He shows her an old photo of his daughter at a summer camp, And who is standing right next to her in the picture? None other than Lucas. The family tension doesn't stop there. Peter Hastings reveals the real reason he wants to keep his distance from Mary. She used Peter's own medication to kill Jessica and bury the body in the backyard, framing him. With so much information flying around, the game decides to make a move. It simply skips Arya's turn, who pretends to know nothing, and lands squarely in Hannah's lap, leaving everyone paranoid. The shock of the baby revelation leaves Allison and Emily completely floored. Emily suggests a blood test to be absolutely sure, and the results confirm the bizarre truth. Dunhill is not the father. It is officially Emily's baby in Allison's belly. Trying to understand Lucas's connection to Charlotte, Hannah and Emily break into his loft. There, among his things, they find a comic book called Arcturus, co-written by none other than Lucas and Charles. The catch? Shortly after they look at the material, the comic just vanishes. Someone took it. Arya continues her double life and tips off AD about her friend's discovery. AD loves the loyalty and immediately gives her the next mission, dropping a notorious black hoodie into her high school locker. Spencer goes to the Lost Woods resort at night, thinking she's going to meet Mary Drake, but Detective Fury shows up instead. He tracked her movements and lays down a heavy card. Marco reveals they found a charge on Dunhill's credit card from the night he was murdered. And the brilliant Spencer, while getting hammered at that bar, paid the tab using the dead man's card and even signed her own name. An amateur mistake. An Ocean's 11 gone terribly wrong. If the signature is a match, she's going to jail. While the walls close in on one side, on the other, Paige finally realizes she's the third wheel in this dynamic. She confronts Emily, makes her admit she has real feelings for Allison, and decides to leave Rosewood for good. Without the shadow of her ex, Allison opens up to Emily and decides she wants to keep the baby. Back at the barn, Spencer finds a bottle of wine with a goodbye note from Mary. Mary saw the police tailing her daughter and vanished again, thinking it was a setup. The police are closing in. Spencer undergoes an exhausting interrogation at the precinct, answering "I don't remember" to everything, until Detective Fury interrupts and warns her that a warrant for her arrest will be issued in 2 days if her signature on the receipt is a match. The girls need to take care of the credit card receipt before the police can get their hands on it. Caleb finds a loophole in the Radley security system. They have exactly 10 minutes before the alarm notifies the central station. The plan is to break in, find the paper, and get out. While Hannah goes to do the dirty work at the Radley, Arya receives AD's cruelest mission yet: destroy the incredibly sweet nursery Emily had just put together for Allison. Arya breaks into the house, trashes everything, and completely tears the place apart. She narrowly escapes when Emily and Ollie arrive, but drops an earring on the floor. When the girls call the group over to see the damage, Spencer finds the earring, and Arya blatantly lies to her face to get off the hook. At the Radley, Hannah's time is running out and she can't find the receipt anywhere. Caleb, being practical, simply bursts the building's water pipes, flooding the place and destroying all the paper files. Problem solved, but Detective Fury quickly warns Spencer that this only adds to their list of crimes. The girls catch Lucas at the loft. They press him, and he swears he had no idea his friend Charles was A or Charlotte. He reveals there was a second Arcturus comic book, one that turned the idea of revenge into a real-life game, and that this book has gone missing. After an exhausting day, Allison finally breaks down her own walls. She tells Emily why her relationships always failed and makes a true confession of her feelings. The two share a kiss. Far from there, Arya lies on her couch and cries alone, eaten alive by the guilt of destroying her own friends. Arya is at an absurd level of stress, and rightfully so. Between planning a wedding and being blackmailed by AD with a report that would send Ezra straight to prison, things aren't great. Her new mission? Plant a bug in Spencer's house. And like a good cornered friend, she does exactly that, hiding a burner phone connected to a speaker among the Hastings belongings. The result is instant chaos. Spencer and her parents are forced to listen to a recording of Mary Drake revealing that Peter and Jessica plotted to kill her. Peter freaks out, smashes the device, and calls it all nonsense, but the damage is done. Spencer pieces things together and uncovers the bitter truth. Her own father provided the pills to kill Mary, but since the twins shared the same DNA, the pill ended up killing Jessica instead. The genetic irony is cruel. Veronica is so devastated by her husband's secrets that she resigns from her Senate seat and cancels the family's move. Meanwhile, the police are tightening the noose. Detective Fury informs Hannah and Caleb that the flood at the Radley was a criminal act and that new evidence has surfaced. Panic sets in, especially when Hannah tries to retrieve the shovels used to bury Dunhill and discovers they've been confiscated. Trying to defuse the baby bombshell, Emily and Mona track down the fertility doctor. They use evidence of a bribe to intimidate the guy, who ends up giving them the mysterious donor's ID number. Mona, by the way, is on fire. She reveals she knows about the board game, having replaced the windshield of the car used in the murder, making her an official accomplice. And she isn't playing around. She set up an insane murder board in her apartment and was the one actually responsible for snatching the shovels before the cops could. In the midst of all this tension, Hannah and Caleb go camping in the woods, recreating a nostalgic moment from when they first started dating. Using cigar bands as rings, the two get engaged right then and there. At least someone gets a minute of peace. Arya, on the other hand, earns her puzzle pieces, but Mona catches the bride-to-be acting extremely suspicious. The walls are closing in from all sides. The situation spirals completely out of control. The police raid the girls' houses with search warrants, confiscating phones and turning everything upside down. To make the headache worse, Detective Fury steps down, and the ruthless Lieutenant Tanner takes over the investigation. She immediately warns Spencer that she's building an airtight case against them, making it clear their lucky streak is over. The girls take refuge in a suite at the Radley, paid for by Ashley Marin, but AD gives them no breathing room. The game delivers a macabre ultimatum with a 36-hour timer. Choose one person to take the fall for everything, or everyone goes down together. As if the tension wasn't enough, Mona drops the real bombshell. She plays an audio recording proving that Arya is on the A-team. The revelation hits like a meteor. Spencer, whose family was destroyed by her friend's actions, kicks Arya out of the group without a second thought. Tanner summons the girls to the precinct and shows them a piece of the windshield from Lucas's car, found in their shower drain, which perfectly matches the glass fragments found under Dunhill's fingernails. The message is clear. The police have real evidence this time. With the clock ticking and prison knocking at their door, the girls try to decide who will sacrifice themselves. But Emily realizes that AD just wants to destroy their friendship. With no apparent way out, they decide to make the most of what could be their last night of freedom, in true Bonnie and Clyde style. Hannah and Caleb go to the courthouse and officially get married. Spencer seeks out Toby at his cabin, and Allison and Emily finally give in to their feelings. When time runs out and they reunite, Spencer simply smashes the game's phone with a rock. It seems like the end of the blackmail, but Caleb tracks the app's signal straight to the apartment of none other than Mona. Meanwhile, Arya, isolated and desperately trying to fix things, opens her car trunk and finds a stomach-churning gift left by AD, Dunhill's rotting corpse. Tanner finally gets the arrest warrant signed, and the clock is ticking faster than ever. Arya, who is cruising around with Dunhill's corpse in her trunk, is almost pulled over by a cop, but manages to shake him at the last second. Riddled with guilt for betraying her friends, she decides the only way out is to go to the police station and take the fall for the murder alone. Ezra tries to stop his fiancée from making the sacrifice, and when they go check the car to handle the situation, the body is simply gone. Someone cleaned up the mess. Meanwhile, the hunt for Mona heats up. Hannah and Caleb tail her to a diner, but she slips away. Hannah eventually finds Mona in the church bell tower, but the situation is beyond bizarre. Mona has had a mental breakdown, regressed in time, and is dressed as her nerdy high school self. The worst part? She thinks Hannah is Charlotte. In the midst of this psychotic break, the biggest mystery of all is finally solved. We learn that on the night Charlotte was released, she met Mona in the tower. Charlotte confessed that she wasn't cured and was planning an even more sadistic game. Mona tried to force her to jump to protect the girls. They struggled, and Mona ended up accidentally killing Charlotte in self-defense. Trapped in her present delusion, Mona almost pushes Hannah out of the tower too, but Caleb shows up just in time to save the day. They reunite the group and realize they can't turn Mona over to the police in her fragile state. The focus shifts when the augmented reality game indicates that Dunhill's body is buried at Aunt Carol's house. The girls head there, shovels in hand, but in a rare moment of collective sanity, they decide to walk away and stop playing the game for good. Their reward for this choice? Tanner shows up with the cavalry and arrests everyone. At the precinct, salvation comes from the most unlikely source. Mary Drake confesses to the murders of Jessica and Dunhill. Tanner knows Mary didn't kill the doctor, but since the confession ties up all the loose ends of the case perfectly for the DA, she accepts it. The girls walk free. The game finally loses its power and shuts down. But in the final seconds, we see someone in a black hoodie driving off with the board game in their car. The nightmare is theoretically over, but the pieces just changed hands. Rosewood finally breathes in peace. A year has passed. Arya and Ezra are enjoying the success of their book and planning their wedding. Emily and Allison are now mothers of twin girls and are closer than ever. ever, while Toby returns to town, slightly rekindling the flame with Spencer. It feels like the ending of a rom-com, but the past is stubborn. Mona has been released and is crashing with Hannah and Caleb, which leaves Caleb bordering on a nervous breakdown. But the real chaos erupts on the eve of Arya's wedding. Spencer goes down to the barn, gets knocked out, and wakes up in an underground bunker. The person standing in front of her is her worst nightmare, herself, only with a British accent. Meet Alex Drake, Spencer's long-lost twin sister, and the true identity behind AD. Alex's level of psychopathy would make Jo from You ask for advice. She dated Ren in England, but developed a brutal obsession with stealing Spencer's life. What did she do to Ren when he opposed the plan? She killed him and turned his ashes into a diamond necklace. Nothing screams eternal love like wearing your ex's remains around your neck. As a sick bonus, she also reveals she used his DNA to be the father of Allison's twins. Alex locks Ezra in the same bunker and returns to the surface to live her sister's life. The infiltration plan was solid until it hit an unpredictable snag, Jenna. She notices that this Spencer's scent and way of speaking are completely off and tips off Toby. The group uncovers the truth and figures out that the hideout is, ironically, right beneath the house Toby built himself. When Alex snaps and tries to murder Spencer and Ezra with an axe, the group storms the place. With two Spencers in front of him, Toby uses a book of quotes to test them and unmasks the imposter. The cops arrive and take Alex away. With the danger gone, Arya and Ezra get married and Hannah announces her pregnancy. All ends well. Well, almost all. Over in France, Mona has opened a charming doll shop, but in the basement, she's keeping Alex and Mary Drake locked up in her own life-sized version of the dollhouse. Mona always wins in the end. Meanwhile, back in Rosewood, a new mean girl named Addison vanishes mysteriously into the night, and the cycle begins anew.